So you have to be careful in this domain. And people are wondering, okay, well, did Candace cross the line? And so we're going to be looking at some of what's going on. And here's the thing. Probably we're not going to exactly figure out what happened. In a lot of these high profile events, which I've studied for a couple decades, most of my close intelligent associates and friends and comrades, and they've all studied these things for many years as well. We can have a lot of good questions, but a lot of times we don't get all the answers. So we may not have ever a perfect total theory and analysis and perfect proof of exactly what went down of the, in the day of the biggest assassination since JFK. But first of all, to not be able to ask questions is highly suspect. Why not? Why can we ask questions of MLK, JFK, RFK, but no, don't talk about this one because you're mean? Well, that to me immediately raises suspicions because, and I'm not saying that I know or have any proof about Erica Kirk. I don't know. My point is just simply that when people immediately come with the emotional appeal, that's a red flag to me. Not necessarily that we know who did it, but that, well, we're not supposed to look at this or care about this. We're just supposed to move on, shut up and move on. Don't talk about it. Who are you? You're just an internet sleuth. Oh, really? Well, a lot of internet sleuths were correct about the Boston Marathon Muslim CIA dude. A lot of internet sleuths were correct about the Koof. So that's a meaningless pejorative, a meaningless weaponized term, just like, the term conspiracy theorist, which is a weaponized CIA term out of the JFK assassination event. Same thing going on here. It's like, well, who are you to tell me I can't ask questions about it? But again, although we'll look at some of the stuff, and I'm going to comment on what I think is kind of stupid. Like when people do all this like body language analysis, look at the way Erica Kirk's face changes when Candace is met. Well, yeah, she doesn't like her. Like, what is that? How is that going to, like, duh. Obviously your body language is going to change when somebody mentions somebody you can't stand. I mean, duh. But what does that prove? Absolutely nothing. So people love to speculate. They love the most outlandish stuff. Remember all the Q-tard crap? I said day one that they were mixing in real stuff with fake stuff with PIZZ pizza stuff, okay? And I said they're going to throw in a bunch of retarded crap. And retarded boomers for the last 8-10 years, they're still boomers following the Q oracle. They're still shamanic the Q shamans out there dropping boomer decoder ring ciphers and nonsense that boomers think that they're going to decode because Trump's got it all. I mean, this still exists, okay? And people fell for that without level-headed, clear thinking. So the same thing can happen here. People are falling for stuff when they don't really have good reason. And I'm not specifically talking about Candace. I'm saying like jumping to crazy conclusions about body language. I just don't think that's very convincing. Even that CIA dude who's not trustworthy.
The investigative process.
Obviously, he's very untrustworthy. But Andrew Bustamante is like, body language doesn't really tell you anything. Like, unless it's really extravagant or, unless you're over here like, like if somebody mentions, did you kill your enemy? And it happens to be my enemy that's assassinated. And I start going, right? Then we'll probably know I did it because I'm acting like a monkey. That's that monkey body language, that monkey evidence. There's a banana hanging down between these trees, and I'm busted like Matt Dillon monkeys. So let's get to some of this, and we're going to let all the journalists, the hardcore journalists, have already done the digging. But I will say that going into the last, 4 episodes of Candace, I'm really not getting. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. I don't know that anybody knows what's going on, and I think that's the point that she's raising is why can't I ask these questions about Erica Kirk? And it's all cloaked behind, well, you shouldn't question a widow, which, why not? I mean, I get that, like, if this person was grieving, this person doesn't seem to be daily grieving, though. That's the other thing, too, is like, people are immediately back to media work, not a lot of grieving. So let's see what Kim Iverson is saying about this. And by the way, I don't agree with all these journalists. We're just going to look at several different journalists and their takes and analyze it and see what we come away with.
Following Erica Kirk. So if you've been following along with
Now, this is all the plane stuff, okay? Candace keeps asking the question of why were all of these Egyptian planes following Erica and I guess by extension Charlie for years. And this seems to be something unanswered and unknown. And, people have said it's nothing, it's meaningless, it's just flight log gibberish data. Tucker is now saying, no, there is something to it. So Tucker is interestingly backing Candace on this point.
Candace Owens and her investigation.
I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean. I mean, perhaps this is security, some form of security, high profile security detail. They hired Egyptian security. It could be contracted out to somebody else. It's hard to say. But she makes a great point, too, that, Israel pushes the U.S. to be one of the top funders of the Egyptian government. I think Egypt is number 2 or whatever after Israel, getting all of our tax money. And she points out that that's so that Egypt will stay in line in relation to Israel. So let's see what she says.
And it's gotten it's gone kind of wild. It's gone from, we were looking at Israel and Egyptian planes, and now it's gone to France, and maybe the Macron's trying to kill her and trying to kill Charlie Kirk. It's gone in definitely a lot of interesting directions. But Tucker Carlson does verify a couple of facts from Candace Owens' investigation. Here he is.
Who was Charlie Kirk?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And I love his wife and know his wife well. And so I feel emotional about it. So, I just haven't wanted everything to.
It's interesting that Tucker went on Theo Vaughn to reveal this. I'm not sure. I mean, people are acting like Tucker's confirmed it as if that proves that it is the case. Well, that just means Tucker has seen evidence or himself believes it to be the case. I'm not saying Tucker's wrong or lying. I'm just saying it doesn't prove anything. But it's interesting that people are now taking sides in alternative media on every topic. And it's also interesting that conspiracy topics, which we've talked about for 15, 20 years, are now everywhere. That's all the internet talks about. Everything is a conspiracy theory. Not saying that's bad. I'm saying, like, this is what I've been here talking about for a long time. So, okay, I'm sorry that you're saying the video that I'm playing is loud, or I'm too loud?
With it, but I will say a couple of things. I don't understand the official story at all.
Of his assassination?
I don't understand.
No, I'm not acting like it's nothing. I'm saying I'm not sure what this shows yet. My first thought would be, okay, it's some sort of security detail type of plane or something. And I'm not saying that proves or disproves anything. I'm just trying to analyze this. As I told you guys, I've not followed this lore, and everyone is talking about planes, and I just don't even know what this is going to prove. Even if you do figure out, I mean, it could prove that there was some sort of hit team. Sure, like it could go in that direction.
Understand it, and I want to make sure that there is a truly rigorous and honest federal investigation of it, and I'm definitely concerned about that.
I don't know what the planes will prove, although they could prove something. But there's nothing wrong with asking, hey, Kash Patel, like, why have we not gotten good answers on any of this stuff? And it's the same, FBI that's done not a very good job and appears to have not wanted the Epstein stuff to come out. and probably because of the threat that Mossad, British intelligence, CIA would retaliate drastically were the compromising Epstein stuff to actually all be released. That would be my guess. But also don't overlook the fact that people don't have to be compromised or paid $7,000 a tweet or whatever. There's a gigantic portion of the public that are dumb, including boomer people, including boomers and administrations who believe evangelical Zionism. So they don't have to be paid off. They can actually believe this stuff.
A. B. I think that one of the, I don't know many of the details, but I know that recently Candace said that Egyptian registered aircraft were following Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, around for a number of years in different places in the world. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. And I just want to say that that is factually true. That's true. So that's like.
So I'm assuming Tucker is saying this either because someone that works in something like this has confirmed it for him, or there's some sort of public registered flight log thing, right? Now, I think there was a response from Crowder about the planes, which I will play in a second.
The one data point that I happen to know is true.
Okay, let's look at those planes briefly here. So this is one of the planes that Candace Owens has been claiming that there's been 2 Egyptian planes that have been following Erica Kirk, one of them being the yellow SUBTT and the blue SUBND. So this is the BND. This is registered to the Egyptian government, and so is this one, which is very bizarre. And these 2 planes, you could track them online. I mean, you could use various flight trackers and track them, and they are registered to the Egyptian government. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the Egyptian government is actually using these planes and the Egyptians were the ones following Erica Kirk around. It could have been, I mean, Egypt is, for one, the second largest recipient of funds, aid from the United States. And that is because Israel has asked us to do that. So Israel has been the #1 recipient of funds. Egypt is the second largest recipient of funds, and that is at the behest of Israel in order to keep the Egyptians in line, to ensure that there aren't wars between Egyptians and Israel, to keep Egypt basically on a leash. The United States gives them a ton of money so that the Israelis feel safe and happy. That's one of the problems that many of us have with the nation-building project of Israel, is that it's sucking up our resources, and we're doing things like giving the Egyptians a bunch of money for no real good reason. Nothing that benefits the United States anyway. So it is possible that these planes registered to the Egyptian government are used by others. It could be used by intel organizations, used by maybe other governments, because Egypt is working with various different partners. Okay, so that being said, let's continue on with, let me see if I can get back to where we were. Unfortunately, kind of reset.
So again, I mean, you could have, I mean, I don't think this would be some sort of, I mean, if this was some sort of hit team, they wouldn't be openly following them for years. I don't know what it would mean. And yeah, it's entirely possible that it could be it could be the Mossad, it could be CIA using an Egyptian plane too. It could be all these different things. There's just so many different possibilities. Who knows exactly what's going on?
Okay, here we go.
But it is odd, and I don't see why it's wrong to ask these questions.
Data point that I happen to know is true. What does that mean? I have literally no idea.
The other thing, too, is all of the Ziocon people are the ones that are making the biggest stink. Not exclusively. I know there's plenty of people who are not necessarily Ziocon who also disagree. But it is interesting that the entire internet is mad at Sweet Candy over here. And that is a different issue from whether or not the questions are fair, right?
Can't even guess, but that's very, very strange.
And what is Egyptian? It could mean aircrafts from Egypt. Who knows?
I think that they were registered in Egypt.
Got it.
And but that fact is true. So enough. And it also her claim that, you know, there were kind of a disproportionately large number of foreign registered cell phones at the event. That's also true. So
I think the other thing too is that this ties more specifically into the overall point that I want to make today, which is about the idols of America, evangelical Zionist dispensational theology. That is the real thing that they don't want America's religious base to break from. If that breaks, then the support for Netanyahu, Gaza, all of that collapses, right? Because they have to make sure that the retard evangelicals believe that the nation state of Israel is God's church. I mean, let's just say that's default how these idiot evangelicals think of the nation state of it. They think that that's really the church because they don't have a church and they're ahistorical. They're defaulting to their Judaizing heresy, basically. That's the real root of all of this. All of this stuff is secondary issues, window dressing stuff. I'm not saying that the assassination is irrelevant or window dressing. I'm saying that the real issue behind all this is America going to continue supporting fake conservative Ziocon stuff, or is it going to wake up and stop giving all of our tax money to basically an organized crime state?
what does that add up to? I don't know, but it means that, you know, the FBI has a moral and legal obligation to look in every direction and to be open-minded as you would in any investigation, in journalism, in science. It's all the same process. I don't know the answer, and I'm going to sift through everything as open-mindedly as I can, as honestly as I can, to get to what the truth is. That's science, that's law enforcement, that's journalism. It's all the same. That's justice. And I just want to make sure that is happening, and I just don't have a ton of confidence in the FBI or the men who run it. And I'm not.
That's the big thing. That's the problem with just accept what the official story is. Well, but this is coming from people who have already established a track record with the fake Epstein binders and the fake Epstein releases of not giving us real stuff. So why are we going to believe them on this, right? The same people saying, oh, there's no problem with H-1B Infinity Indians. That's not an issue. Why are you mad about that, right? Oh, well, I guess they're going to tell us the truth about a high-profile assassination event. Come on, dude. This is silly.
Saying that out of ignorance.
And it has nothing to do with, that has nothing to do directly. That question has nothing to do with Erica Kirk. That's separate issue, right? By the way, and it doesn't mean Candace is not, what if for the sake of argument, her motives are bad? Let's say if Candace has totally bad motives. It's also possible for her to be correct or to ask legitimate questions and she have bad motives. I don't have any stake in that game. I don't have any take. I'm neutral on most of the face lords because I don't have time to follow the lore and the drama of the face lords because, well, I make my own content. I have a life. I don't follow all the drama of other people. But I am interested when the entire world starts to talk about something.
At all.
That's a scary part too.
What Candace...
By the way, I can criticize Candace too, being a person, being a POC. Being a BIPOC allows me a lot more freedom. Identifying as a black person, I can criticize Candace. I can say when Sweet Candy's right, and I can say when Sweet Candy is damn wrong. And can't nobody do nothing about it neither.
Saying is clearly causing a lot of turmoil. Is it true or not? I can't assess it. I'm not the FBI. I'm a freaking podcaster, but I do know how the system works, and it's really simple. The FBI has this case, and of course the state of Utah. It's their job to not only find out what happened, but present it to the public in a way that restores some confidence that you can have justice in this country, that we have functioning law enforcement. I don't have confidence in that because there's a lot of evidence that we don't have that. So restore confidence by being honest and telling a story that makes sense.
Yeah, so I come at this as a philosopher, a philosophy-minded person. I'm looking for logical argumentations, not drama, not emotional appeals. When I see the standard evangelical line of trying to seemingly manipulate people with a lot of tears and all this and that, and we got hundreds of millions of dollars involved, I'm already suspicious. And that's my point here, is to go beyond the drama and beyond the things, the details that nobody's ever going to, we'll probably never figure out. Nobody will ever know what the actual story of Egyptian planes is. Okay. And I know this because of the way that so much information from 9/11, the big 9 event, like a lot of that stuff we just don't know. We'll never figure out. It's never going to be probably known unless somebody actually does know and comes forward or something like that. But like the issue behind all of this is, wait a minute, TPUSA is an entity, an organization that funds and supports people out of Calvary Chapel, out of what was a New Apostolic Reformation, entities that people that claim that they are new appointed prophets and the new apostles. That's all I need to know right there, that this is fraudulent, fake, and gay bullshit. That's all I need to know. I don't need to know every single TPUSA pastor's motives. I don't need to see their bank accounts. I don't need to see that. I already know. Get that out of here. It's fake and gay. It's a scam. And because anybody talking about trying to be an apostle, and we already did a whole live stream on this. Any of these Calvary Chapel goobers, the whole Calvary Chapel is a military industrial complex created church. It's fake and gay. Its founders are themselves actually gay dudes. Several of them. CIA operatives, people working with channeling aliens, the craziest bullshit you've ever heard. Okay. Now, people would say that I'm crazy talking about that, but those are the people who would actually believe the Calvary Chapel bullshit. Go look into the history of the Calvary Chapel. We've done in 10 years, probably 7 podcasts on the history of the Calvary Chapel. I'm not going to repeat all that. Go look into it. It's retarded, dude. If you believe that, then you are dumb. You don't have any discernment. If you can't see through people claiming to be apostles with Acts 2 powers, a new apostolic reformation, all this gibberish, it's obviously a grift. And that's the thing. Evangelicalism is a church grift. That's what I'm saying. Why is it also a grift? Because it's Judeo-Christian Zionist grift. Almost all of it. That doesn't mean there aren't sincere people. But the problem is that it's the sincere grannies that send Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland their money. It's the sincere people that are the funding engine for these scammers, grifters, money launderers, con artists, cult leaders, you name it. I'm talking about the evangelical world.
So why, and if they don't do that, and they haven't done that, they have not done that, how can you be mad at Candace Owens or anyone else for filling a vacuum that they left?
Yeah.
Well, Candace is okay. No. The people with the authority are the ones responsible, and they're the ones who should be held responsible when there's a failure. Not some podcaster, not me, not you, not Candace, the people whose job it is.
I seem to remember other events that, how dare you hurt the families for talking about or questioning. Interesting. There was on the Big 9, there was shaming of people who would ask questions. How dare you? How dare you? Another event, there was shaming. How dare you question this event? How dare you? Well, it's a question of fallacy of authority. Would you rather have a situation where there's a fallacy of authority, right? Where you just are supposed to accept what they say and it doesn't matter what you think and it doesn't matter if there's questions, you just accept it. Is that world better than a world where, okay, yeah, you can have some grifters that question everything? I'd rather have the world where there's a few schizo, retarded conspiracy people versus the world where no one can ask any questions about events and you just accept whatever known liars for decades tell you. I mean, who's really more damaging? And that's the thing about the piety signaling, the moral, fagging, the one-upping, all of that. It's like, well, who's actually the one that's more dangerous in these scenarios? the establishment with all the guns and the weapons and the power and the bioweapons and all the taxation powers, or a handful of internet retarded schizos? Like, who's the real threat here? Oh, clearly the radicalized internet schizos are the real problem. Just like the ortho bros are the real problem in the Orthodox Church world. It's not dozens of liberal bishops and clergy throughout the world or whatever. That's not the real problem. It's not pushing Skittles on kids. No, it's ortho bros who want to debate on the internet. The central, just like the FBI says that white supremacists are the number one terror threat in America. Not all of these insane Somali Islamic imported goblins. No, that's not. The real threat is white people. You notice in every situation, the left and the establishment and their lackeys, the fake right wing, always make the worst people into the Christian conservative white men. That's the worst person on the planet, even though everyone knows that the actual on the ground reality in the world is the opposite. And the whole system is constructed on these lies. Okay, let's get back to Tucker here, and then we'll open it up to calls with John. Did you want to say something since you're in the quay here? The Q, the quay, the qua, que, qual, qui. You're in the queef, John. Go ahead. All right, he can't connect. We'll see what Tuck says.
And their default assumption was we acted alone. Really? Why do you think that? What about life?
John, did you want to say something? Unmute. Are you there? We can't hear you, dog.
Suggests that people typically act alone. When was the last time you acted alone in anything? I don't go, right? So A. B.
I think Tucker's point was that why is it always this narrative of a lone gunman, right? It's like, well, if it is a lone gunman, and it could be, that is possible. If it's a lone gunman, then why were there all of these other trans advocates saying that Charlie Kirk will regret what happens in the next few days, right? I mean, why? That's a fair question. That's like, as Tucker points out, it's no different than saying, well, how did these certain people know to place shorts before 9/11, right? To benefit from the events beforehand.
We know that people had foreknowledge of this because they posted about it on X and said Charlie Kirk is going to be killed on this date, and he was.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But were they just guessing? Was it a guessing thing where every day they posted that?
Maybe. Have those people been interviewed? Have they been hauled into FBI HQ and had a long conversation with how they knew that? Like, let's get really specific. Why did you post that? Who have you talked to? Like, if I were doing this investigation, because I spent my whole life doing non-criminal investigations called journalism, like, what do we know is true? How do we find out? Call everybody, be open-minded. It's like it's the same process. If I was doing this investigation, they would be at the very top of the list. We know, because we've got public postings on Twitter, that people know, just like on 9/11. We know people bet against American Airlines and the banks that were in the World Trade Centers. They shorted those stocks. Those people clearly had foreknowledge of 9/11. Who were those people? We still don't know. So I would start there.
But so you're saying that just the fact that there could possibly be some foreknowledge should be investigated?
Well, there was foreknowledge because I saw the tweets. And so I saw at least two that said, everything's going to change when Charlie Kirk gets to.
Yeah, I mean, and I saw that. Everybody saw that as well, I think, if they remember.
The college in Utah.
Okay.
So those people, I'm not saying they're part of a conspiracy, but there's evidence that they had foreknowledge. Okay, so that's where you begin. And then I could go on. Like, tell me how this guy who seemed normal became a radical trans furry murderer?
Well, I don't see why that is implausible. That seems very plausible. People go to college and get radicalized every day.
It's not enough to tell me, oh, trans.
By the way, I don't agree with everything that Tucker says. I totally disagree with Tucker's take on Roger Ver and Bitcoin Cash. I disagree with some of Tucker's takes on his ideas of what's going on with alien stuff. So I don't have any problem disagreeing at times with Tucker. So he's just a Tucker cucker. He's a Tucker cuck. I don't follow any of the face lords. I have my own information and stuff that I do. I just found this interesting in the last few days because the entire freaking internet is only talking about this. So you cannot get away from it. Your whole, if you log into Twitter, all you see is people talking about, Candace and what's going on with her, and everybody's react. So there's no way around this. Like, might as well talk about it since the whole freaking world's talking about it.
I'm not pro-trans, by the way.
But was that the guy or his boyfriend?
Well, exactly right. Tell me how this guy became so radicalized that he murdered a stranger. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I want an explanation.
Yeah, I mean, you can easily, through your passions, be demonized, and within a few years of college or a few months of college, be converted into some goblin.
Explanation for how it happened. Why wouldn't I?
I agree.
But why do people like Candace so much? She's an amazing broadcaster, yes, because they sense in her she might be wrong. Is she lying to me? Not on purpose. They sense the purity of her intent. That's the truth. And I can say, as someone who's dealt with government officials my whole life, I'm not vouching for everything Candace claims. I don't even know a lot of what she claims because I'm working on other stuff, and it makes me sad also. But the point is, do I trust Candace more than I trust your average DOJ official? Are you joking? It's not even close, dude.
Yeah. Skippy Red says for $2, this will snowball into another Voldemort situation. I was just thinking that because I saw some lawyers commenting that it's plausible that Candace, the lawyer was saying that she might have overstepped the line with implying or casting it like all of these people were involved in the assassination without hard evidence. Now, I'm not saying that she doesn't have evidence. Maybe she does, and she's actually, because she does this thing where she tends to act like she has this stuff and to wait to see if people will challenge her on it, and then she drops it, right? Text messages or whatever. So maybe she has some incriminating evidence that somebody gave her or something. That's possible. Or perhaps, this is a situation where the TPUSA and Erica Kirk will argue that she went over the line and said too much in terms of implication, because as we said at the beginning of the live stream, you can say, allegedly this happened, or it's my opinion that these people are, creeps or whatever, but you can't say someone is guilty of criminal activity if you don't have proof. That's where the legal where you can be called into question legally.
Okay, let's look at the tweets that he's talking about. So there are people that had foreknowledge of what was going on with Charlie Kirk. We've all learned the hard way that when tech companies say they care about privacy, they reach to you by giving away your most personal. This one right here says, funny if someone like Charlie Kirk got shot on September 10th, LMAO.
This is one of the trans posters, if you guys remember, from back when the event happened. This was like a day or two before.
And this was posted September 3rd. This person, this is an image that this person is saying Donald Trump, December 14th. And then this person said, it'd be funny if somebody like Charlie Kirk got shot on September 10th, LMAO. And that was posted on September 3rd. Here is another image. This one here saying, sorry. Maybe I got these mixed up here. Okay. No, I got those mixed up. I'm sorry. I can't see. It's too small. And I'm actually, and retweeting himself. So people seem to have foreknowledge. This is the only 4 that we could find right now. A lot of them have been scrubbed from the internet. But the 2 important ones that I wanted to show you are there. And that's the one from Omar and Osamu. And now they're trying to change, and there's Egyptian planes that just happen to be there. But then they eventually flip the script and say, oh, it was just these trans furries. It's like they were looking for which narrative is the public going to buy? Who are they?
So let's take a pause here for a second. And I want to see. I'm trying to remember what Crowder's response. I think he made a video responding to some of the plane stuff.
Parker Boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you.
Candace Owens is an evil cunt. Just as I was about to go live on air, I was made aware, and you guys can correct me if I'm getting anything wrong, because this is coming in live. Candace Owens outright saying, and I want to be careful with my words here because she's not, and I know she'll give herself an out and say that's not what I was implying. But you watch this clip in its entirety, and it seems pretty blatant that she's saying, and people are interpreting it this way, which is also important, that the Trump administration, not whatever it was, we went from underground Jew tunnels, Mossad, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk.
I just really needed to just take a breather and really process everything that happened with Charlie and what it kind of means in terms of where we are. And I think it is a circumstance where we just know. We just know that he was truly betrayed.
I'm trying to figure out if this is the video where he talks about the planes. There was a response he made on the planes. I can't remember if this is it or not.
In one of the most egregious ways that
I would say that Candace does seem to go from one conspiracy to the next, which I think can be if she wanted to have more credibility with what she's trying to argue, then she should kind of not just go from one conspiracy to the next, because that makes it look like it's all over the place. You know what I mean? I'm just giving my attempt at an objective critique. Yeah, I just talked about Tucker talking about the airplanes. The Egyptian planes. We literally just covered that like 2 minutes ago.
I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock it off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature.
I mean, this is not the best argument. I mean, there could be some points to that. There could be something to this, but I mean, I don't think Israel killed James Jesus Angleton. He was just such an Israel-phile that they gave him I think they named several things after Angleton, right? But also he was involved in aiding Israel in that operation. According to the JFK documents that came out, last year, there was a relationship between him and Israel and a backdoor channel to give information and intel to the Mossad. So, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily killed him. So, I mean, this is just it's not a very solid line of argumentation.
And they sign off after they murder you. You're like holiday in a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard is not going to be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th, you guys.
Charlie Kirk Boulevard is going to be in the Israel ghetto. Is that like that's where all the Israeli players? That's going to be in a damn ghetto over there. Does Israel have a ghetto? Like, are there that many is there even black people in Israel to have a ghetto? I don't even know.
Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks.
Hey, dude, I'm over here on Charlie Kirk Boulevard. Man, I got pulled over there. They racist, man. Them cops racist on Charlie Kirk Boulevard. Okay. I thought this was a video where he talks about the planes. I'm not sure
about it, because you know who else would have to be involved? And this is the implication, of course, by design. And you can see the response with people out there saying, oh, well, then anyone who's close to, this is an inside job. You know who's really close to President Trump? And you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife, Erica Kirk, who has now been put, Candace, with that language, with this accusation, has put the wife of Charlie Kirk, and she'll say, that's not what I tried to do. It is. It's the result. Erica Kirk.
So, now it has progressed to this, which led to Tim Pool having a crash out.
Candace Owens hated Charlie Kirk. And I was surprised to hear this, but I received a tip. Several prominent conservatives have confirmed to me and my crew that Candace Owens had been going around shortly before he died, within the months before his death, saying that she hated him. Now, I wonder if she really hated him. Maybe she was just scornful, second wife syndrome. Maybe she actually really loved him, but when he chose Erica over her, she became resentful and angry.
I mean, it's crazy how this is all now turned into like face lord drama. We went from high profile political assassination and now it's like face lord drama. You know what I mean? But again, whether you like Candace or not, she figured out how to crack the code of media. And like, I guess Alex did this a long time ago. Like, you put yourself into the story and then you become the story. Insert yourself into the story and then you're the story. Whether you like it or not, that's where it's at. And that's how media works. I don't really like that. It says, that unfortunately most people are not intelligent and they would much rather watch daytime TV drama, right? Versus actually trying to get to the truth. But that's fallen humanity. Fallen humanity's always going to love Jerry Springer over, I don't know, reading. People will, 1 million people watch Jerry Springer. 2 people are going to read your 500-page book on 9/11. Right? Literally, nobody can even read anymore, dude. Like, nobody's going to read a 100-page book. I call all of the people that have taken over what do you mean face lord? That's my joke. We were joking about this in Jamie's chat the other day, like attack of the face lords. Okay. Even in apologetics, dude, remember like in apologetics, if you go back to say the era of like 2008 to 2017, okay, apologetics online was dominated by very academic, very scholarly stuff. And from about the last 2 to 3 years, that's gone. There's no more high tier apologetic stuff that deals with academic stuff. It is all literal low tier Jerry Springer level stuff. Look at, for example, the garbage that Trent Horn tried to offer up as a refutation of orthodoxy. It's just low. And then the response, when I put up clips, the 30-second clips that I put up laughing at Trent Horn are full of Roman Catholics, Latinos, gonna tell them, oh, look at this dude, man, he's freaking dumb, dude. Look at this Dyer dude. You just believe what the Pope says when the Pope says it, bro. What's the problem with that? It's like all just 80 IQ now. It's all 30-second. It's been TikTokized. And I blame Voice of Sleazen, because he grew his TikTok with just crap 30, 60-second. They have TikTokized apologetics to be 80 IQ people just repeating garbage anytime you make serious argumentation. So in the dozens of comments of Roman Catholics when I put my Instagram reel up, none of them, not one of them could even understand what the argument was about epistemology, just looking for what's the epistemic standard for when it's papally binding, when it's not. Bro, what the fuck you talking about, dude? ASA, freaking like the Pope or whatever, dude. Just follow the Pope, dude. That's it. That's all it was. Dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens. Latino Catholics, bro, we gonna take over, dude. The fuck, look at the Pope, bro. Freaking the Pope, bro. Do you want some more Chiefs? Do you want some more Chiefs with that, bro? That is what apologetics is now. It's 80 IQ, refried beans, dude. That's it. Apologetics is refried beans. Yes, I would like more chips, by the way. And some more salsa. Do you like more salsa, bro? The keys, dude. The keys, man. When is it infallible? When they tingle the keys, bro? Hey, say when you jingle the keys, bro. Mocking is a sin. No, you saying mocking is a sin against the laws of anti-retardation on my channel. So you can get lost. You could take a hike to the border, bro. You could get lost, bro. Head on back to make a run for the border. Remember the old Taco Bell commercials? We got Taco Bell apologetics. Apologetics has been Taco Bell-sized. Make a run for the border. Hey, bro, what you mean about epistemic? The fuck is that, bro? What that mean, dude? Hey, say, all I know is like, Santa Muerte, pray for me, Santa Muerte. And I'm not just picking on Latinas, all of my big booty Latinas. I'm not just picking on them. I'm talking also about the Congo Aquinas crowd out there. Talking about them too. We are at garbage tier, dude. It's over. The apologetics is done. Episteme, bro. You don't let the Pope, bro. What's your problem is, dude? Oh, bro. What's the problem with just saying it's infallible when it's infallible, bro? What's the problem? What does that even mean, dude? Episteme. It's over, dude. It's over. Just give up. Apologetics is done. The only people that are going to stay in that religion are just the tards. So they can just have it. They can go touch bus, man. So the same thing is happening in this world of the face lords. Welcome to the aeon of the face lord. The era of high IQ apologetics, atheist debates where we get into tag and we get into the universals and the logi. Dude, that's done. Ain't none of these people gonna ever even know what you're talking about. This is the era of the face lord. It is the era of Jerry Springer. Okay, it's the era of Sally Jesse Raphael returned. It's the era of Morton Downey Jr. returned. It's the era of Ricky Lake returned. Things come in cycles, dog. Things come in cycles. And the new cycle is no longer the news cycle. The new cycle is the aeon of the face lord. Every day when you click onto the internet will fill your screen with the faces of the face lords. You will only see Tim Pool, Candace, Tucker, Fuentes, the face lords. Welcome to the aeon of the face lord. We have now taken over your internet. Every screen will only be the faces of the face lords. This is a new aeon. Everyone denying the aeon of the face lord shall be crushed. Welcome to the aeon of the face lord. And it applies to apologetics as well.
Sour Grapes, trying to find a reason why something was wrong with him. And she chose a different life. I look at everything she's doing now. She's attacking Erica Kirk directly.
The other thing, too, is once it all shifts into the Face Lord soap opera, there's no way to tell what the heck's going. Like, we'll never figure it. It's just going to turn into who's got the next episode. On Days of Our Face Lord drama. Days of... What's the stupid ass soap operas? Days of Our Lives, Face Lord Lives, Days of Our Face Lord Lives. And next week on Days of Our Face Lord Lives, it's just going to be, turns out, so-and-so was actually sleeping with so-and-so the entire... It's like, it's all soap opera, dude. It's over. So, I'm sorry if you thought it was going to be intellectual and you were going to get... Dude, it's over. It's time for, what's some more, we got to come up with some more soap operas. Face Lords of Our Lives. Face, boop, 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 boop. What are the old soap operas called? It's soap operas, mixed with daytime TV, Ricky Lake, you know what I'm saying? Morton Downey Jr., Sally Jessa Raphael, Phil Donahue, mixed with soap opera, mixed with conspiracy theory. It's the weirdest mix ever, dude. Young and the Restless. Okay, I need one that fits with Face Lord. Guiding Light. No, that didn't work. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I can't even remember the names of soap operas other than like Days of Our Lives or whatever. Face Lords of Our Lives.
Grieving widow who has to now deal with a life without a husband and a father for her children. And the question is, why would Candace do this? Why would Candace accuse Turning Point staffers, Charlie Kirk's best friends, of being in on the plot to murder him or even attack his wife? If she really cared about Charlie as much as she claims, she'd want to protect his legacy. She'd want to create a better future, or at least help in whatever way she could, create a better future for Charlie's children than his grieving widow instead.
Is this where I'm looking for the part where he screams. Is this
capacity?
I have one.
This isn't where he screams. Let's see if this is it.
Of course, I was shocked by Bibi Netanyahu coming out right away and saying I didn't kill him. Like that so totally makes you look not guilty. I don't know if you felt, Jimmy, that.
This isn't it. Oh, maybe this is it. Candace is.
There's an article that came out. There was a shooting. Dollar program to be correct.
Reported the following.
I like this of emails. Go home. The next stupid because it largely just right. Who reported a burglary at one of his.
Now, where's the screaming rant, dude? That's what I'm trying to find.
Not safe for work.
For that, but don't
go.
DM me like I did something for you as you cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the.
I'm done with these people.
She has security just on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no.
You shall now feel the wrath of the era of the Face Lord.
Barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give two f***ing. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my f***ing property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating.
Okay, anyway. So, everyone is angry. The whole internet is talking about. Let's see what Jimmy Dore says about it.
The conspiracies surrounding his assassination.
Really? You talked about all of the conspiracies? Did you talk about the biggest conspiracy that a single lone nut guy was able to get on the roof without any security seeing him, without a drone seeing him, was able to put together a rifle, put the scope on, set it up, take a shot with no one seeing him, except somebody did see him. People in the crowd saw him. Guess who didn't? The cops didn't see him. The security team didn't see him. The head of the security team didn't see him. Nobody saw him except people in the crowd. Did you ask about that?
I wonder if the Israel Sabbath book that Charlie Kirk is putting out, or that they're posthumously putting out, was that something that is intended to shore up the questions about his support of Israel? Or was he still just leaning into it? That's the thing that's an interesting question here.
So here she is. She's going to do a promo for this interview coming up, and let's watch how funny it is, because it's pretty funny.
I just sat down for an hour with Erica Kirk.
Whatever you do, don't focus on her hands, because it'll distract you and you won't hear what she's saying. But anyway, I
love that she's walking.
And she's doing a walk and talk. Because she's very busy. She's
in the newsroom. Oh, yeah.
She's so busy. She's a real gumshoe reporter. She's on her way to probably blow the roof off the establishment lies. Anything. Here we go.
I just sat down for an hour with Erica Kirk, and we talked about everything. We talked about what was going through her head when she stood on that stage and forgave her husband's alleged murderer. We talked about all of the conspiracies surrounding him.
Did you ask her why was it so easy for her to be able to forgive the guy she says killed her husband, but she has all this hate, vitriol, and fire for the people trying to find out who actually did it? Did you ask that, why she can't forgive them? No, I don't think so. But what? Don't watch her hands.
Assassination. And of course,
so again, whatever you think of all this, like post the Big 9 event, given so much deception and lying from the establishment, how can you blame people for, not believing stuff?
They may have employed some mafia connections to carry it out because that was their
That's all known. We all know that's true.
mafia assassination
Exactly.
program.
LBJ was very involved in all that in Dallas. And so
He was an evil man.
He was an evil man. Okay, what about Pearl Harbor?
They knew the attack was coming. They knew where it was going to happen in Pearl Harbor and when. And they told no one, and they let it happen on purpose.
How else were you going to get Americans to be on the side of this war that had nothing to do with us? Which brings us to 9/11. Your opinion?
My opinion, as a criminal investigator, as a former CI officer, 9/11 was not the act of a bunch of poorly flight-trained terrorists that executed an unbelievably meticulous piloting of those aircraft.
So you get the idea with Kevin's ship. So you're saying that Candace thinks the CIA is credible. Well, I think she needs to. I need to see the clip because this is saying basically the CIA is not credible. So maybe she means specific people within the CIA, like Kevin Ship. JB Peltier, the news cycle is Candace's show tonight to see what she was saying, and I watched the debate between her and Piers. That got pretty spicy. So let me play a little bit of the second. It doesn't get spicy until the last half. So listen to some of this. It's pretty interesting. I might also do a little bit of analysis from the vantage point of debate because it's not so much that it's interesting in terms of the content because we're not really getting anything other than Candace defending herself, Piers, doing the same old thing where he calls into question people's motives. Very low tier kind of debate strategies, but there are a few places here and there where it gets interesting from a debate perspective.
Best way to categorize it or changed
No,
some
I
of
never
your
said
mind?
that. I just presented it. Well, the only thing that I clarified on my podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought that he was using a nickname that was his middle name. And actually his real name is Michael, like first name Michael, because I was like trying to find something and I was like, oh, maybe he's actually using his middle name. So that's what I clarified on my podcast.
And you were given
Beyond
call
that,
logs, is
I
that right?
presented.
You were shown call logs? You were shown call logs?
They gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs and I gave it to the public. That's it. I mean, they're saying this, and then the public obviously comes
So
back
do you
and says,
believe
well, how do we know
Mikey
that these are-
McCoy had any prior knowledge of Charlie's murder?
I can't say that he had prior knowledge of the murder unless I have something concrete. I can't say anything about prior knowledge. What I can say is...
And so this is, again, back to the evangelical, New Apostolic Reformation, Calvary Chapel, TPUSA church branch of the corporation, right? So that's why this, I think, is most interesting, not because I have some specific theory necessarily about what happened. It is interesting that everybody knows Charlie was beginning to question the Israeli backing. So that could suggest a possible motivation. But that's not enough to nail anything down. And as we know, post Big 9 event and post Sandy event, what ends up happening is that everything is essentially just sort of shut down to where you're not allowed to say beyond a certain point this or that. And so there's a lot of parallels with the Big 9 with SH, and Piers will even bring that up. In fact, towards the end of this debate, Piers says, you're just the new Alex Jones talking about SH. And that's interesting because we had a similar conversation. Not that I think that it's inherently wrong to question things, but Piers alleges that Alex made millions of dollars from questioning SH. I don't think that's true. That's preposterous. they might have had a few spikes in clicks at a certain period within the year. But there's no way that even a few spike in clicks makes you tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. It's just preposterous to then be hit with $1 billion judgment. I mean, it's insane. So to then immediately try to steer Candace into that is a bit much, even if Candace is not being the most convincing with. I think the biggest mistake Candace is making from my perspective is when she constantly gets to saying things like, and I've listened to her show for an entire week for the first time. I think prior to this, I'd only listened to one of her shows about Bibi Netanyahu and his background of having multiple identities, which was a good show, raised really good questions. I've seen her, debate Rabbi Shmuley and this kind of stuff, but I'd not watched the entire podcast until this week because I was interested to get into what's actually going on here and seeing if I could get to any kind of a thesis. Of course, I have no idea what's going on, but I am noticing a lot of patterns with previous high-profile media events going back to the Big Nine and having questioned media since 2002 and 3 is when I began to sort of entertain alternative views, including JFK, including RFK, including the Big Nine, including all these other events. So, I'm 20, how many years deep into conspiracy theories, quote unquote, 20, we'll say 25 years in now, pretty much. So if Candace gets a toenail wrong, right, they're going to go after her and say that she says she has to be very careful and very precise about all the things she claims. And from my assessment, as a debate person, whom some think is talented at debate, I'll let you decide if you think that. Her weakest point is that she constantly goes back to things like, this is just what I feel. I feel like this is wrong. I feel like somebody's involved. I get a sense that I feel that this, that. Now, that's okay for a detective to have that, but that doesn't prove anything. If you bring that to a debate, all that proves is that you've had that feeling. That's it. So it's called a psychological report. It's not really. Now, doesn't mean you can't follow a hunch or have a hunch, but hunches just don't do anything in a debate or in a setting. And I'm not saying that she's even wrong about questioning the planes and whatnot. Lord Voldemort mentioned the planes today. His thesis was that that's a nothing burger. But it could relate to foreign intelligence agencies utilizing other intelligence agencies or other nation states. Think about the USS Liberty. In that case, Israel utilized Egypt as a cover. So this is not out of the realm of possibility. And Candace is correct in another point critiquing Piers Morgan, which is that Piers only recently, when it became popular, switched to being critical of Israel. Prior to that, he was a rabid defender of Israel last year, and then flipped on that once the majority popular opinion flipped against Israel. So I don't think Piers Morgan has a track record of being some sort of pioneer when it comes to opinions until they're the majority opinion. He's a pioneer of majority opinions, so we'll put it that way. But let's analyze some of this from a debate perspective.
What happened on that day? Mikey's behavior is weird on that day. I find it weird, like I said in the podcast yesterday.
We're also going to see, by the way, I noticed as I watched this whole show today, several fallacies that Piers makes. And that's not to say that Candace is completely without fallacious reasoning, but in this discussion, in this debate, Piers had a couple good questions and a couple good touches, but overall, I would say 60%, 70% of Piers' argumentation was fallacious, would be a debate violation. And, Piers has not fared well since his Fuentes debate.
Okay, that what has been communicated to the public is like he called Erica instantly. First thing he did was call Erica instantly. And that's actually the call logs show that he didn't call Erica
But
instantly.
what are you suggesting
he called
about
his
this
wife
guy?
instantly, and then he had 3
as you
ways.
know, when you've got a
and
massive
then
platform,
and then
but
showing
Candace,
his call log
here's the
showed that
problem.
Blake Neff actually
You have
didn't
a
tell the truth about what happened on that day.
But here's the problem.
So this is a kind of a sneaky tactic of Piers here, because what Candace has done is consistently raise questions. The questions do have implications. They do imply that these people are involved in some sort of a cover-up. She doesn't have to state a vast, intricate theory to ask those questions. In other words, I could ask questions about the Big 9 event without knowing every single detail and exactly what transpired on the day of 9/11 or afterwards. I can ask questions like, why was this firm allowed to come in and, inspect the building and, install these mysterious objects? Why was, the PNAC document written for this express purpose of a new Pearl Harbor? Why? I can ask those questions, and then for somebody to turn around and say, well, where is the perfect explanation of everything that went down? And if you don't have that, why are you asking these questions? I don't have to have a perfect explication of everything that went down or how, or some grand theory. So this is a bit of a sneaky tactic that Piers keeps relying on here.
Candace, you have a massive platform, as you know. Millions and millions of people hang on your every word. When you devote a large part of an entire episode to the strange behavior of Charlie Kirk's chief of staff, you are putting a target on the guy's back. You're inferring he has something to do with this.
Well, in the case of high-profile events, everybody is going to be investigated, looked at. There will be a lot of suspicions. Just like when there is a murder between a couple, in most cases, the immediate suspect is the other spouse. So that's like saying it's not fair to people around the person, the spouse of the person that was murdered. It's not fair for you to go and look. I'm not saying that means that Erica Kirk did anything. I'm just saying that that is the mindset of most people in the criminal, justice world, in the investigation world. They immediately begin to look at the circles directly around the person, and obviously that would be the spouse. Now, I'm not saying that Erica Kirk had anything to do with it. I don't know that. I'm just saying that Piers' tactic is just to constantly shift the discussion into you're bad, and how dare you. And that's exactly what he's always kind of done.
Or something to do with some cover-up.
And that it's a really sly technique because it dupes normies. Normies are all about personal drama. Normies want to debate you. And I know this from vast personal experience. How many people want to debate how I'm mean? I said this in a mean way. Oh, you made this fat joke about Ibarra. Look how mean and unchristlike. Oh, all this piety signaling, all to distract and deflect from the actual argument that's being made. Okay, let's set aside. Let's say I'm the meanest person. Okay, how does that solve unum sanctum compared with Vatican II? Okay, because you can say all day long that I mean. Fine, I mean. Now, what's the answer? But you'll notice that this slimy tactic is always to make it about the persons, debating the person, debating their motives. And I think people are beginning to figure out, now that debate is becoming so popular the last several years online, people are beginning to figure out that when you start debating and bringing up motives, that's the most gay, soy, effeminate thing. Because no one could prove or disprove a motive unless you have explicit evidence of me saying, ha ha ha, I shall dupe them all. I will pretend to be Orthodox. I will pretend to be a theist. And I will show them, even though I have bad motives, ha 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 ha. Unless you have texts saying that, it's all subjective. Well, I feel like Dyer's mean, so he must be bad in his motivations. He must be bad faith because I get a bad feeling when he talks. Like, none of that has anything to do with what's true and false. So deflecting into motives is not just, by the way, a low soy tier level of debate. It's normie level debate. It's also a tactic of Piers and his boomer audience, right? This is also a boomer thing. If you got into debates with boomers love to shift into the motives, right? Because they're basically normies as well.
But whatever it is you're inferring, you know what you're doing when you do that. When you saw Erica Kirk, did you say to her that you believe there's something suspicious about Michael McCoy? Was she able to explain to you why there isn't? Or does she share your view that he is somehow complicit in this in some way?
Well, we actually dedicated more time to speaking about his father, who I think it's strange to me that man calls himself a pastor. I communicated fully that everything about that man makes my skin crawl. I think he's a bad person. I think he's involved with bad people. And this is obviously, like, Mikey's his son. And, I asked a bit about Rob McCoy and Mikey McCoy's relationship. I would just like to be clear. I am not going to be emotionally conditioned to believe that asking questions when we aren't getting any answers is the crime itself.
And again, we have to stress, as we have pointed out, because not many people delve into the topic of Pentagon pastors, as we'll call it, military-industrial complex pastors. There's a vast, legitimate history in terms of questioning that relationship. Now, I don't know how much Candace knows about that, but she did do a podcast maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago, which we mentioned on one of my live streams, because that's the first thing that really caught my attention about this whole debacle, was her talking about evangelical black ops pastors and the Pentagon's totally tight relationship going back to the Cold War, going back to the Reagan moral majority era, going back to Iran-Contra, going back to, when the CIA wanted to literally co-opt evangelicals and use them as a form of soft power and as a form of money laundering, weapons, trafficking in other countries, et cetera, through the cover of missionaries, evangelical, aid relief stuff. Basically the same stuff that everybody kind of figured out with Doge investigation into, some of those government NGOs and whatnot. All that stuff is very shady. So there's nothing wrong with questioning that. However, most of the normie world still doesn't put two and two together. They've heard about crazy pastors. They've heard about Jimmy Swaggart, weeping and, oh, forgive me, God, forgive me. Right, or whatever he was up to with hose or whatever. They've heard about who was the meth head pastor under the Bushes, the gay meth head spiritual pastor, I forget his name. So people have heard of corrupt megachurch pastors, but they haven't put two and two. Nobody's really figured out. The dam has not yet broken on megachurch pastors or non-denominational ministries and the Pentagon and the deep state, which is very real. And I've talked about it for over a decade, many, many years, going back to, I don't know, I think the first time I really encountered this idea with some sort of like academic pedigree was reading about the CIA and its connection to evangelical churches in the Cold War and them using it for soft power. That led me to reading about, I think, I'm going from memory here, I think Mark David Chapman at one point spent time doing mission work under some sort of bizarre, CIA evangelical Pentagon operation. Then I studied deeply into Coney 2012. Why was the evangelical outreach ministry across every college campus in America suddenly promoting the Coney 2012 Pentagon AFRICOM operation? Well, it turns out right around that time, F. William Engdahl puts out a book called Lost Hegemon, and he discusses the intimate relationship between the Pentagon and Campus Crusade for Christ. So although Campus Crusade is not the same thing as TPUSA and its TPUSA church branch or franchise, whatever, corporate franchise, it's basically the same stuff. When you get into the history of the Calvary Chapel, lo and behold, turns out many of the Calvary Chapel elites, founders, are gay alien channelers and working for the CIA, literally, as well as black ops in Vietnam, all kinds of stuff. If you read Dave McGowan's book, so people do not still put this together. They think this is just too crazy, but it's real. It doesn't mean, because I know exactly what every normie and dum-dum is going to say. Oh, he's saying every Protestant pastor is a spy. He's saying every Protestant pastor works for the government. Did I say that? No, I said this does exist. There's many on-record cases of it existing. But it doesn't mean that every pastor. But it means that it is very worthwhile to raise questions about these shady, ridiculous organizations, including ones that claim to have new apostles. That is a huge giveaway right there. That tells you right away, especially if you're Orthodox, okay, that's just con men. Hello? Like, this shouldn't even be, you should know that right away. Anyone claiming to be a new apostle and to have gibbering charismatic gifts is full of it. And they're either deluded or they're con men. We have a long history, too, of evangelical mega churches, non-denominational churches being set up for money laundering. We just talked about, within the last few weeks, several giant evangelical cults busted for drug trafficking, human exploitation, human trafficking, you name it. So to act like that is far-fetched, it doesn't exist, this is exactly what they did with satanic ritual abuse, which if you talked about it, oh, it doesn't exist, oh, he's crazy, he thinks everybody's a Satanist. Just because people go crazy with stuff and go to the extreme doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The crime was when Charlie got shot in the neck. So,
but you've already said, you've already said though. You told
the easiest way to remove, the easiest way, let me finish. You can't ask me questions, not let me finish.
You're contradicting what you've just said to me.
But you have to.
You said to me earlier,
what did I contradict?
You said you gave two names of people in the Turning Point organization that you believe are complicit in some way. You gave those names, but you wouldn't name them because it wouldn't be right to do that. But you did name this guy, Mikey McCoy, who was the chief of staff.
Because his actions are strange. You're two different things. I really, Piers, I think you're having trouble holding on to two buckets of thought here, okay? You said, in regards to someone that was complicit in murder, that is a very serious allegation. I gave them names of people that would not surprise me if they did have foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's murder. You are now shifting gears and you're asking me about Mikey McCoy and why I am raising red flags about his behavior on that day. Because I believe his behavior on that day was weird. I think it's painfully obvious that his behavior was weird. I don't know people that don't duck when it's...
And I think McCoy is the one that we're talking about, is this sort of big TPUSA megachurch guy, right? Is that correct? I don't know, John, if you have any input on that. I think that's the guy that we have already discussed. Is that him? By the way, Liberty University he must be, is he the kid of the person? I don't know who we're talking, who is who, but I mean, Liberty University is actually also one of these Cold War era evangelical outfits that was one of the bastions of the moral majority CIA Pentagon connection, particularly through particularly through who's the fat preacher? I don't know, I'm going blank tonight. The smug preacher, moral majority preacher. This Jerry Falwell, right? Liberty University, Jerry Falwell. This is all Pentagon CIA stuff, 100%. What's up, John?
Moral majority, Jimmy Swaggart.
What?
I said moral majority with Jimmy Swaggart.
He was also part of the, I mean, the face of it was Falwell.
Yeah, Falwell. And then earlier you were thinking of Ted Haggard.
Yes, Ted Haggard is the meth head, George Bush spiritual advisor, who was caught with gay prostitutes.
World Vision is what Mark David Chapman worked for.
World Vision, exactly. Yes, which was used by intelligence agencies for covers and operations during the Cold War. And Ted Haggard is the one that was caught with gay prostitutes when he was a George Bush spiritual advisor during the Bush administration on meth, by the way. So megachurch pastors have they never failed to disappoint. They always live up to the expectations. And a lot of these people are compromised. A lot of these people are very sus. But I can give you guys one of the books that discusses this. So one book is Lost Hegemon by Ingdahl. And this is the first book that I saw kind of deal with the idea of evangelical megachurches being tied to and being used by Pentagon, military-industrial complex, etc. This became very evident during the Coney 2012 operation. And then another book that covers it is Thy Will Be Done, about the Rockefellers. Thy Will Be Done, The Conquest of the Amazon. I think that's it. And this
and
is go ahead.
One I recommend that I've been reading is The Evangelicals by Francis Fitzgerald, and it's called The Rise to Power and the Struggle for Power in America. That's got some interesting political stuff in there with the evangelicals.
John, did you get a chance to hear any of the stream last night on Burton Hirsch's book?
No, I haven't. I was actually, before I knew you were going to do a stream today, that was my next thing to listen to.
You're going to enjoy that. I know I'm not as attractive as Sweet Candy, but I mean, I'm a diva on the come up. So when I get my lip fillers and I get my face redid and my Brazilian butt lift, there's going to be a new diva in town for media. That's all I got to say.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Good. Here is the book John's talking about, Evangelical Struggle to Shape America by Francis Fitzgerald. So let's get back to a little bit more of this debate here where'd it go? Here we go.
Was he complicit?
So I'm pointing. I'm sorry that I have eyes, and I am agreeing with the public that Mikey McCoy's behavior was weird on that day. Okay, these are two different things. Now, if I'm going to make the an assertion that somebody had something to do with planning this murder, I better be damn sure. And if I said that on my podcast, right? That's all I'm saying. I had never made that claim that Mikey McCoy planned Charlie Kirk's assassination.
No, I think like a lot of the claims you're making, it's difficult to work out what you're actually claiming. You're throwing a lot of mud in the air, including people's names, which immediately then has millions of people chasing after these guys on social media.
Now, there might be some truth to this criticism. Exactly what is going on when we say this person acted suspiciously? Okay, but maybe a little more detail, a little more, info would be good. If I was going to say, if I was in Candace's position, and I haven't kept up with what exactly she said is going on with Mike McCoy or whatever, but so I don't know, but maybe Piers has a point here.
I'm sorry they get caught lying. Like, I'm sorry, what is this? This is like the public is actually being abused, okay? Let's stop pretending that the victim
Are they, or do you just
Rob
want them
McCoy.
to think they are?
No, the public is being abused because you're basically saying, stop noticing that people at Turning Point USA are lying.
No, I'm
How
not.
dare
No, I'm
Candace
not.
and the public know? Yes, you are.
No.
How dare Candace
But when
and the
there's an
public know?
emphatic repudiation of what you're saying.
If Mikey lies and Rob McCoy lies and Blake Neff lies, and yes, all of these people have lied on record after the assassination, and the public goes, hey, that's kind of a weird lie. You're like, how dare you put a target on their back by noticing that they're lying? I mean, what weird psychological operation is this?
Do you believe?
Don't lie.
Okay, but do you
Don't
believe?
lie.
Do you believe Erica Kirk has been lying about it?
No, I have been explicit on my show when people were saying, why aren't you attacking Erica Kirk? I said, because Erica Kirk has not lied. If to the extent that she lies, I will call it out. And that is why I did call out when she lied, okay? When she said Charlie Kirk never received any text messages the night before saying that he was worried about that he was going to get murdered tomorrow. I instantly said, well, here we have it. That's a lie. He definitively did send out text messages to both Dan Flood and Andrew Kolba. And when we met in person, she clarified.
And I'm assuming that is related to why that guy deleted his whole Instagram, the Colbert person. Again, I don't even know who these people are, but like trying to keep up with this stuff is like, all I can say is, look, okay, David Wim Hof wrote a book that is another one of these essential reads for deep state churches. And this one focuses on the Catholic Church, but also it applies absolutely to what we're saying with the evangelical, TPSA crowd, because in Wim Hof's book, he details the doctrinal warfare program, and it was actually declassified in two phases. There was an older 2000s era declassification, then there was a declassification in 2013 or so. So the whole program is now declassified, which means that we know a lot more than even was known back in the 2000s about people like Henry Luce, C.D. Jackson, the usage and recruitment of various Jesuits to participate in the pushing of Americanism and the Americanist agenda at Vatican II. So that's all on record. And I would add, too, that now you see that I'm vindicated even further when we consider the Jewish homosexual man who left the Catholic priesthood after he had helped to draft Nostra Aetate, which all the Vatican II popes have pushed and affirmed. I don't know what else there is. What else can we do and say? If you don't understand at this point that papism is... So the point we're making here with Greg Baum and Vatican II is that it's no different with the evangelical world and the boomer mind matrix control of the boomer evangelical world, particularly through do not question the relationship to the nation state of Israel. Do not ever question dispensationalism, regardless of whether Candace is right on all of her points. That is the crux of this whole issue. All of this is about that, ultimately. Now, who killed Kirk or any of that, I don't know, but ultimately this has to do with breaking the boomer mind matrix.
That, okay, yes, that's real. And we didn't know until you said it because he was using a different app and she was checking his iMessages. So to me, if you lie, you're going to make an enemy of me. Just don't lie. How about that basic requirement to say to...
Also, by the way, the Burton Hirsch book that we got through the first 100 or so pages of last night. And remember, who's Burton Hirsch? He is a journalist and historian of the CFR. So yet another establishment official history writing, confirming not just what's in Tragedy and Hope, but also what's in the John Courtney Murray, David Wim Hof text. We noted several times that Wim Hof was vindicated. Anthony Sutton's research was vindicated with Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution. All kinds of awesome, amazing admissions in the Burton Hirsch text, who is a CFR approved official author and historian. So you can't say you're writing conspiracy theories, you're a tinfoil hat. No, wait a minute. If I'm a tinfoil hat person, that means I'm against the establishment. So who's the establishment? Well, there's nobody more establishment than CFR. So it's actually you that's the tinfoil hat retard. If you're going against me reading people from the CFR, you idiot.
people, don't lie about what happened on that day. Don't lie about what you did on that day, because that's the first clue to investigators that that person should be looked at further.
All right.
Again,
Well,
this is common sense.
Okay, let's move to something else Blake Neff said. He said Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels.
This, I think, Candace would have been better off not speculating about all of these other things. If she wanted to really make a case for skullduggery and, malicious, suspicious activities going all over the place with all these different, that was not the to make. And I say that as somebody who has, over many, many years analyzing these events, made mistakes about big events. Now, doesn't mean that I've gotten everything wrong. It means that you can get details of this or that event wrong. You can be deceived by, this or that detail about what happened at the Big 9 event. Or let's say, for the sake of argument, the hyperfixation at the time of the Big 9 event or thereafter about nanothermite, okay? Let's say, for the sake of argument, that there was no nanothermite and this was a huge distraction. Okay, well, you could be wrong about that and still be right about the rest of the Big 9 event, right? So hyperfixation on details is also and can also be not just a distraction or a red herring, but also a way to get people bogged down in things that aren't the real issue or are fake conspiracies. Conspiracy candy, something that we've talked about on, Afternoon Commute or Boiler Room for the last 10 years, is conspiracy candy. This is this idea that after big events, people love to float all sorts of theories for clicks, for attention, for speculation. And even the establishment has a vast history of putting out fake conspiracies or disinformation. Fake conspiracy theories can be disinformation. I'm not accusing Candace of being disinformation. I don't have evidence of those things yet. But it's something I notice everywhere. People love to jump to conclusions, and this can happen to anyone. It can happen to people in the establishment. They do it all the time. It can happen to normies, and it's very prominent and unfortunate in the conspiracy world. People love to then assume every event is a conspiracy because a previous event was. It may or may not be, and we pointed out how this is a fallacy. It's either Texas sharpshooter fallacy or it's the gambler's fallacy. Both of those fallacies are very popular and very consistent amongst conspiracy theorists. And I'm not even saying that you're a bad person if you engage in that, because we've all done this, especially if we've had our worldview collapse. We've been told a bunch of normie lies. Our worldview collapses. We then start to think everything was a lie. Everything was a conspiracy. Everything is a big psyop. And then everything gets put into a new explanatory narrative. This is just how the human mind works with worldviews. We now have the conspiracy template for, every terror attack is fake. It's all, there are no Muslim terrorists because it's all run by, David Rockefeller or whatever. Well, no, there are insane Muslim lunatics. I'll give you an example. There was a Muslim person that apparently popped off at that liberal Jewish university, Brown University, right? Well, the official story at this point is there was a Muslim person who went insane or whatever, and or we don't know who it was, but they removed one of the teachers who taught Islamic studies as a Palestinian activist or whatever. I can tell you from at my university, before I even looked into or studied Islam at all, we would regularly have Muslim girls who were exchange students having mental freakouts and breakdowns in the library, because I worked in the library. I was a research assistant. I had to help these people look up stuff, figure out how to use Google. I'm not kidding. People didn't know how to use Google. This is like back in 2014. And we would have tons and tons of these exchange students from Saudi Arabia, from you name it, all decked out in their stupid burqas and whatnot. And a lot of these people are mentally unstable. I'm not kidding. And when they come to the US, they get on meds and they go even crazier. So Muslim, Islamic, Arabic peoples do have a tendency to go crazy like this. And it's because the religion is crazy. It's an insane cult. And they will flip out and have just absolute breakdowns in the middle of nowhere for no reason at all in the library. I mean, we had multiple instances of Muslim women crashing out in the library. And so people wonder, well, why would they go stabbing people? Why would they do this kind of stuff? They do it because they're crazy. They flip out. For example, they come here from whatever crap place they're from. They immediately go to, say, the library, and they see, I don't know, some gay dude looking at gay porn on his computer, and they flip out, and then they want to kill people. Okay, I'm not saying that the gay dude should be defended. I'm just saying, like, they can't handle dealing with what they're exposed to when they get here and they go crazy. They flip out. That is real. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I don't have to have conspiracy theories about whether ADIQ Islamic peoples have problems integrating or working with society. I mean, I had to explain to these people how to use Google, and they couldn't figure it out, like how to do a search. So yes, there are retarded, insane people who will flip out and go insane. They short circuit, and you don't even know what's happening. And go ahead, John.
Well, I was just going to say that people in the conspiracy world often short circuit and go insane too. That's definitely something that happens. But also, I mean, obviously back in the day, we used to talk about some wild stuff, but we were just like, that's the thing that always gets called into question is like, oh, you're not allowed to like discuss crazy stuff anymore. And that's what they're trying to do to her in the media, Candace.
Mm-hmm. So elaborate on that. You're saying that the media is basically using this like Lord Voldemort and SH to say that you can't even discuss topics. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, which that was kind of the culmination of it, because if you remember back at the time at that, when that SH happened, the world had kind of caught on to like, hey, something's not right. And then everybody started asking questions. And then from that point on, you got told, hey, wait, you don't ask questions about stuff. And that's really the beginning of that.
Mm-hmm.
That time period was, you could, like, prior to that, I mean, you could speculate all day long about stuff. And even on the, old calls that we used to do, like, we'd speculate about stuff, but we never like said, oh, we believe this one theory. We just would like talk about it. And that was okay back then. But after that one event, it wasn't okay anymore.
Yeah, it turned into you're attacking and hurting people if you discuss questions or have suspicions. I mean, I remember same thing with the supposed bin Laden death. Remember the weird things that didn't add up about the Navy SEALs killing bin Laden in Abbottabad, and that distracted from whatever was going on at the time. Suddenly everybody was cheering because Obama was a hero again because he had killed bin Laden. And there was a lot of weird things that didn't add up with that event. You can't see his body. We buried him at sea. We dumped him off the side of the Navy boat at sea. I mean, just what? Like, just retarded stuff, which didn't make sense. And if you even questioned it, then it turned into, how dare you insult the Navy SEALs who were involved in this heroic effort? And it's like, dude, Navy SEALs have been involved in psyops and deception since day one. There's nothing wrong with me questioning their lies and their stories because they have a motivation to lie if they're told to. If you're owned by the government, especially if you're in the CIA or Navy SEALs or whatever, Black Ops, Spec Ops, you're told to lie. Their number one job for those types of people is deception and lying, you idiots. And then people just automatically default to believing all these people when they're supposedly whistleblowers or when they, how dare you question Chris Kyle? Chris Kyle's American hero, blah, blah, blah. It's like, come on, dude, get out of here with this nonsense. Now they've shifted everything into this weird emotional, you can't question anything. Everything is now up for grabs in terms of reality itself too with AI. But you're also not supposed to question anything. So wait a minute. We're in an era where AI can basically almost fake anything. But I'm also not supposed to question anything because that means I'm mean to the families and you're hurting people. And it's just like, it's all so fake and gay, dude. And by the way, Who is the champion of faking gay? I've been saying faking gay. And which diva is constantly saying faking gay?
At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There's always something new coming up. None of it ever pans out because from the start, there's been nothing there. What do you say to that?
He's lying. And that's the reason why Blake Neff is a suspicious character. I mean, him saying that I pointed to a soccer UVU person is complete fiction. I never had discussed that person on my show. Somebody was asking for a clearer photo of the person on X, and I shared it. No suspicion. Never said this person had anything to do with anything. I never covered him as a suspect on my show of anything at all. Didn't ask for more information on this person. That kid instantly responded and said, oh, those are our school colors, and that was it. And Turning Point tried to turn it into a thing. Why are you doing that? Regarding the Egyptian planes, that's a fact. Why are you saying she said that there was a military Egyptian plane on the ground that day? There was. In fact, there were two. So why are you pretending that that's like a weird thing to notice? And that is why people have been...
So I think, yeah, the original diva right here, the OD original diva. OD original diva. Exactly. The chat is beginning to figure it out. V. Kranich says for $5, DYER. In other words, do you even read? Dyer stands for do you even read? I like it. Yeah, I think we're one of the few remaining people out here that actually does still read books. Everybody else is turning into goober tards. And their minds have been demolished by the TikTok 30-second reel. Woodrill Wilson says for $3, I said the other day in the super chat, they're going to make her into the new Lord Voldemort. Somebody was saying, I bet you Alex and Candace have talked before. Maybe it was you, John. I forget who said that. But, well, yeah, they've done interviews. And Alex was talking the other day, I think yesterday, was saying that he had told Candace what they're going to do, and that seems very plausible. Andrew, $2. Why don't you debate or challenge Need God on the topic of filioque? Well, Need God, first of all, doesn't know anything about the filioque, so he's not going to accept it. And he's the one that limited what he would debate to a very generic, do you believe in faith, salvation by faith or works? I mean, it was just, no, I'm not going to agree to something that stupid and low tier, and it's a poisoning of the well, false premise for a debate. Cyrus Patama, $5. Do you have a live stream video where you go over the Big 9 event? Oh yeah, he asked that yesterday. Yeah, it's on my Rockfin. I think there's 2 where we did pretty significant analyses of the Big 9 event. Pennywitz, $2. $2 for those jaws of steel. Are you talking about me? Because being a skilled yapper, I'll take it. Caleb, $5. Candace asks questions like, Jay, did you stop cheating on your wife yet? That is, of course, that's a classic fallacy, right? It's a loaded question. So if she does do that, we will notice it. Let's see.
Let me ask
about these planes. To his
Let
other
me ask you about the planes.
I'm never allowed to answer a single question that you say in entirety before you move on to the next question.
You can't just keep talking ad infinitum. I'm allowed to ask you another question.
No, it's called answering. You just read an entire statement of multiple points of Blake's.
It's called
I got to the second point, and you're like, let me ask you a question.
No, I want to ask you. No,
Piers, you already asked me a question. I'm trying to answer the question that you asked.
No, I want to ask you a follow-up specifically about the Egyptian planes, given you've now addressed it, which is, where is the evidence that any of these Egyptian planes were tracking Erica Kirk?
I am going to be publishing the full document because there's not even just 2 planes. There's actually 4 planes that have been flying in, and I should be more thorough because I realize that the spreadsheet I posted, can I just please, without you cutting me off, answer one thing? Okay, thank you. These Egyptian planes, more broadly speaking, now that we have gone deeper onto the planes, recognizing that the reaction to them is not normal, what we can say is that these Egyptian planes are tied to Israel. They've been flying in and out of Israel with their transponder off for years. But regarding the Turning Point USA picture, more broadly speaking, Turning Point USA faith, okay? Obviously, Erica has been...
So this is the section of the franchise corporation that deals with the churches. So there's TPUSA and then there's TPUSA Faith. So she's talking about that.
Involved in a lot of the church stuff. It's not specifically tracking just Erica. It's Turning Point faith events, broadly speaking. I gave that
Now, she's, I think, going the direction of saying that given this organization's close relationship with Israel, this does not seem outlandish, as I guess where she's going. That does seem like a plausible question. Now, whether that means the planes themselves are some sort of Mossad cover, we don't know, or something like that. Or it could just be, that TPUSA has been given the security by these people or something like that. Alex said something like this: the reason these planes land at this airport is because they're worked on at that location. So it has nothing to do with Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk, but because those planes are worked on at that location. Again, who can even figure out, you'd have to be calling I guess you could call the airports, and then it's like, but how do you know you're even, if some sort of deep state thing, they're not going to give you the right answer.
People are calling them. I said,
they are. Well, what are they saying?
It's a deep rabbit hole. I don't even want to get into it.
So yeah, how do we even know and how do you know that they're going to tell you the truth, right? Like if you call some airport and you're asking weird questions, they might just lie to get you to go away. I mean, remember the government default is to lie, right? Like if there is something going on, the government CIA default is lie. In every case, just lie, because if you constantly lie, people are then thrown kind of on the defensive to where they're always just arguing about the last lie and trying to prove the last lie. Meanwhile, you're on the next lie. So it's actually a very effective psychological warfare strategy if you're the CIA or the government or whatever, to constantly lie. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that it's a strategy that actually works, and that's why they do it.
Information as well. I told Justin Strife and Erica, I'm happy to give you this color-coded spreadsheet. There's no question there's a correlation here between Turning Point USA faith in particular, which, by the way, from the beginning of this, I've said something is wrong with this faith contingent, especially because Rob McCoy for a while was heading up that department, and he makes my skin crawl. And so, yeah, I have the evidence for that, and we're going to actually publish it on our website.
Right,
so there can be no
okay.
question, which I should have done from the very beginning.
But let me ask you.
Showing that these planes were tracking Charlie. At various times there were Erica.
It is smart of her to, if she has evidence, to claim that she has it and then wait for people to challenge her. That's kind of smart to do. But it's hard to know also when you should just put it out too. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on.
Is various times there where Rob McCoy is, but the consistent thread here is faith events like Kingdom to the Capitol tour.
Assuming you're right.
And that also makes sense also why, if there is foreign involvement, that would be the thing that Israel's most concerned with, is securing the evangelical support and base so that they don't begin to turn via listening to people like Fuentes, Candace, Tucker, etc. Hence why there's been such a online war the last several months, making sure that the right wing doesn't divorce Israel in the boomer mind matrix.
And I don't know, but I know Erica Kirk, when asked about this, said on CBS, if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You, Candace, say I was here on this date. I have a photo on my phone to prove I was actually in hospital having contractions. So that's one thing she's directly repudiated. But let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, Faith and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened.
But are you suggesting that? Are you suggesting
why is everybody
Egypt?
Why are we?
Her point is that there is an FBI cover-up. That's how she should have phrased it. She should have phrased it not that I have a rival, a grandeur theory that Piers is trying to get her to lock into. She should have just said the agencies investigating this have not given substantial coherent answers. That's how she should have, I think, phrased that.
Pretending that we don't know why we ask questions. Like, why? Like, you're a journalist. You know.
And the other thing too is like a lot of these, again, government people have acted very sus as well, right? Especially when you look at like Elijah Schaffer and what happened there, right? It's like what, and Epstein, like why are they covering up Epstein stuff, right?
Theory.
I mean, we know why, but I'm saying like to act like all of that doesn't factor into this, I think is a little naive.
You're like, what's going on? What's going on? Why do you want to know why these planes were tracking Charlie? Well, my theory is that we are being sold absolute Fed slop. The media is doing their Operation Mockingbird Part 2 scenario by telling us, well, unless you absolutely have a conclusion, you can't even ask the question. Yes, we very well damn can. Keep asking consistent questions until we get a clarified explanation for what happened on that day. And right now, we have nothing, okay? And that is the reason why people are watching my show, because I'm the only one not treating them like they're absolute idiots who don't have two eyes and who believe in magic bully theories and who understand that Egyptian planes should not have been tracking Charlie even 3 times this year would be an anomaly, okay? They've been tracking him. We don't know where it's going to end, but we are going to keep asking questions until we get clear answers.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
No, nice try. It's not. It's you by saying, why are you asking questions? Don't you worry about Mikey's feelings? Everyone knows what this is. And like I said, because we have the example, the concrete example of after JFK's assassination, the media members quite literally being put on the payroll of the CIA, we have a historical example that we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not been any.
Now, this is a really strong point from Candace to look at the previous high-profile assassination, which obviously had all kinds of cover-up nonsense involved. She even makes the point that Charlie was beginning to agree that Lyndon Johnson had a role in it. You know, CIA mafia stuff is there. And as you're going to hear, no, apparently they're not aware of the fact that the recent JFK document dumps did point to Israel. Now, Candace might be aware of that, but it doesn't even sound like Piers is aware of that, because I put out a video and I looked at 4 different documents that explicitly mentioned the relationship to Israel, Dimona, nuclear program, as well as the angle of James Jesus Angleton. So Angleton had a secret backdoor channel with Mossad that was in the JFK files. I highlighted that. Most people didn't. They overlooked it. They didn't care. All that I think is relevant. Yes, I've read Michael Collins Piper's book. I read it like 10 years ago. So I'm aware of all this stuff. And I've known about this stuff for a long time. And not just, even if you're skeptical of the whole Dimona stuff, there's also the fact that JFK wanted Israel to register as a foreign agent. So a lot of motivations there, right, for that event. And not just Israel, also organized crime had a vendetta against RFK and JFK for sending Carlos Marcello to Guam or whatever. They flew him out of the country and dropped him off in the middle of nowhere. They went, and the mob helped the Kennedys get elected. So the mob felt betrayed, so they had a motivation. CIA had a motivation. Israel had a motivation. There's a lot of different people with motivations. So for Piers to still act like a normie about JFK, that really should clue people into, like, does Piers actually believe what he says, or is he literally just like the figurehead of the voice of boomer normiedom? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to point out that a lot of people notice that, like, say for instance in the JFK thing, what did they do immediately? They cleaned the car up. And then in the Big Nine, they hauled all the remnants of the buildings away immediately.
Yeah.
And then in the other...
Good point.
In the other instance, they tore down the building, you know, the SH.
Right.
So, and then in this event, they immediately, like, redid the entire quad of the school. Were you aware of that?
I did hear that, yeah. And somebody claimed that it was the family of the dude, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the point being is, I think more people besides me or you, people are now noticing it. Like, that's in the background of their minds. They're like, hey, wait a minute, didn't this happen in like another event?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's getting so like regular, where it's kind of like when we first remember back in the day, like people, because we were around when this first started happening, where cameras would magically go out at the time an event would happen.
Yeah, like Big 9.
Yeah, and then every subsequent event after that, it's like, oh, the security camera.
Epstein security camera just malfunctions exactly when he. Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, 7/7.
Oh yeah.
You know, like all of the events, like, oh, whoops, and so like they think like people aren't going to remember that stuff because that stuff did used to work in the 20th century.
Right.
But it's not working anymore with the interwebs.
Yes, and here, by the way, are I found in my bookmarks. Here are the redacted and released Angleton elements showing that he had a back channel support to Israel, and Israel was not happy about JFK's positions. So here is that one. I put it in the chat. Here's my video on exactly what Israel and JFK elements are in the documents from last year or whatever it was. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that Piers and Candace are going to start debating that here in a second. Let's see if there's any more. Here's another series of clips from my TikTok here on Nigerian intelligence, shall we say. You know what I mean? It's not Nigerian, but so there's that. All right, so let's hear them get into this topic on JFK.
That has come out of this investigation that makes any sense if the public is not listening to, I am sorry to say this, Piers, people like you. And what I love about you and I sitting down is at this exact same time last year, you were doing the same weird questioning and making all these things when I said that they were committing a Holocaust against the Gazans, and then you changed your mind.
Actually,
Piers,
this time,
I'll see you next year when you change your mind again, and we have more information about what happened, and you realize that the difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is actually a good point from Candace that Piers shifts his opinions based on popular consent. So once popular opinion shifted to being anti-Israel, then suddenly Piers is a champion of, Gaza, genocide or whatever. That's actually a good point.
Before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular and then you change your mind.
You may remember that one of your courageous moves was to repeatedly tell the world that Brigitte Macron is a man. As you now know,
and she is.
As you now know, we had a $300,000 bet to charity about this because she's a woman.
Yes.
Is my view.
She's not a woman.
Well, we're going to find out is the point, because it's going to court. They're suing you. And when she proves, as she will, that she's a woman, because it's very easy to prove, and you lose that case, then
so easy that she refuses to do it for years.
But then it will become more obvious to people that, look, I think you're a brilliant operator at what you do. That's, I like you personally. You know that, right? None of this is personal for me about you at all. I just have watched him last year from Brigitte Macron now into the Charlie Kirk story. I think you've developed a modus operandi, which, to put it politely, is you flying what we would call in the world of journalism kites and just seeing what can cause the most merry hell.
Did Piers just use a Jewish slang pejorative?
It sounded like it.
Therefore get you the biggest audience, therefore make you the most amount of money. And people have, as you know, you've been widely attacked now by a lot of people who say that you're just a ghoul, a vulture. You're doing this deliberately. You're inventing things or just flying ludicrous conspiracy theories to make money. Now, again, Candace, I don't know that you are, but I do know
celebrity.
Can you not interrupt me?
That could be the case. It could be that she just picks one conspiracy for the, outrage and the clicks. But also, like, Piers is the champion of that. So if that's true, like, Piers 10 times more so is guilty of that.
By your rule.
I do think it's pretty rich. It's pretty rich coming from you is all I'm going to say. That's me putting it very nicely, given your background, your career, your celebrity involvement, Princess Diana. Wrong messenger is what I'll say right off the top, okay? Wrong messenger. What you are mistaking, or I guess we're not even mistaking because you know what this is. You're talking about power versus the people. And you are always on the side of power first. You're on the side.
By the way, when the Piers producers booted me from the last episode that I was supposed to be on, I don't know why I was booted. My assumption is that they picked Harry Sisson instead because I guess he has a bigger audience. I don't know. I don't follow all these weird gay people. But I was supposed to be on debating the Fuentes Piers debate, and then they booted me last minute, and I guess it's because they got this guy. Okay, so he's got 500,000, so I guess it's all numbers. That's all they care about. So it's like, yeah, whatever. And then I messaged back. I was like, well, I'll tell you what, I would be happy to debate Piers on his on the Boomer Mind Matrix. if he ever wants somebody to actually challenge him on that stuff.
Of the Israelis, it's so horrible. And, I'm going to pretend I don't see tens of thousands of Gazans dying.
I've actually been very critical of the Israelis, as you know, in the last year.
Yeah, in the last year, her point is that you flipped when it was popular to do so.
Everybody
I've actually been very critical of the Israeli
government. Penis, okay? It's very easy to present photos of 30 years of your life.
Everyone knows Macron has a penis. I missed this the first time around. I missed this. Let's hear that again.
Everybody
I've actually been very critical of the Israeli government.
Penis, okay?
I like how it's everybody. It's just, yeah, man. I asked my my little cousin the other day, and they were like, "She has a penis." Everybody knows this. Literally, like grandmas. This is a universal claim.
It's very easy to present photos of 30 years of your life. Brigitte keeps.
What's that, John?
I was just going to bring up that one, Pierce has a very shady past. He had to flee to America at one point because he was involved with some tapping people's cell phones and things like that. And then also with the Macron thing, like Candace is picking up on this Macron thing quite recently. That's a very old story that has been around in France for a long time, and it got I can't remember the name of the guy who wrote the book, but there's a guy who wrote the book on it in French. And so people have been talking about this in France for years, and they've banned that guy's book in France because, I mean, why else would you ban it?
Well, that's interesting. Why would you ban that if it's just totally, like, usually stuff that's, you don't have people banning, like, what's the most ridiculous conspiracy thing that you could think of? And I don't know. Think of something ridiculous. Like, usually it doesn't get banned, whatever it is.
I mean, UFO stuff never gets banned.
That's true. Yeah.
So,
yeah, or like the Ray aliens and the blue avians, like that shit doesn't get banned.
Teasing. Brigitte, nobody asked you for a blood test. We asked you for some photos and you refused to do it. And everybody knows that Charlie Kirk was not shot by Tyler Robinson on a rooftop. I am sorry that in this day and age.
Now, I get that she's using rhetoric here, but that's also, those are appeals to, so maybe she's trying to be slick, and since Piers flips when it's popular opinion, maybe she's trying to say, well, if everybody, has the popular opinion that there's a cover up or Brigitte Macron's a man, then Piers, maybe you should flip. But from a logical perspective, it's fallacious. Even if it is the case that everyone believes that, it doesn't make it true.
There seems to be such a shortage of testosterone that a woman has to be the person that states the obvious, right? I invite you to join me, and I know that you will by the end of next year because
we've been here stating the obvious, so I don't know about all that. But I mean, I'm one of the few sass queens that also has testosterone at a high level.
they're not going to get away with what they did to my friend Charlie Kirk. And I am not going to change my mind, least of all when I am being called names by someone who has quite a year background and experience in doing things because
I think they get back into JFK here in a second.
It's lucrative and not always because it's sensitive.
Sure,
But
listen,
it's always lovely.
you can call me a hypocrite as much as you want. I don't care. It's fine. I'm just simply saying what other people have been saying about you. I didn't say I felt that.
Thank you.
I said
I'll let you know what people are saying about you too. I'll keep you posted on what people are saying about you.
I read it all the time. But I would say that, like I said at the start of this interview, I don't know whether any of the things you're saying are true or not. I just do know you're saying a huge amount of stuff. It's making you very wealthy. You're getting millions and millions of people coming in, which by the way...
What is this idea that it's making me very wealthy? Can you actually explain that slowly
Yes,
for
I'm going to
people?
explain it to you slowly because...
This is, I mean, it could be the case that she's getting a lot of traction in the sense of like viewers and subscribers. I did notice that she has super chats, I think, turned on. So maybe she did make a lot of money from super chats. But also, isn't she married to like a super rich dude? So, I mean, does she really need, I don't know that she needs it, but you can be rich and still be greedy. That's possible too. But this is just kind of also a slimy way to go because you can never really prove motives again as to why people are doing stuff. So yeah, she could be doing it for money, but how do you prove that without like some definitive evidence that exorbitant amounts of money are being made? Like he's going to reference Lord Voldemort. But again, like the type of money that you make outside of maybe a lot of super chats from just straight up views isn't really that much money. Like it's not. Maybe because she had 250,000 people watching, she got a lot of money from views. I'm not sure, but I think everybody who does YouTube knows that. Like YouTube views are not, they don't pay that much. So that's probably not the case.
I had a huge run-in, for example.
This is just like a talking point.
No, I'm going to explain exactly what I mean. When Sandy Hook happened and Alex Jones began.
And by the way, is Piers Morgan trying to get views from clicks and drama? Oh, come on, dude. Like, what are you talking? Like, everybody who's in media makes money from getting views and clicks. So to try to use that as some sort of like motive, like questioning people's motives is kind of preposterous.
And weaponizing the Sandy Hook tragedy and weaponizing the grief of the poor parents who'd lost their children. And I began to...
If she had 330,000 people watching a live stream, like, how would you even register the super chats? I noticed there was a few super chats coming in when I was watching her stream the other day. But could you imagine the amount of super chats that would come in from 330,000 live? That's insane. H. Brazzi, did you want to make a comment? We got a resident brother, so we will defer to the black man's opinion. Everybody else will be silent as a BIPOC individual speaks.
Yeah, Piers is a cook, so I mean, nobody should care about anything he says. Y'all left that out a second ago when y'all were, like listing off his inadequacies, I guess. Yeah, that dude's a fucking cook. And I'm not really too sure about like this entire, whether it be anything Candace has going on with the French people or the Charlie thing. Like my policy is real anything. As far as the Charlie stuff goes, I blame that country in the Middle East, and I just ignore everything else because, like, you hit the nail on the head earlier. Whether it be the Big Nine, SH, all of that shit. I don't have to list them all off. We're never gonna know any of these things for absolute sure.
Mm-hmm.
So my policy has always been real simple. I'm gonna blame that country in the Middle East, and that's it. And them in conjunction with the CIA, those two. I'm gonna blame them and that's it. I'm just gonna move on. I'm not gonna try and dig too deep into it. And whoever the first guy that called in was, I think his name was Drew. The whole exit, that stuff actually does interest me because that's a real clear, if we get answers on that, it gets real clear that, okay, we clearly been lied to or whatever. But at the end of the day, we're almost never going to know any of these things for absolute sure. So yeah, I know who I'm gonna blame every single time. So yeah, that's just me though.
A Bayes BIPOC has spoken. You may now return to your speaking, all of you other peoples. X Lockstep says for $5, Candace is a prime example of why a person shouldn't be red pilled in the wrong order. She sounds like now she's gone full blown tard. She got into all of this yesterday. Diane says for $5, her phraseology, they were tracking Charlie an assertion. I don't know. That's a good question.
Attack him in public. And then eventually there was a court case and it turned out he'd been spewing deliberate lies, and that every time he spewed them, they found he made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the immediate aftermath of spewing the repeated lies that it was all staged and the families were actors and so on, which he knew to be lies. And he made himself extremely rich and ended up with $1 billion defamation finding against him because he'd been...
That is not true that Alex did not get extremely rich from SH. That is not true.
Deliberately weaponizing people's grief. And the charge...
Yeah, I'm asking you to explain the actual financial metrics. How was he making money?
I'm explaining to you the analogy, which is...
The highest point that I could tell from Alex making money was when Trump was running and InfoWars had its peak at being like the top media sort of Trump promoting outlet. That was the peak. Had nothing to do with 2012 SH stuff.
There are, as you know, right now, a lot of people, from Tim Pool to the New York Post to others, who've come out very stridently in the last week, and say that's exactly what you've been doing with Erica Kirk.
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question. So this is just...
Okay, Piers, come on, dude. Like, everybody in media talks about hot topics to get attention, clicks, and money. Like, the whole business model, all the way back to mainstream media news, is covering the event, whatever it is that everybody's talking about.
Just made up. It's, as I said, this is just all fluff. You're suggesting that I'm making money. Did I sign a new advertiser? Are we reading more ads? Do we put this somewhere else? Did we sign a book deal?
This actually would have been good on Piers' side in this debate if Piers had actually come with some kind of proof, like, oh, Candace, we noticed, that you in super chats the other night you raked in, $30,000 in super chats or $50,000. He should have come with more than just the sort of blanket general. You're talking about hot topics in media to get attention. Yeah, like everybody in media. What are you talking about?
Yeah, on YouTube.
So
the more money
did I sell a T-shirt? Okay, but like, come on now, Piers. Money on YouTube? Are you kidding me? I was already in a top 10 podcast globally before Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Now that's true. Again, unless he's being specific about like $100,000 in super chats, you don't get paid that much in ad revenue. It's not very much. I mean, it's like if I do a 3-hour live stream and I have like all the ads turned on, from not counting the super chats, ad revenue is usually around $100. Okay, and that's with me averaging after the peak of the video viewing. If it hits about 30,000, 25 to 30,000, it's about $100 in ads. That's it. So if she's got 300,000, that's 10 times that. And she does an hour podcast with ads, she's probably making $5,000, $10,000 max, maybe. Not counting super chats. She could make a lot of money from super chats, though. Go ahead.
Remember, once again, this is something that they started with Alex first.
Right.
Because this is where they started saying like, meanwhile, the mainstream media is making billions and millions of dollars off of pharma ads all day long.
Exactly.
But God forbid anybody in the alternative media sell seeds or vitamins, right? And that's one of the things they would always point out, and that's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, Alex is back because he sells supplements, and it's like all the people who were calling him out, even at the time, worked with. There were people writing. Remember when Bezos owned? Was it Washington Post? And Washington Post was writing articles calling out Alex for being a vitamin salesman and supplements, whereas all the same stuff is sold by Bezos's Whole Foods.
Right. Yeah, that too. But like, you know, you'd be. I can't remember. It might have been Alex on a interview one time. I think he actually said that he was being interviewed by somebody, and somebody called him out about vitamins or something. He's like, well, you know, your own network sells big pharma ads all day long. So
exactly. Yeah. Well, also too, remember, in this where, side note, isn't this where the meme, Jamie and I were laughing about this the other day. Wasn't there an old Alex meme of angry vitamin man, angry internet vitamin man? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I remember that. I do remember they used to use it as a pejorative. They'd call him Seed Man. So I remember that one too.
Yeah, there was like an old Alex Jones meme of angry internet man, angry internet vitamin man, or something like that. And it was like Alex ripping his shirt, you know, or whatever. Anyway,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, by the I'm not too sure about the vitamin man, but by the time I started using social media or whatever, the real short videos of Alex like chasing that dude down and calling him like come here, you son of a bitch. That was
that's the guy in Portland who poured his coffee on Alex and he chased him.
Yeah, that was super popular by the time I started getting on social media. So I definitely remember that.
That one's actually really funny. Let's see if we can find that one. Because that guy is such a goblin, and Alex running at him is really funny.
That is a funny video. But yeah, while you're looking for that, that is a tactic, is like, oh, you're so bad because you made money. Meanwhile, we made billions of dollars last year. Multinational corporations accusing podcasters and people on YouTube of being bad for making money. It's so funny. It's like, I remember back at the time that type of stuff used to really make me angry when I was much younger, but it was, they love to do that, and people don't even think about it too. Like they'll just hear it, like you were saying before. Like that stuff's designed for normies, and so a normie hears that and they're like, "Yeah, he did sell a lot of vitamins, didn't he?" You know?
This is okay. So there's different ones. There's a goblin-looking dude that pours the coffee on Alex, and Alex chases him, and then this is a different one where it's a dude that flips Alex off.
Set up and written in secret. That's why bipartisanly. Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you flip me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud. No. You want to flip me off? He's not an intellectual. You're a dumbass.
Where's the other one though? There's another one where the guy, maybe it's this one. No, that's the same dude. The one with the guy with the coffee is another one. And I remember because the guy looks like a total goblin. That dude looks just like a normal dude. But anyway, let's go back to those.
And if you think that I would want my friend to be assassinated so I could go from being in the top 5 to being number 1, you're out of your mind.
No,
Okay,
I'm telling you,
it's so disrespectful. But like the point is that everyone who is saying that I'm making more money cannot say how I'm making more money because it's just not true. Okay, so you're like, oh, she got a bump in viewership talking about Charlie.
Your YouTube numbers
everyone in the world because it was a public assassination.
That's true. I mean, everyone in the world is talking about this, and whether intentional or not, Candace has done the classic gonzo journalism thing that Alex pioneered, or I guess really Hunter S. Thompson pioneered, and then Alex took it over. You insert yourself into the story, and then you become part of the story. That's classic gonzo journalism. I mean, that's what all these people do.
In the weeks following, and it went back to normal.
Candace, are your YouTube numbers up since you've been doing the Charlie Kirk investigations?
What I am saying,
I mean, Piers, are your numbers up for covering every other topic that everyone else is covering?
To you is that this is the exact same argument you guys had about Brigitte. So it can't, and then the same exact same
but I think
argument
you were lying about Brigitte.
About the Blake Lively thing. Okay, but what about the Blake Lively thing? So you can't keep saying that, oh, she's always in the top 10 because she's talking about something. Or this is my podcast and it's me. It's just me. People enjoy my podcast because I don't treat them like they're idiots. I don't treat them like they should.
She a sass queen. And people love us diva sass queens.
Except that Brigitte Macron just can't present one photo of herself raising her kids across 30 years. It's just too much to
Brigitte
ask. Oh my
Macron is
gosh,
going
it's
to prove-
ridiculous. How dare you? It's such an
Brigitte
intrusion of
Macron-
privacy. She'd rather file a transatlantic lawsuit
Candace.
than to just produce photos and put all of this to
Candace,
bed.
Brigitte
That's the
Macron-
difference between you and I. So now there's this repeat lie from Kamala Chronicles, which we did, looking into Kamala's background because it was relevant to the election cycle. Then we did the Blake Lively lawsuit, and they said, oh, she's trying to change her brand. That's the only reason her numbers are up. Then we went to Brigitte, which I lost, by the way. I had to get a whole career change when I first covered that story. So joke's on me if I'm doing this to make money, but I was willing to be fired to tell the truth. And then it's all about Brigitte. And now we've arrived at Charlie Kirk. I feel like there's something about that actually is just people not being willing to admit that what people appreciate about me and why they keep coming back is that I'm willing to take risks to tell the truth.
No,
John had a good point earlier today where he mentioned that his thesis on Candace's popularity, in part, not in total, but is not just because it's like, you know, sassy, crazy, you know, theories and stories, but this is a similar thing that happened years ago with Tim Pool, where the audience felt like they were on the journey with the person waking up and discovering things. And I remember my buddy, before he passed away, he was a pretty avid sort of Tim Pool watcher back in like 2017, 18, 19, 20. And and that was the period where Tim Pool was moving more and more and more towards conspiracy stuff, doing a lot more stuff with Alex, you know, talking about stuff during the COOF. The COOF woke a lot of people up. So people were kind of on this journey with the person hosting the show that had a centrist perspective, but was moving more and more and more and more towards, quote, conspiracy stuff. And John's thesis was that there's a similar situation, I think, going on with Candace. Just like if you listen to Alex back in 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, you were kind of on the journey of waking up with Alex. Oh, we're going to question Skull and Bones. We're questioning the Big 9 event. We're questioning, you know, 7/7, on and on and on.
Listen, don't get me wrong. I think
Did you want to say something?
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the difference is back in those days when, you know, it was what, 200,000 people, you know, back when, you know, you used to have to go on the interwebs or, you know, go to shortwave radio or, you know, some local boondock radio station to listen to Jones. But this is almost like a big phenomenon. That's why I think that's why I think this is very interesting.
That's why we're covering it. Exactly right.
Yeah, it's like, this is what I was saying, you know, earlier when I said I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole of what the thing with the planes is and whether they're at the airports, is because she's getting people to actually go out and sleuth. If she finds that there's something in some area, there's some mom who's going to go down to the airport and start asking questions because she heard it on Candace Owens.
Yeah, I think the thing that is also like revolutionary that people have overlooked is exactly what John just said there with women. So I have family members that are females that would never really listen to me a whole lot. They would listen to me some, but I have family members that listen to Candace, and I think it's because she's a woman. She's resonating with a portion of the population that never cared or listened to conspiracy stuff, regardless of whether you think it's good or bad. That's resonating with like the Oprah crowd. It's crazy. It's like, imagine the Oprah crowd getting into conspiracy stuff. That's why this is pretty crazy.
I have a question for you and John real quick, Jake.
Yeah.
So within the within the whole aspect of her of the whole journey thing, how much of that would you attribute to the JQ? Because, you know, she started that at like, I don't know what, some point a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, whatever. And I mean, from my perspective, that was the entire thing. I know the Macron thing, you know, gave her like a big boost too, but I've always thought it was just her starting JQ. And that was
well,
pretty much it.
I wonder if she came to that or if it's Kanye that hipped her to that, because she constantly says, in fact, I was watching her show yesterday, the day before, and she was like, Kanye was it. He nailed it. He nailed it with the Jews. Kanye said this years ago, and he was spot on that they're going to ruin you in monetary wise if you. So I wonder if it wasn't Kanye hipping her to that, but I wonder where did Kanye get? I mean, I know he had like personal issues with managers and companies or whatever, but do y'all remember too? There was a period early on. I remember this vividly because I was tracking I've been in the conspiracy world since 2001, 2, 3. Do y'all remember the phase back when Kanye was first sharing Century of the Self in 2016 or 17? And I remember that because it impressed my godfather. He was like, I can't believe Kanye is sharing Century of the Self. But it was also when Kanye was sharing the same stuff Ice Cube was sharing about Black Widows Kang stuff. So
maybe he knows like Nation of Islam people.
Yes, in fact, I think he does because there was a time when Kanye mentioned that. I think you're right about that.
Another thing is that Candace has had E. Michael Jones, and I think she talked to Bishop Williamson before he died. So both those people would.
Oh, she had E. Michael Jones on?
Yeah, E. Michael Jones has been on her show.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well then there you go. That too. Okay.
I want to say she said like either she talked to Bishop Williamson or she referenced him or something. So those would be two.
Interesting. No, I did not know that.
Yeah, and then one more thing. Let me ask you this, Jay. Would you say, and maybe even H. Brazi could answer this for his generation, wouldn't you say that like back in the old days, you would look at like something being an indicator, like if somebody knew about some certain thing, as to be like how like you'd look for this certain information that somebody was talking about, or even in a conversation with somebody personally, and you say, oh, if you know about this, then you're this far along further in the conspiracy thinking. And today, that is the JQ for everyone. So if someone says, how much do you know about this, this, and this, and this? And then they go, oh, but do you know about the JQ? And then if somebody does know about the JQ, that's an indicator that you're like, oh, okay, I can gauge how far along you are. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny you say that because I would say, not necessarily for my generation, but that's kind of, I don't know, branched off into the CQ. So for pagantards specifically, and I guess that's like the absolute end. That would be like the absolute end of it for a more modern interpretation of it, because they will feel like the JQ, it doesn't really mean as much because to them it's like blatantly obvious. Now it's more important, and this is where you get a lot of guys on the timeline that'll go after pagans for constantly talking about Christianity. But the reason they do that is because they don't feel the need to talk about tiny hats anymore. So they only target Christians because from their perspective, we're all a bunch of rabbi worshipers. You know what I mean?
I think more along the lines what I was saying is like is if somebody wants like let's say a podcaster, like because you were saying when Candace adopts the JQ, that's kind of where she takes off. And I think people are when they're looking at like who they're going to get their information from on the interwebs, they go, yeah, but do you talk about the JQ? Right, and that's kind of their main thing. I mean, think about how many people harass people on the interwebs. They're like, they look through your content and then they go, how come I don't see anything about the JQ?
Yeah, and that's other than Jay, going after papism. That's been our biggest problem with the Groypers for years at this point. Not even just, that's for like any Orthodox content creator. They go after Andrew for this all the damn time. Yeah. And I've explained this too. I've went in those. I've gone into those some of those spaces, and I've just asked them straight up, like, y'all do understand they can't talk about this on YouTube, correct? They will say correct, but you're still going to attack them for it, and they just say correct. Like it doesn't matter to them. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Like I guess it's not, but I don't really see that as much of like a litmus test anymore. It's kind of calmed down recently, because a lot of them are doing the whole finger pointing thing with Nick and others, and calling each other feds or whatever. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying.
All right, so we got a super chat here from Andrew. It says, Alex Jones is a national treasure. My favorite video is him sticking a microphone in the dude's face about Bohemian Grove. Are you talking about David Gergen? Woodrow Dripson, $3. To John Adams's point, they literally filled the manhole under Charlie's tent with concrete the day after. It's kind of sad, he says again, because you can generally see that Sweet Candy wants the truth, but they're gearing up to drop a big nuke on her. Choice Seasoning, $3. When are you going to talk about Jesse Lee Peterson? Well, you a beta? Why are you asking the questions of the beta? Women is the gates of hell. I don't know what you mean talking about. Oh, Talk to. Nobody has ever reached out to me from Jesse Lee Peterson. So I know that he was or is an upcoming Sam Hyde Show episode. I can't remember if we finished that one or what. Because some of the ones that have already been filmed have not released yet. So I don't know. I can't remember if they've done that one yet or not. But go ahead.
The David is pretty funny, man. That one, because David Gergen doesn't know what to say, because Jones goes like, I'm Alex Jones. I'm the one who snuck in there. And
he says,
and he's like,
this is ambush journalism. How dare you?
You're not a gentleman, sir.
Yeah. This is ambush journalism, and I don't appreciate it. Yeah, that's a classic. Alex used to play that all the time.
And then Jones, you guys are setting policy in there. He's like, policy in there. And it's like,
I'm going to play it.
I read a Washington Times article.
Yeah, I'm going to play it.
Many years ago, where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal, it's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you. Oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them by saying, "Hey, I don't run around in the woods naked." What did that mean?
Here is the before-mentioned Washington Times article where he said, "I didn't run around naked like they do."
I don't know what quote you're referring to. I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Great owl of Bohemia, we thank thee for thy adjuration.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that.
You do?
I do.
I disrespect you for that. What a weird phrase. Sir, I do thereby disrespect you for that. Anyway, yeah, that's an old school classic there.
I was already sold out on ads at the end of the year because our podcast was successful. Yeah, I have not sold a T-shirt, nothing with his name on it. It's just me.
Candace, the reason I told the Alex Jones story is he did incredibly well out of Sandy Hook with his investigations. But as was established in the court case against him, brought by the families eventually, and I think we're going to see the same thing with Brigitte Macron and you, is that he was weaponizing deliberate lies for money.
So that must be what our super chatter said would be the nuke, is that presumably if Candace is incorrect, I don't know. I've never looked into, I've seen Brigitte Macron's hands. It looks like honestly, the hands make me feel like David Icke's onto something, because it looks like a Nephilim goblin creature of some kind with those weird, like the hands are like, it's like two lengths of fingers. It's pretty crazy. I'm joking, but if there is a nuke dropped to try to destroy Candace, I guess the commenter Piers Morgan are implying that that would be the Macron situation. Andrew, no, excuse me. Let's see. Next super chat. Choice seasoning. No, we did that. Grant, $3. Thank you. Andrew says, debate need God on the essence, interdistinction, or monarchical Trinitarianism. Again, he is not interested in debating any other topic than his very vague, do you believe in salvation by faith or works? Which is a false dilemma. It's a ridiculous premise. He will not debate those other obscure topics. He doesn't know anything about that stuff. He's like super low tier. Mr. Sober, $10. What are the teachings of the Orthodox Church about Protestants not venerating icons? Are they outside of the church because of that? Yes, you have to submit to, it's not just because of icons, it's the very principle of God using created means to convey grace. So it would also then undermine the sacraments. It would undermine the real present. It would undermine ultimately the incarnation. So it's not just a denial of icons. The denial of the Seventh Ecumenical Council also undercuts the incarnation. Mr. Funkers or Alex Jones has motion. AC, $5. Everybody knows Macron and Big Mike took out Charlie and that where the pee-pee is. Okay. I think that's what that said. I don't know if I can say the rest of that. Andrew, would you rather compromise and debate him on infallibility or filioque? I don't think he's going to debate either of those, man. Rui, $10. Thank you so much. Guys, you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs or natively through YouTube. That is pinned in the show description in the chat.
Funny. And I think you've
Brigitte Macron has a penis. I really want you to know that.
Brigitte Macron does not have a penis.
Brigitte.
I like that she just keeps coming back to saying she's got a pee-pee.
Brigitte Macron has a penis.
No, she doesn't.
I'm sorry.
She had 3 children.
Did she get it removed?
She had 3 children.
Yeah, you can have adoptive children. You can call somebody, but Brigitte Macron was born a dude named Jean-Michel Trogneux. And I just feel, I want you to know that. I want you to know that Brigitte Macron probably stands peeing up. Probably pee standing up is what I want you to know.
The beauty is we have a big bet.
I think Brigitte
we have
stands.
a big bet, and we're going to find out because it's going to court. And, you will lose that court case. I think you will.
Yeah.
So is this actually going to court? This is so crazy.
I'm not going to lose a court case because Brigitte is presenting evidence that Brigitte was born a woman, because that's never even been offered. That's just their PR coming after and saying these things. Nobody believes that Brigitte Macron is just unable to present any picture.
There's one guy who makes videos that I'm a female to male transition, and I don't want this to come out about Brigitte Macron, because then people will dive into my background and they're going to find out the prosthetic pee-pee that I have sewn into my pelvic area. So I have a vested interest in shutting this down. I don't want it to come out. Good Godfather says for $5. Dyer says the Pope contradicts. The papist says, I disrespect you for that. Okay.
Nobody's asking for blood.
All right, let's wait for the court case. Let's wait for the court case.
Okay, great.
Now, look,
and you will be proven wrong again unless there's just federal corruption.
Okay, in the fallout from your encounter with Erica Kirk, Nick Fuentes said Candace Owens is done.
Out.
What a letdown.
Oh, LOL.
Tim Pool has called you evil. He says you're motivated by the fact you were secretly in love with Charlie Kirk. Is that true?
This is such ridiculous. Like, this is what I mean when I say it's like LOL Fed slop. Oh, did Tim Pool say that I was secretly in love with him? This is it's so, come on, there's no substance to this. This is so ridiculous. It's by any means necessary, come out and attack Candace. The New York Post did an article that I
think she's secretly in love with me because she doesn't want to say my name. She referred to me as that guy. The guy, as the guy said. I'm the guy. So that's my new theory. What do y'all think about that?
It was honestly amazing fan fiction. They even said that I we used to work at Daily Wire. I'd throw my keys at my staff, and my staff hated me. I did not drive to work a single day when I was at the Daily Wire. They had a driver take me there. So we're just now in this weird spot where they're just making things up every single day. They said that my husband had a Qatari passport, and I just ignore it. And I keep investigating because I know what it's meant to do. It's meant to distract.
Well, again, my chief criticism of all this is that it's all in, I mean, why is she in the Tradcast sphere? I mean, on the one hand, if all this is wrong, it's just going to make the Tradcats look stupid. Andrew, $2. No, I meant, would you rather compromise with Roman Catholics on the filioque or infallibility? Neither one. Why would no Orthodox person who's serious is going to compromise their position and accept some dumbass papal dogma that would destroy the religion? Vivek Ramaswamy says for $4, all jokes aside, would you recommend people read St. Augustine's Confessions? Is it orthodox? Well, as Dr. David Bradshaw points out, you can tell when you get into the later chapters, Augustine is struggling with absolute divine simplicity and God being able to create. And he even says, I don't understand how an eternal being could create in time, because any action of an eternal being should also therefore be eternal. So he struggles with that doctrine due to his doctrine of divine simplicity, which comes directly from Plotinus. It's literally the Plotinian definition of what simplicity is. So there will be elements in Confessions that don't ultimately, I mean, he's struggling with modal collapse. And then, you know, as I've gotten older, looking back, some of the reflections are a little over the top. And the whole libido dominandi thing is a problem. Like, speaking of E. Michael Jones, I mean, we just got to go ahead.
Speaking of libido dominandi, you might not want to get too close to Candy if she is attracted to you, because she seems to have, you know, a thing for exposing trans people.
That's a good point. She might be luring me in, calling me, you know, that the guy to expose my prosthetic wee and the big knockers that I have. Texas Nevsky, $5. Blessed Nativity. God bless you and your wife. Thank you. Okay, let's finish this or we'll never finish. I thought they got more into, I think JFK is going to come back up because she specifically says that Charlie questioned JFK.
Back to me. I'm very aware of what these people are trying to do, and it's not working. So I don't really feel
Which
moved
of your
by
theories?
the
Which of your
rantings Nick
theories?
Fuentes and Tim Pool.
All right. Which of your theories, when you were with Erica, did she think was convincing?
We didn't. What do you mean by that?
Well, did she think that Israel was involved? Did she think that there were French paratroopers involved? Did she think the Egyptian planes were complicit? Did she believe that Turning Point employees were involved? Which of the many theories
I wasn't.
you've flown,
I guess.
did she think is actually got any merit to it?
I think you're characterizing it like I sat down and tried to convince her of my theories. That wasn't the nature of the meeting that we had. I shared information with her and told her, you know, what the feds were ignoring, and these are the things I'm looking into. Obviously, explained to her about the Egyptian planes and this bizarre connection to, you know, Turning Point faith events and tours. And yeah, I mean, it was kind of like sharing the information with her. So there was nothing that.
But again, here's my problem, Candace, with the whole thing.
I don't know what to say.
Everything is like, you're just asking questions, you're sharing information, you're doing this. But when I actually ask you to be specific about, well, who do you think did what? That's where it.
Yeah, but she doesn't have to have a theory. Like, you can ask questions without having a theory. Like, I could ask questions about 9/11 and not know the whole story. So I don't understand this line of argumentation other than to just kind of make it to be a red herring.
Hits a shuddering halt. You don't know, do you? You don't actually know anything.
Of course, if I actually knew who shot Charlie Kirk, I would be instantly publicizing it. I'd say, I figured it out. That's not how an investigation works. Piers just doesn't work like that, okay? You have to follow the clues until you arrive at a conclusion. Of course, I cannot confidently state that it was, you know, John Smith who shot Charlie Kirk from the left side. I don't know that yet. I don't know that information yet. And when I do know it, I will publicize it without question. I just am pointing out the inconsistencies, the lies. He was not shot with 30-06, and he did not have a Man of Steel neck,
How do you
and
know?
that's completely made up. Well, actually, that's going to be my show today. I do now factually know that Man of Steel thing was made up, and that never came from the surgeon's mouth. So again, we have another lie. We have another lie coming out of.
Well, again, I don't necessarily agree with all these assessments or opinions. It doesn't bother me to people to ask the question, but we should remember, contra Piers, that the weaponization of the term conspiracy theorist emerges from the declassified CIA memo that anyone questioning the Mockingbird media should be called the weaponized term conspiracy theorist. And here is the actual CIA memo right here discussing it, so you can see that that is real.
You want to point out something?
Sure.
Is now the whole Watergate affair obviously was some manufactured spectacle in some regard. But if you put it into the paradigm of someone like Piers Morgan would, in this day and age, because you remember they ran it as a serial in the Washington Post. So every day there's a new update about the Watergate scandal, right? So Piers Morgan, in his own, libtard boomer paradigm, he would be questioning Woodward and Bernstein right now. Why are you running a continuous serial about the Watergate scandal?
Good point.
Yeah, because which he's supposed to be a journalist, and then everybody who's a journo loves Woodward and Bernstein. Oh, they were so great, and really they were just like CIA guys. But,
yeah, they're just normie left establishment people.
Yeah.
If you didn't get a chance, check out these recent declassified files. They have quite a bit to say about them. I even used the TikTok mystical background music for this. The Nigerian intelligence services and all the crazy things they were up to during the JFK event. Mentions other documents.
Turning Point USA, and put in quotation marks that lie, that it was a direct quote from the surgeon that was made up. So yeah, I'm going to keep track of all of these lies, deliver them to the public, and allow them to surmise. I'm going to.
So she's saying that it has now been admitted that the surgeon did not say that he has some sort of miraculous neck, is what she is saying. Tyler says for $5, Jay, you could talk about the Jewish question, but St. John Chrysostom already discussed it 1,700 years ago. Church history is a constant red pill. Harry Serpentos, $5. Jay, thank you for the stream. God bless.
Allow them to think critically while it's still legal. I know it's barely legal in the UK, and it's becoming increasingly less legal here in the United States. So I'm going to use every opportunity to ask every question.
Okay, but pre the meeting with Erica, you repeatedly questioned why we weren't being told where Charlie Kirk is buried, or even if he has been buried yet. Did you get those answers?
You have the wrong commentator who questioned that. I think that was Milo Yiannopoulos.
You've never questioned, you've never asked where Charlie's buried?
Nope. I just communicated to the people that he had a Catholic funeral mass, because people were saying I was lying about him going to a Catholic church, which was another random attack that I had to endure. So I never said that people don't know where Charlie Kirk's buried. That's just the wrong commentator.
Do you know where he's been buried?
I actually genuinely never got to that question with Erica, but I do know where he's. I think the implication that Milo made, again, you'd have to ask him, was that he's not buried. I do know where there is a spot for him to be buried or to be held in a mausoleum. But I never, you have the wrong person on that.
Erica was emphatic in the CBS thing that she wanted you to stop with the conspiracy theories, or maybe you've got it all right and all of this stuff is true and it's all involving the Israelis and Egypt and Turning Point in a mass conspiracy with this young kid, Tyler Robinson, brought in, and they're all involved in this dramatic murder of Charlie Kirk. Maybe let's just assume for a moment you're 100% right. But she did tell you publicly before you met to stop. What's clear is you're not going to stop. So is she okay with you now continuing to talk about your theories, or does she still want you to stop?
Well, she didn't ask me to stop.
If that's the question that you're asking, is throughout that meeting, did
Well,
she
she
say,
did
"Can you
publicly,
stop?"
obviously. So your response to that is what?
I'm telling you that then we had a conversation and I was not asked throughout that conversation to stop. And to the contrary, I shared information that I had and I got information from them.
Right.
That helps
So
me
you will
to
carry on.
focus.
You will carry on.
Yes.
With
This is again another bit of a underhanded approach here by Piers, because if I raise a bunch of questions, say about the Big 9 event, and I say, here's this PNAC document that's weird. Here's this connection to this operative over here in Israel. Here's this connection to this person over here with the Bush administration. Oh, here's a weird question about something Brzezinski wrote. If I raised a series of questions about those people who do have some relationship to the massive Big 9 event, to then turn the question on me and say, are you going to keep talking about your theories about this massive conspiracy of Brzezinski and the Israelis and the neocons and the PNAC document? And it's like, and the Bush administration, it's like, yeah, but those are all valid questions. Why is it that I didn't even give a grand theory. I simply asked several questions relating to important key people who are very suspect in a big event. I didn't say that I knew or had evidence of a vast collated conspiracy amongst all those people. So it's really just low tier tactics to constantly reframe what's happening as if the person has connected a vast conspiracy when they haven't necessarily done so. Now, maybe there is a vast conspiracy, but to simply ask the question of, all these PNAC guys write this, Brzezinski wrote in Grand Chessboard something very similar to PNAC prior to PNAC. You've got, Larry Silverstein, all these other people saying this. If I ask that, does that necessarily, so you have concocted a giant conspiracy that all those people are, no, it's asking a series of questions.
The theories.
Yes, until I feel confident of who killed Charlie.
It's an old tactic. Go ahead, John.
No, that's an old, he's still using boomer tactics.
Yeah, these are boomer era tactics. Exactly what he did with Fuentes too, by the way.
Yeah, it's like it, and like you're saying, what they'll do too is like, let's say somebody read one of your books, right? And then jumbled all of the stuff that you bring up in each one of the different movies into like, you've got this grand conspiracy that all movies, every single movie ever made is propaganda.
No, I went on an atheist interview one time about my book, and it was an atheist channel. And I was there to debate an atheist guy about Esoteric Hollywood, and he had not read it. That's exactly what the atheist guy said. Okay, so Dyer's here to defend the idea that all of Hollywood is conspiring together to give you a bunch of movies that tell you the truth about conspiracies, and they're all in on it. And I was like, my book doesn't say that.
Yeah, that's just old tactics. And the thing that Piers Morgan and the rest of the mainstream boomer media, they think that they're going to hire Barry Weiss or somebody, which is funny because I think like my age, you need to hire like younger people, not like crusty old Jewish ladies. So
yeah, Gen X Jewish lesbians are going to be the face of like tapping into the vibe of like the younger generations. Yeah, right.
Kirk, I will not stop investigating this.
You were still running the show.
No, boomers are still in control. And that's why I keep saying the boomer mind matrix is right now breaking. It broke for a lot of boomers in the Koof era. They couldn't handle the internal contradictions. So if you didn't see my interview with Millennial Woes, we had a great conversation about 2025 being the year of the breaking of the boomer mind matrix. And we got into all these things that, post Koof seem to have cracked the mind of the boomer, and especially the whole American worship of Israel. Once that started cracking, it was over for the boomers, right? Even Piers Morgan was forced to flip his opinions once the masses were on his side, or on the side of whatever he just goes whatever's popular. Man, it should be obvious. But yeah, we talked about that. Where is the interview? Somewhere over here. Me and Millennial Woes talked about this right here. It was a great conversation if you missed it, so go check that out. Okay, we're almost done with this Candace thing here.
And Erica is okay with you doing that?
I don't know how many other ways to answer your question other than saying she did not ask me or request for me to stop in person. And when we spoke about that moment, she felt that Barry Weiss was being Barry Weiss.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours?
Request in what sense?
About how she would like you to conduct yourself about the murder of her husband going forward?
No.
Nothing at all?
It is funny to me how like clueless the boomers still are, that they would still use all the boomer tactics that aren't working, have stopped working for the last 3 or 4 years, but they just keep doing them. They keep like doubling, tripling down, which is totally a boomer thing to do. So I'm not surprised, but it's funny. Okay, I thought they talked more about or JFK. Maybe they do. I don't know.
No, she didn't make a request for me to conduct myself in any way.
And she expressed no concern about any of the
I
theories that you've been
I
putting
think
out.
she probably knows me through the lens of her husband, so I don't know if that would be a thing that she would have done. But no, she did not. She did not ask me to conduct myself in any way. That seems to just be coming from the media of how I should conduct myself.
Am I right in thinking that your mind has taken you to a place where you genuinely believe that Israel, Egypt, Turning Point employees, and Tyler Robinson, and potentially others, but they were all involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Well, to be fair, I think we're all putting Egypt in parentheses because we kind of don't think that we have exactly a strong Egyptian lobby here in the United States. And there is a lot of historical precedent with Israel kind of using Egyptian planes or using the Egyptian narrative when they want to accomplish things. So, I mean, I just pointed out that this...
And that goes back to USS Liberty.
...is an Egyptian plane, but Israel, I got tons of questions about. Yeah, I think Israel is a very good place to start when Bibi Netanyahu is just denying and just way too involved in the beginning. That was weird. Everyone felt it was weird, and they were right to feel that it was weird. And when Bibi admits that he called him 2 weeks before and invited him to Israel, like, what's that about? People are being... And also because it just happens to be that from the very beginning, Zionists don't want us investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination. So it's just, I would say, the usual suspects. You are correct that I have and sent information, and it has not been denied by the Élysée Palace, the White House, or the Pentagon, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground that day. Again, something that I flagged to Turning Point USA, Justin Strife, that for whatever reason, the feds don't want this information, which is a bit strange, or don't seem to be interested, or maybe
so
they're
we add the French Foreign Legion to the list as well.
Yeah, but the French Foreign Legion is like a bandit of, I mean, what I've learned about them now is it's like it's a bunch of different countries. It's not just French people. Yeah, that all sounds about right to me. Is there anything else I can answer?
I think we've probably covered it. It's a lot of people involved.
Clip right here.
Or I'll save it for tomorrow, but this Project Looking Glass in the CIA, I wonder what they saw. Looking into the future, stealing not Egyptian, but Sumerian technology, which is what they did. These are culture vultures. These Egyptsies is what they are. They wear whatever mask they need to. Do I have to pretend to be Catholic? Do I have to pretend to be Jewish? Do I have to pretend to be Muslim? No, they're thieves. They're glorified thieves is what these people are. And they've always been this since the beginning of history. And they stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes, and that technology stopped working in 2012.
It got even crazier than I actually remembered. The Sumerian tech, dude, the batteries ran out. And we don't have those kind of batteries no more. You can't just make an ancient Sumerian time portal vision screen battery you can't go get that at Radio Shack. You can't go get that at Best Buy. You got to have the recipe, okay? And that's stored somewhere in Wakanda, I think. So we're screwed, okay? Because that technology stopped working in 2012. That's why the Mayan calendar stopped. That's the Sumerian Mayan calendar that stopped working in 2012. And a lot of y'all are just too dumb to get this. You just can't get it. Now, there's a longer clip. I gotta find the let's find the longer clip. I think I sent that one to your boy Tristana. Let's see where that one is. Yeah, here it is. Okay, here's the longer clip. We gotta hear the whole thing here. This is the truth about to come out, dog. Truth about to come out. They scared of the truth. And, then paid shills like Alex Jones and Jay Dyer and Quartering and all of these paid shills. We're getting paid in Mossad coin. I'm getting paid in straight shekel coin, dog. Every time I mention Candace, I get 7,000 Mossad coin cryptos right there. That Sumerian smoke detector about to start chirping, son. It's about to start chirping. Okay, wait a minute. Where's the clip? Here we go. We gotta watch the full clip. I don't even know why I sent things to Tristana. He just
Charlie think he was
he retired. So he basically retired. Are y'all ready for the real truth? Can y'all handle it? Can y'all handle the Sumerian, Wakandan, Yakubian, 16th dimensional time matrix, quantum shift, parallel zone theory organizer technology? I don't think a lot of y'all are ready for it, but I'm gonna blow your mind right now, because this is where it's at. Don't listen to Jay Dyer. Don't listen to Andrew Wilson, who critiqued her, Steven Crowder, who accurately critiqued her, Alex Jones accurately critiqued her, Nick Fuentes accurately critiqued her. Everybody accurately critiqued this nonsense. Even Jamie did. A long time ago. Well, Jamie had other critiques, but Tristan was critiquing this stuff. Basically, everybody I know was like, well, wait a minute. So, as you guys know, I didn't have any set animosities, or I was neutral on Candace for a long time. And about a month ago, I started listening and diving in on the regular to the planes stuff. So I hopped in at the the soap opera episodes of season 2 about the planes. And we have just gone full coast to coast, dude. We're full Nibiru. What's an old conspiracy we got to dig up? I mean, we got CERN. CERN's back. All right, let's hear this full clip, because y'all don't. People say, "Oh, you made this up. You didn't watch the full show." I don't need to watch the full show if it's this retarded, dude. Like I'm done. I already watched enough full shows to see that this is retarded disinfo, and I told you that, and you all just laughed and said, "Aha, Dyer's jealous." The moms are saying, I'm jealous. Yes, that's the only reason I would ever oppose or critique anyone purely, is only out of jealousy. 10 years ago, when I made the videos critiquing Jordan Peterson,
he was a time traveler.
It's only because you're jealous. You're just jealous. That's the only reason ever. Correct. Yes. Thank you for reading my people in the chat. What is CERN? Are you serious? Sid, you should know what CERN is. CERN is the Sumerian portal dimensional time technology that the elites stole from the mother cultures, because they're just vampires. That's what they do. Okay.
Traveler. He said, as I showed you in early, why?
Now, I kid you not, the people that were defending all of this nonsense in the comments, one of the defenses is, you do realize that it's actually Charlie Kirk that said he was a time traveler. Okay, I don't care who said it. It's dumb. Like, as if that's well, if Charlie said it, I mean, I guess, it's true, right? Because that's, first of all, I'm not sure that is true. I don't have any reason to believe that. But even if it is true, it's like, so what? That makes it more ridiculous. All right. And so here, I'm so jealous because, I mean, I would just say all this retarded shit if I didn't care about what was true, right? I mean, I could have gone full Planet X I could have been a normie Matt Fradd pop apologist. So no, I'm not spouting anything out of popularity, or else I was muted there, or else I would have just been saying nonsense like Planet Nibiru 10, 15 years ago. I would have said evolution's true 10, 15 years ago. I would have just gone along with whatever's popular if it was only about being popular.
Did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And again,
what? Charlie said in his text messages he's a time traveler and he has to find me. She's on a damn mystical soap opera love quest that's like multiverse. She's in a multiverse soap opera love quest. And by the way, there is some soap opera show like this. I just saw it pop up on Amazon the other day, on Amazon Prime. It's like there's some show where a girl goes back in time, and it's like Quantum Leap, but like with a chick trying to find her lover, lost in the time dimensional matrix. And I'm like, what? Did Candace watch that show too? Is that what she watched? I forget the name of it. If y'all in the chat have watched that, I don't know. It's just like some Amazon show or something.
not anything that I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA. In some way or another, at the very least, we can all agree it's related to him speaking at a...
So, I mean, as you know, Jamie said right away, all of this stuff is sort of classic COINTELPRO disinformation. Mark Hackard had the same analysis. Really, all it does is just discredit anyone talking about this kind of stuff. Although, you know, there's different possibilities. It could be to discredit. She could actually maybe not be all there. She might be kind of losing it. And I'm not saying this to be mean. I want to be very serious on this point. You know, I have a friend, an acquaintance, and you know, you can actually have things, especially around 20s and 30s, where those are sort of the prime ages where people begin to perhaps lose it with schizophrenia. And I'm being absolutely serious. I'm not making the schizo joke. I'm saying, like, you know, I've known people who are young. Sometimes it's late 20s, early 30s, where they just sort of have this sort of snap. And that's also a possibility. And if that's the case, you know, that's sad. I don't want that. I hope that's not the case. It could be, you know, that the loss of a person very close. That could be the case as well. Or this could be, you know, intentional disinformation to gather a large audience and lead people off into nonsense, just like the Q stuff was. In fact, you know, Q was based on Operation Trust, which was something that the Soviets did to root out some of the remaining white army supporters within Russia. And if you remember, people drew a lot of attention to that at the time of the Q-tard crap, because it bore so many parallels, where you have this idea, actually there's a bunch of white hats in the Russian government amongst the Bolsheviks, and we need to secretly, you know who supports them. And then they got this giant list of all of the remaining, you know, pro-Tsarists amongst the Russians. And it was all a Bolshevik scam to figure out and to get all the names of all of the remaining, you know, counter-revolutionaries. So that could be going on. Not that they need to get a bunch of names from the audience or something like that. And there could be some data gathering operation going on there as well. But, you know, we've seen a few people in this sphere who known people. I mean, quite a few people have kind of gone crazy from this kind of information. But, you know, Owen Benjamin was a person who had a very similar sort of trek, where, you know, he starts to question a lot of the mainstream stories and narratives, and then it just goes off into just wild stuff. And we could probably think of others. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure who else kind of went in this direction, but I'm sure you could think of some, right? And again, it could be any of those situations. So, I mean, I'm joking around a lot about the Wakanda stuff because that part is actually funny. But, I mean, she doesn't come off as a person who is, when she does her shows and her episodes, she doesn't come off as unstable. And to me, that suggests that there's not, some sort of schizo type of thing going on. It's definitely the case that when you first wake up to a lot of these topics, you could go through a process of believing a lot of ridiculous things. I remember when I went through this phase of first reading conspiracy stuff, and when I was 18, 19, 20, 21, I came in reading stuff about Skull and Bones. In fact, I still have some of those books. I read a bunch of critiques of the United Nations, New Agey type stuff. And I remember initially thinking, oh, maybe we were lied to about everything. Okay, so, maybe there are aliens. Maybe there was ancient civilizations with high technology, right? So you kind of go through some of these ideas. Oh, what if Atlantis was, real and it was this advanced civilization and, it was hidden. But I think a lot of times what happens to people as they mature, you start to realize after a few years, okay, the people especially that promote most of that stuff, they're kooks, crooks, and spooks, right? You start to notice the patterns of bullshit, con men, deception, scammers, grifters, and eventually you kind of grow out of it, right? Is she grifting to the conspiratards? I mean, all things are possible. That could be possible too. She again seems to have figured out the secret of crafting the narrative of the giant conspiracy where you're at the center of it, right? And that also could suggest, sort of psychological issues too, right? Because what happens with schizophrenia, and I'm not an expert obviously on it, I'm just giving my sort of armchair take. But I've watched a lot of documentaries. I've read some books on schizophrenia. And my assessment is just simply that. And by the way, Father Deacon Ananias, one of his good friends when he was young, and they're still friendly, but he has a good friend who became schizophrenic. And what is a common theme is that everything that's happening is ultimately revolving around you. So, and I understand people that are schizophrenic can be victims. I'm not trying to castigate them in some negative moral sense, but what happens is they think that everything that's happening, because they're at the center of the world, all of the things that are happening, whether it's the license plate with the coded message or whether it's, the people standing behind them in the grocery store, like everything that's happening is all about them. The songs that come on the radio are messages geared towards them, or, the family members that are trying to help them are secretly working with the agents to undermine them and to drive them crazy. And, you see this, for example, in the so-called targeted individual community. And I've done a lot of research on that. I've watched a lot of documentaries on that. I'd say probably 5, maybe even 10 documentaries on that stuff. Because remember, the targeted individual stuff was very popular 10 years ago in the conspiracy world. And as you get into that and study it, what you realize is that, well, no, wait a minute. So these are people who in many cases have actual mental problems, and they're living out of their car. They're living on the streets, living in a van down by the river, literally. And what doesn't really ever click with them is that there's no need for that person to be the focus of all of the world's attention, right? If you're a homeless veteran and you're living in a van down by the river, the government doesn't need you. The government is not all about you and obsessed with you, right? So, and again, I understand this can happen to people without something malicious or that I'm not saying they necessarily did anything morally wrong. But what I'm saying is Candace's gang stalking me. That's funny. What can happen is that they have a break or when they have this schizophrenic type of problem, they just immediately interpret everything as something coming at them or undermining them. So they can't really help it. But as I said, like if you watch a lot of the documentaries of the people that believe they're targeted individuals or whatever, a lot of times people that are more grounded and down to earth, like they try to reason with them, and they'll say stuff like, it's the same type of approach, for example, that you see Dr. Phil take with people that have really extreme delusions. And I mean, I'm not saying that like Dr. Phil is like the answer to all these. I'm just saying like if you watch a lot of the episodes of Dr. Phil, it's pretty interesting because, you know, he likes to have on these absolutely just sort of delusional people. And what he'll usually ask them is like, you know, is it possible that you're not being targeted by the government? Is it possible that you're not God? Right. And a lot of times the people don't even think that way. Right. So he kind of interjects just the seed of doubt. And I think that's probably a nice method, you know, for dealing with that kind of stuff, rather than, because if you try to debate them and be combative, they're just immediately going to get defensive, because it's very similar to a cult mindset, right? People that are sort of trapped in cults or in cult mindsets, if you study that, they're going to get very defensive when you try to question it. And you'll notice the same thing with all of the followers of this Candace phenomenon. They are rabid cult-like people. So, yeah. And last point I wanted to mention on the targeted individuals is like most of the stuff that a targeted individual would think, you know, it's part of MK Ultra, and well, okay, but MK Ultra is way beyond needing to study a veteran living in a van down by the river. Okay, that's the stuff they were doing in the 40s and 50s. Okay, they don't need to do that anymore when MK Ultra, even in the late 70s, had basically transitioned into biometrics. So that stuff that's old school stuff. That's 60, 70 years ago stuff. That's not needed anymore. And it just doesn't make sense why, you know, people living in a van down by the river are the target of giant government operations. Now, is it possible that the government could steal homeless people and experiment on them? Yeah, that's possible, right? I'm not saying that that's not possible. But it's far more likely that those people are having mental problems, suffering a mental break. Many of those people are on drugs. Many of those people have lost their jobs and their lives because they're on drugs. In fact, one of the documentaries on the targeted individuals was about a woman who had gotten addicted to, I forget what, meth or something. She lost her job, and then she ended up living out of her car. And she basically had crafted this whole narrative to cover up for her own lack of responsibility for maintaining her job because of her meth addiction. And I think, and as you watch the documentary, I think it was one of the Vice documentaries on targeted individuals. As you watch it, you can eventually start to realize that it's like, okay, well, this is actually about something else. Now, in the case of Candace, who knows? Could be, you know, I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about like her real relationship with Charlie or whatever. But I mean, she could have maybe she had a crush on Charlie. Maybe she felt like, you know, she really should have been with Charlie. And, you know, she's the one that's peering through the time dimensional matrix to meet her twin flame, you know, soulmate, because it's sounding more like that freaking Amazon Prime TV show. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's a TV show, a series where some woman like goes through time, quantum leap type stuff, and tries to find and connect with her soulmate. Right? I mean, it's retarded, but it's like this is where we are with this. And again, there's been a couple sort of large social media profiles, and I've seen a handful of Orthodox profiles that have been like, okay, yeah, Jay, you were right. You know, or yeah, this was, you know, nonsense. But for the most part, like people are just quadrupling down. And to me, that says we're at the point where we're post-truth. And all the influencers are basically crafting their own brand of conspiracy. I had a long conversation with Scooter the other day, and he was basically lamenting the exact same point. It's like, basically, it's now your own brand to create your conspiracy story, and then you try to sell everybody on that one. And really, it's like the one that's the most outlandish and fringe is the one that's the most popular now. So basically, we're at this post-truth phase. I don't believe reality is actually post-truth. I'm saying that the way that media is now operating is fully surrealist. It's fully, simulacra. The simulacra and simulation, Baudrillard talks about, like, that's the reality now. There is no reality other than the reality that's given to you through now the alternative media, which is now the real media, because way more people watch Candace than are going to watch, boomer media. This is the new media. This is the new mainstream media. And it is just batshit crazy. I can't believe it. I mean, I can, but I can't. And I think really you have to understand things like postmodernism, and you have to understand things like, and why do I say postmodernism? I'm not just trying to be, like B-grade Jordan Peterson here. I'm saying postmodernism believes that not only that there's no grand myths like the Enlightenment, right? The Enlightenment is its own sort of universalized progress myth. But postmodernism, and after people like Nietzsche and others, like, there's no longer a grand narrative. The grand narratives have been deconstructed. Well, if there's no longer grand narratives, then what's the postmodern approach? You create the narrative and you get the biggest following. And if you control the narrative, that is reality now. Simulacra and simulation. That becomes reality. Oh my gosh. Why are you? And then when people in the chat are coming here promoting the most ridiculous retards. Jason Jorgan. Yeah. The guy that says that the gods are aliens. Just get out of here, man. I can't do it anymore. There's too many retards out here, just everywhere. It's Attack of the Tards, dude.
Campus events for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually?
Okay, here we go. Yeah, we got Queen Metaphysics out here. Allow me to lecture you on metaphysics, okay? I'm not just a lawyer and a media and assassination expert and a geopolitics expert. Now, by the way, I am a metaphysics expert, okay? That's all you need to know. And y'all just hush your mouth and listen because the Queen speaks.
And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization.
Oh, remember too, another thing that's very common if you watch her show, and as she's pointed out many times in the last several weeks, is another reason that she knows all this is true is because she prayed and felt it on Marian feast days. I kid you not. It's not just dreams. This is charismatic Catholic bullshit. This is why we tell you and warn you so often. I sit here warning you constantly about the problems of charismatic crap, charismatic nonsense, pure delusion, absolute Looney Tunes delusion. And it creates atheists. All charismatic crap does is just create atheism. And so she listens to her mystical feelings and senses that she has on Marian feast days. So that must be Mary giving her grace to know that this is true. I kid you not. So there's this charismatic element going on in the background too, which is another reason this is so retarded. So it's irrational. It's nothing to do with objective truth and judging these things by, say, divine revelation. But as I warned 2 years ago, I did multiple streams. I said, she's making a huge mistake becoming Roman Catholic. Did I not tell you that? I told you multiple live streams for hours saying why is she making this stupid mistake going Roman Catholic? This is a huge mistake. Once again, I'm vindicated because Roman Catholicism promotes this intuitive histrionic bullshit, especially for women and the women saints. So if Margaret Mary Alacoque can have Jesus telling her to carve Jesus' name into her chest, to cut herself up, and if Jesus is giving circumcision rings of his foreskin to other Roman Catholic women saints, I'm not joking. That's the actual view. Why can't Candace be getting intuitive zaps from the Theotokos telling her what's true. I mean, why not? Taylor Marshall has visions of Mary and the engorged milkers, which is the true church, still existing within the Roman Catholic Church. And you idiots continue to follow these retards. What is wrong with you people? Is there anything that would happen that could happen to actually make you realize that this is bullshit? Like literally, is there anything? I actually think no. I think if Candace tells you to all move to Wakanda, sell your belongings and move to Wakanda because the CIA can't get you there, I think a bunch of you retards would actually sell your belongings and try to move to Wakanda. That's where you guys are. All right, so this dude's about to get booted again. This is like a retard magnet topic here. This topic just brings out pure retardation. That's it. If you want the retards in your chat, talk about this because they're here, buddy, and they're ready to go. All right, let's finish this quote and I'm going to open it up.
And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think, that they knew something about Charlie and that
Candace would have done well, for example, to learn basic fallacies. I cannot fathom why people in this domain do not want to learn basic logical fallacies. If you learn the informal fallacies, do you know how many stupid things you would avoid? Not just in, that's for debate, bros. No, it's for life. You actually need basic logic to live in the world and succeed, to do well. It's not just a question of theology debate, bros. You will actually be duped by propaganda and lies without basic logic and fallacy assessment skills. Literally. So, for example, right there, that was all a bunch of non sequiturs, right? All these things happening, they can't be coincidence. Why? Why not? Some things are coincidence, Candace. An intuitive sense and feeling is the worst guide in some of these arenas, unless you are some sort of like 20 or 30 year proven detective who spent all of this time in the cases and in the information or whatever. And then you might have a pretty good sense. But 2-3 years into conspiracy stuff, going on your intuition, absolutely worst idea. It's the exact same as trading. Listen to me here, okay? If you're trading stocks or trading crypto, and Ivan always makes this point, right? Ivan on Tech. Going by intuition is the worst idea. Because your intuition, your feelings are going to be based around emotional states. And you're not going to make a trade or make a purchase or invest based on long-term rational thinking. You're going to trade and be based on the emotion and the hype of the moment, which is the worst thing, because then you're going to revenge trade to get back your losses. And then you're going to lose all of that bag. And how do I know that? How did Ivan know that? Because we've all done it. I've revenge traded back in 2019. I had my first decent bag, okay, of crypto. It wasn't huge, but I thought, I'll hop on Coinbase and I'll just start trading. And I went nuts with it, not knowing what I was doing because I think Cosmos was pumping, right? And so, I'll put all this bag into Cosmos while it's pumping. And it pumped. And I think at one point it got up pretty significant. And I, without knowing what I was doing, in one night, I lost $40,000 on a trade. Yes. $40,000 in one night on a trade. Now I basically diarrheaed my pants after that. And don't worry, like I've got all that back and more, so we're fine. I'm not hurt. This was a long time ago, but I learned a lesson. You don't day trade. You cannot follow the emotion for this kind of stuff. Why were you betting that much as a noob? Because I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, it was 40,000 in one night. It was crazy. But that taught me a lesson. And the lesson I learned from that was do not trade on emotion. Trade, if you're going to trade, based on long-term commitment and conviction. But also, an even easier route is literally to just stack Bitcoin. And ever since that stage, all I did was stack Bitcoin. Now, what's the point of this? Is not about Bitcoin. The point is that it's the same principle here with assessing the world and making your plan on the basis of what you think is going on in the world. So those same techniques and strategies of not investing in bullshit, not reacting and creating stories on the fly to make your thing work, the same thing applies to all this stuff. Hopefully you guys understand that. Slowboy says, what happened to Ace Brazzi? I think he just took a break from the internet. I don't think anything bad happened to him. I think the last thing he said on a DM or on a space was something about he was going to take a break. Father Deacon, do you have any advice or wisdom? I see you here in the chat. Feel free to chime in here.
Yeah, I told you, dude. You should invest it in pesos like me.
Peso coin, correct.
Peso, Somalian peso coin.
The Somalian peso, wow.
Yeah, I'm doing real well.
Did you want to say anything about, do you notice a sort of a connection between the implicit charismaticism of Roman Catholicism and some of the intuitions that Candace has had that sort of, confirm for her all of these theories? I mean, doesn't this just speak to this problem that we always talk about with like pre-lest?
Yep. By the way, I'd love to find this video. I saw it years back, maybe like 9 years ago. But there was somebody did a documentary on how this charismatic and kind of evangelical, like the worship stuff, came into the Roman Catholic Church. It was really interesting. I'll try to find it for you.
Oh, yeah, please do, because we've covered in several podcast episodes, live streams, we've covered several times the official Roman Catholic acceptance of the charismatic movement from the papacy down for about 30 or 40 years now. So that's actually official papal approval there. It's not a fringe group amongst Catholics. John, did you want to say something? I apologize for going to you late.
And also in Brazil, it's huge.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff.
John, did you want to say something?
I'll chime in a minute here.
Okay. So I'll play the rest of this Candace clip and you guys tell me what you think.
That's why they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, like the agents think, that if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie. So when for the first time in his life, because I do believe he was managed, I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents. And for the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back. And
What does that mean? So she says, oh, I realized I had agents, I had handlers. I mean, what does that mean?
Meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable. But they panicked. They seem to have panicked, right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year when Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out. And their solution was, no, just kill him.
So again, let's understand, this is in the context of this. Play this again.
Project Looking Glass. You know what I wanted to talk about today? However, I'll save it for tomorrow. But this Project Looking Glass in the CIA, I wonder what they saw looking into the future, stealing not Egyptian but Sumerian technology, which is what they did. These are culture vultures. These Egyptsies is what they are. They wear whatever mask they need to. Do I have to pretend to be Catholic? Do I have to pretend to be Jewish? Do I have to pretend to be Muslim? No, they're thieves. They're glorified thieves is what these people are. And they've always been this since the beginning of history. And they stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes. And that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow.
Okay. I mean, this is the craziest shit I've heard since, I'm trying to think of the last time I've heard something this great. This is like, and probably the last time I listened to Coast to Coast, probably 10 years ago, was the last time I heard something like this. And again, where are the apologies? Okay, Jay, you know what? You're right. This is bad shit crazy. No, it's all quadrupling down. I cannot understand what is happening to people. Colors. Hey man, my girl Candace Owens, she cooking up in multiple dimensional realities. Well, apparently, and I'm just not understanding it yet. We got Shazay Haggard in the chat. Shazay Haggard, that's the proper French pronunciation of his name. What's up, man?
Hey, I didn't hear you call my name. Did you call my name?
Shazay Haggard. Am I not pronouncing it right? I'm sorry.
No, it's Chase Haggard. I guess.
Oh, okay. I'm trying the actual.
So I just want to.
I know that there's a very. I know. Listen, I know. I get it, dude. There's a really precise gay French way to pronounce it, and I just can't do it. I'm too toxically masculine. I can't do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just curious. So I see you have a faceless handler here as co-host, the Junior, whatever it is, Junior.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious. Do you have any evidence that Charlie Kirk did not time travel, and that their time travel machine didn't stop working in 2012?
Oh,
wait.
This is a formidable challenge. Because I don't have evidence.
So you don't have evidence that Charlie Kirk did not, at one point, become James McAvoy and recruit the X-Men in the past, still being Hugh Jackman.
Oh, here we go. Chase, what's your evidence for evidence? Huh?
Oh my gosh, I'm not going to get into these side tangent games. Are you going to distract? You're going to distract the whole time.
You do meta-epistemic debates. I got it.
You know what? I actually believe, I agree with Chase now.
Meta-epistemic debates.
Here's what happens. Tristan makes him mad, and then he takes it out on us. That's what happens.
Yeah, that's what's going on. Chase, who hurt you? Oh, wait. We know it's Tristan.
Oh, okay. So you actually get someone up here to debate and who knows the facts of the case, and you're going to go and you're going to just mock them. So why are you against Candace when she's just asking questions?
Okay.
Look, since we know the mind's the brain, if I pull a brain model, where did they hurt you on the brain, Chase?
Show us where Tristan touched you on your brain, Chase.
No, it is getting insane, Jay. I don't think there's going to be any for these people. There's not going to be any vindication, quote unquote, you or anyone else that has been calling her out being correct on this. They've set themselves up in this way where any claim that no matter how outlandish it gets, they'll say she didn't claim it no matter what, and that she's just asking questions. And it's the people who are loyal to her. It's going to take a something else to break it, and it's not going to be logic or her being shown to be absurd.
It's the exact same way that all the Q-tards treated the Q crap, and the way that the Q shaman was treating the Q crap. And every time there would be some failed thing, all they would do is just have the next drop that next week.
Yeah, imagine I have a scientific theory, right? And I'm saying that, if A happens, or if X happens, then A and B happens. And, or if X is the case, A and B happens. And then they go, well, A and B didn't happen. And you said X is the case. I said, well, also, if X isn't the case, then A and B won't happen. And I just keep expanding the parameters of this superset so that everything, no matter what happens, it falls within the parameters of my theory. So I'm always right.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable, right? And by the way,
it's totally unfalsifiable position.
The chat has already figured me out because I'm on Alex Jones' show. That means I work for Alex, and Alex is the one who gave me the marching orders today to call out Candace. That's what's going on.
X, you remove
We're going full Jordan Maxwell.
All our X-Men, Charlie Kirk X-Men.
And of course, if you look at the website there, it's called X. That's not a coincidence. It's X because of the X-Men. Charlie Kirk was an X-Man, and Candace is calling out the Matrix, and so the Matrix is attacking her like it attacks the Tate brothers.
Yeah, it's just gonna be it's just totally unfalsifiable, and it's really strange, and it's fascinating seeing these like more normie people get sensationalized into this, you know.
It is. That's the crazy part.
Candace Owens and her hunting down the secret truths of the universe to now where it gets to the point of talking about time travel.
I know, man. So we got a guy in the chat saying that, yeah, no, Jay's only saying this because he works with Alex Jones, blah, blah, blah. How about you call in? There's the link right there, and explain to me how this all works, how it's all, you know, the quantum foam dimensional time matrix. But
if he calls in, that just proves his position is correct. And if he doesn't call in, it means he's so confident he doesn't need to show he's correct.
There's only evidence for the position. There's never. And by the way, I sent all of this to Alex at 3 a.m. He couldn't believe it. And he brings this up right here. Watch this.
I mean, with her, I went and looked at it because listeners wanted me to, and I was shocked. I feel sick looking at it. I haven't looked at her in about a week other than her attacking you. What's going on with the time traveling? What?
So she did a show and she said that the CIA, through Project Looking Glass, has access to ancient Sumerian remote viewing technology. She says that Charlie was identified as a gifted child by some sort of shadowy occult force early on, groomed his entire life since he was a little boy to be the head of Turning Point USA. He somehow gained possession over the technology, saw his death in the future and how it would alter the space-time continuum. And so, as I said, you know, one time this was a story about Turning Point USA. Now Charlie Kirk is a pivotal figure in the multiverse, in the space-time continuum. It's a conspiracy concerning...
Just to be clear, I can confirm this. I saw Jay Dyer yesterday with a post about this, and he does satire sometimes. I thought it was a joke. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. And again, that's premeditated. She's going for the total lunatic faction. I mean, she is doubling down. God, here it is. Charlie Kirk was a time traveler, and then he had agents, yes, like the Matrix, monitoring him from childhood. Wow.
I couldn't believe it either. I read the caption. I had to watch the video. I said...
So there you go. We're exposed. Yes, Nick was correct on that. Basically, everybody I know was correct on this. Mark Hackard was correct. Nick Fuentes was correct. Quartering was correct. Even Tim Pool was correct. Alex was correct. I'm trying to think of who else was calling this. Andrew was correct. Steven Crowder was correct. Pretty much everybody that I've known was correct on this. But you still have some of these weirdos, some of these weird Twitter profiles that are pretty large doubling down on this, which is bizarre too. What's up? Do you want to say something? Chase?
Yeah. I was going to say that I've heard you and other people obviously talk about this a bunch, you know, your Fed handler in here, Junior, without the profile pic, we were talking about it, I think, a couple of months ago. But people will then ask the question, well, then why are people attacking Candace if it's not true? Well, you could also ask the question, why is this allowed to go, you know, be viral in algorithms if it is true? Why would they allow her to do that? And we actually have, you know, justification of different, you know, CIA documents and stuff talking about, hey, we'll allow different wackos to get popular so that then we flood the zone with totally uncredible information so that when people question mainstream narratives, we can just point to people like a Candace Owens and say, oh, you believe her? What are you talking about? You're crazy.
Yeah.
I think one of the problems is that the stuff she's saying about TPUSA is probably true.
Exactly.
So it's blending it's unfortunate that this is happening. I mean, I also feel bad for her. I think she is kind of going down a, like we've talked about before, because I'll listen to her show and she does sound like an early bird conspiracy theorist. Like the way she talks, she's very she doesn't know what she's talking about a lot of the times when she talks about quote unquote conspiracy theories. And right. she'll say some stuff, and I'm like, you don't even know what you're talking about on this subject. But on the TPUSA stuff, I think she's onto something there, and it's unfortunate that now she's gone down the route of the total bizarre quantum foam, which back in the day, me and Jay, we made multiple episodes and jokes about quantum foam and all of that retardedness. Remember how much we used to rag on quantum foam?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I said it, because you were in the chat.
So know it's real. So it's true. You admit it's true.
Well,
that's when I started to stop being friends with all of you.
I stopped being friends with them quantumly, but temporally I'm still friends with them.
So Chase has actually overcome his... Chase has actually overcome and used his... Hold on, John. So this is dissociation, technically speaking, but Chase has actually tapped into his trauma, and when he dissociates, he can actually control his higher self in the quantum dimensions, and it's actually a superpower.
Yeah, and the control of it's all based on petty interpersonal dramas, not anything that's necessary.
Yeah, well, that's why when they turn CERN,
Sally Crap Talk Harry.
When they turn time travel. When they turn CERN.
One time when you astral project into my drama.
Stop astral projecting into my drama, dude.
What's funny is the scientific people. So there's an article from back in the day. It's by some science dude named Charles Eisenstein, and he wrote that article, Synchronicity in the New World Order.
Yeah.
And he invokes quantum foam to explain why people think that the government does bad stuff. And he says there's like a multiverse where actually maybe the government is good in this universe, but they're bad in this other one. And it's a real paper. It's not like
yeah, no, it's we looked it up. I'm trying to find it right now, and it was actually rolled out over the Big 9 event, right? So that the idea was, if you're questioning the Big 9 event, you might be through retroactive causation affecting the quantum foam to actually have made the Big 9 event be a conspiracy. So it's actually the fault of the conspiracy theory people. I'm not. You can't make this up. That's literally what the guy was arguing.
Yeah.
I'm serious. It's your fault because you affected the quantum foam retroactively.
Yeah, and now that's being used in reverse here in this situation where probably unwittingly the quantum foam is being affected in the future by people theorizing about Charlie Kirk's death in the past, which was actually happening in the future, but because he was a time traveler and came from the past, now it's affected again.
I think we need quantum foam prosecutions, and I blame people like Chase, John. I think you guys need to be prosecuted and thrown in the slammer for your quantum crimes.
Father Deacon too, because he's a cholo.
He's a quantum caper. That's what they call him, the quantum caper.
Quantum cholo.
That's crazy. Actually, that's my new style. Like when I went to play bluegrass, I had like, the button up, plaid shirt, and
yeah, you should be prosecuted.
I should be prosecuted. Get him. He just keeps getting away with it.
Now, on the GATE program, I want to remind you guys, I was in the GATE program, so I can actually tell you what it is. It's not an X-Men operation. It's just like...
It's actually pronounced gay program.
Good one. All right.
Oh, day.
I'm owned, dude.
Give it gas.
You understand? I could just immediately mute you all right now. You can just immediately be muted.
Not if I quantum.
Oh, shit. Chase is retroactively affecting the quantum foam in the future to cause, through retroactive causation, this whole conversation right now.
I know by Chase being on here, he's definitely making the audience leave, that's for sure.
Oh, Sigmar. Now, guys, remember we did do an episode of the Sam Hyde Show on education being brainwashing, and the quantum phone. I'm not quantum phone, and the gate program. So if you watch this episode, the gate program comes up at the end of it. I remember writing a significant part of that part, I think. So you can check out the Sam Hyde show where we cover the gate program, but it's not X-Men stuff. It's just like gifted and talented, and there is an element to which they wanted to influence gifted and talented students for UNESCO type stuff. But as far as I recall, there's no MK Ultra handlers. Nobody was taken to underground bases and hooked up to machines, and that's all nonsense.
This is an old one, Jay. Okay, before the gate program theory, which came around, I didn't hear about that till like 10 years ago or something. That's not like an old one. The one before that is indigo children.
Yeah. That was that's like a new age adjacent thing where, they're singling out the gifted children for the new era of consciousness, and that the new age promoted that as a good thing. But and it's similar to the GATE program, but the GATE program is a real thing, and it's called different things in different school districts. But in California, it's called GATE, Gifted and Talented Education Program. But it's not MK Ultra. I mean, there could be some overlap with like finding people that are useful for future projects and grooming them to be in these kinds of roles. Yes, but it's not what this is all about. Let's read some of these super chats. Hey, how come Candace isn't playing Silent Hill F and understanding what's going on in reality? Father Deacon, I got a question for you. You might not have heard the beginning part where we talked about people who are suffering with schizophrenia, and I'm being serious on this point. You have a friend who has this problem, and you had highlighted in the past some of the features of this, which, I mean, they sound terrible, but one of the problems is that all of reality revolves around them, right?
Yeah, and actually the therapist had actually said it was due to, trauma and not knowing, his kind of identity. Like, he was adopted, he was going through all this kind of different stuff, and so the mind, in an attempt to kind of protect itself, created its own kind of identity, but you're the center of... Because he wasn't a narcissist, but I'm saying the mental illness made him an attempt to assure him of his identity, a false identity in which he was the star. And there's other, I've had another friend too who's went through something kind of similar, and it was the same thing too that he was saying. What is it that they call like? There's a term for it where like targeted individuals, like what people.
Yeah, gang stalking and TI. We talked about that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, he thought this, and it was like, look, they want me to stop drinking, and every time they want me to start drinking, they send a fire engine so fire engines and sirens are their sign to me that they're on to me, and it was all centered around him. That they're targeting him. And I'm like, I don't mean to be a jerk, but like, why are you so special?
Yeah, that's what we said earlier. It's like
I can't get targeted.
Yeah, if you watch the documentaries of the people who are targeted individuals or gang stalked, and there's a bunch of them. I've watched, like I said, probably 5 or 10 of them over the years, and you'll notice that like a lot of times you can clearly see that the people are having serious mental issues and problems. And they construct a story where they're the protagonist. They're the lead story. The whole world is essentially revolving around them. I don't know if you guys have been watching Pluribus. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish it. It started out really good, and it's kind of getting kind of weird. But
I told you, what episode are you on? That's
4.
when I came to the conclusion. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, about episode 4. But that's kind of what happens to her, right? Like the whole world starts revolving around her.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Great point.
Did you want to say something here, Cowboy?
Yeah,
What's up?
Yeah. Genuinely curious. Why do you think that Paul Vallely would be on the advisory board of TPUSA? He's a co-author of PsyOp to Mind War.
Yeah, I knew that 15 years ago. I called.
Okay,
I talked about it.
He was on the
advisory board of TPUSA? It didn't exist 15 years ago.
No, I'm talking about Mind War and that he co-authored
he's
that.
the author of it. Why would he be on the advisory board of Turning Point USA?
I covered that he was on that a month ago. I read that book and cited it 15 years ago.
Nothing's weird about that, Jay. Seriously,
did I say that?
To you for years, and there's
did I say that?
About that?
Dude, we already said in this very episode.
She talked about CERN.
Oh my God, dude, shut up and let me. You're not even listening. You're not listening.
Talked about that on your show, bro.
You're not listening. So hold on, let's walk through this. Okay.
No, I mean, have you seen that Erica was literally at Fort Huachuca?
One thing at a time. Hold on a second. Okay, let's start with TPUSA stuff. John Adams and I, the guy that you're right next to, we have critiqued and called out TPUSA and all the Calvary Chapel stuff for over a decade. I talked about TPUSA and Paul Valley a month ago. So I'm aware of that. Yes. And I say that's a problem.
So why are you guys straw manning over like her talking about, you've literally talked about time travel. You've talked about.
No, I have not. I don't believe in, no, I have not. You're lying.
What is retarded about
You're
that?
lying. I do not believe in time travel. Never talked about it.
I didn't say you believe in it. You've discussed it on your show.
She believes in it, dummy. That's the difference.
The episode, it's literally, it's rhetorical. It's not literal, bro.
It is. What do you mean? It's not rhetorical.
Not literal.
What are you talking about?
Metaphor, dude. I listened to it's literally.
This is the Candace. This is the followers of Candace. The level of retardation that you get. Exactly. Let's play the clip again.
I find it to be fascinating. I wonder if they saw. You know what I wanted to talk about today? However, I'll save it for tomorrow. But this Project Looking Glass in the CIA. I wonder what they saw, looking into the future, stealing not Egyptian but Sumerian technology, which is what they did. These are culture vultures.
What is rhetorical about that? Where's the rhetoric? Do you even know what rhetoric is? That's not rhetorical, you idiot.
These Egyptsies is what they are. They wear whatever mask they need to. Do I have to pretend to be Catholic? Do I have to pretend to be Jewish?
Who is she talking about? Who's they? From the beginning of time? Who, the Illuminati? Who are we talking about?
Do I have to pretend to be a Muslim? No, they're thieves. They're glorified thieves is what these people are. And they've always been this since the beginning of history. And they stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes. And that
they stole Sumerian technology that allows them to predict outcomes. There's no rhetoric in that, you idiot. Dirty, what's up? He doesn't even know what rhetoric is. That's not rhetoric.
Yo.
Uh-huh.
What up? Hey, that was hilarious, bro. The fucking, my bad. Whatever that guy was. Y'all just said that she can be right about some stuff. But, like, this right here is what you said, Jay. It's like, she's just learning about all this stuff. Like, the conspiracies we knew about, like, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And so, it's like, this is her, like, and she's putting it through this Roman Catholic worldview. And she doesn't have good, like, logical skills.
Yep.
It's like, bruh, she get a few things right, but it's like, this is...
this guy gets it. That's my fellow BIPOC man right there. He gets it. Why can't y'all get it? Dummies. It's, you know why? Because they're sunken cost. They've already invested in this nonsense and defended it for the last 6 months. So they got to keep defending it. And it's just rhetoric. She didn't mean it. Dude, listen, I'm going to predict that I'm going to look into the Sumerian time matrix right now and predict the future for y'all. Are you ready? The next thing she's going to do is the next crazy conspiracy. Boom. So this is Candace's source, Project Camelot. You heard me right. For Project Looking Glass, a 2012 interview with Carrie Cassidy and some goobertard talking about how the Sumerian time portal technology stopped working in 2012. Now, all of you idiot Candace followers and cult members cussed me out and called me names, hundreds of them in the last several weeks, hundreds, maybe thousands. Okay. So you wonder why I keep replying on this is because this idiot cult literally thinks that they have solved the mysteries of the universe together with Candace and Tom DeShlong, and all of these idiot boomer disinfo people that you buy into. This is how dumb you people are. And I'm calling you dumb and calling you names because you keep tripling down and you keep calling me out and saying shit about me. Oh, you just do what Alex tells you. I disagree with Alex Jones on multiple things, as I already said. And Alex never has told me to not talk about criticizing classical liberalism. He's never told me to not criticize evangelical whatever. So, and what does Alex Jones have to do with whether or not Alex is telling the truth or not? Literally nothing. It's nothing whatsoever. So let's hear a little bit of this, and then we'll go to the calls.
Guys, happy Wednesday. I'd like to everyone in the chat right now saying, yup, it had a cornucopia. I knew you guys were my people. I want to start by saying that the way that I feel, the way that I think a lot of you feel,
the way that she feels, this is another common refrain. Her feelings have nothing to do with what's true. And this is a big red flag here because she's appealing to her wine mom, soccer mom audience who goes by how they feel. The sad part about all this, by the way, before I meant to mention these other books, is like, if you really want to know what's going on, unfortunately, it takes a lot of time to read. And most people are lazy. Most people don't read. And that's why you guys don't get anywhere, is because you don't read. You spend your time on YouTube. You spend your time on TikTok, which is the lowest IQ tier of the conspiracy gibberish. Just total nonsense all the time. And you don't actually go and read the materials. You don't read books like One Nation Under Blackmail, which is actually a really well done journalistic expose on this type of material. Is it perfect? No. Do I agree with Whitney Webb on everything? No, but that's a grounded, sourced book. Okay. There's a book called Old Boys that we're reading right now on my reading list, my Oprah's reading list. Okay. This is a very long, historical, technical book written by a guy from the Council on Foreign Relations. This tells us what they believe about their history, just like Tragedy and Hope. But you guys are not going to read these books. And that's why you get duped. You don't do the homework. But I do the homework. And if you're envious and you talk shit at me because I actually go and do the work, that's actually a problem with you, not with me. It's not my fault that you didn't do the work. It's not my fault that you fell for these people's nonsense. And then you double down because of your pride and your arrogance. That's a problem with you. Books like Milner Fabian Conspiracy, super sourced, very historical, covers all the bases, British intelligence, all of it. Another good source. But those are 500, 600-page books. You guys are not going to read those books. You're going to go listen to Lil Oprah because you feel a connection with her. And that's why you're duped.
the vibes that are surrounding us right now.
Yeah, let's
is
just
that
go
the deep
by the
state
vibes that we feel. Just like Mary assured her on the Immaculate Conception Day that her stories were true.
some sort of a panic, right? We've acknowledged that over and over again on the show. Something doesn't feel quite right. It feels almost like we are at the beginning of the end of a long satanic run. That's why, just so you guys know, despite the obviously sobering reality that the world is run by these people, I'm pretty optimistic every day. I can't explain it. I don't know why. Things are obviously coming apart, but like things have to come apart before they can be put back together. And they're just getting sloppy. And if I could put it into a sentence, I would say that it's almost as if our awareness is the threat, right? Awareness, just our...
So a little side note here on things that I've noticed with media people that get very, very popular. There's a similar phenomenon between Candace, Jordan Peterson, Kanye. In all the cases of these individuals, when they get to this mega level of popularity, what often happens is that they take on a messiah complex and they've sort of booted out of their life, which is one of the worst things that they can do for themselves. They've removed from their inner circle anyone who would give them pushback. So you wonder why a lot of stars and celebrities and people go insane. It's because they get very prideful, which it would be almost impossible without, extreme divine grace to avoid being seen as this sort of salvific figure when you've got millions of people just like worshiping everything you say. So it's very difficult for people who aren't repentant and in the church, and even people in the church, it's going to be difficult to not fall into this delusion. You're going to think of yourself as God has sent me as this almost prophet-like figure. And we've seen that with all three of these characters now. For example, with Jordan Peterson, eventually at a certain point, he felt like it was his destiny. He was called to save the West, and he was going to do it through his archaeology of ideas, that he would go back into the mythology of the ancient world and piece together this possible worldview and paradigm for the future so that we could survive, right? It's a delusion. And is there anyone in those circles to give pushback? Well, the problem is that you've surrounded yourself with media people who don't want to give you any pushback because they don't want to jeopardize a media relationship. So they don't give you critiques, they don't give you pushback. And you're so full of yourself that you don't want that. You feel like, because you do get a lot of attacks, you immediately feel like anyone who's criticizing you or giving you a little bit of pushback is attacking you and double, stabbing you in the back and, whatever. So that's why it's a catch-22. It's a double-edged sword to get in these positions where you don't have rational, sane people giving you pushback and you just sort of huff your own toots all day long, so to speak. Same thing with Kanye. Kanye felt like at a certain point he was Jesus. He was going to do his own Bible, right? And then when he converts, he's now going to be the preacher of Jesus. Jesus' number one homie, right? And then all of that falls apart because of the delusion of being so arrogant and so prideful and so full of prelust that you can't be corrected. That's the problem. So, as Jim Bob said on his stream today, you actually become your own worst enemy. So there's a curse to this whereby the more that you begin to believe that you're the anointed prophet to save Western civilization, to save the world, you're Jesus' number one homie. You and Charlie Kirk are twin flames that are going to save the time continuum. And, Doc Brown is going to get you back together through building a flux capacitor. All this bullshit, dude. It's so obvious to, I think, people who've noticed this pattern in this track, setting aside the information. This is a separate topic from, is every point that she's saying false? No, we're not saying that. Is every point that she's saying true? No. And what I'm saying can apply to everyone. It's not just those three people. It could apply to Alex Jones too. Alex can be wrong about his view of when he gets on Joe Rogan and he says stuff where he speculates about quantum stuff or whatever. I don't agree with all that. But the other thing is that somebody, that black dude that was trying to call me out, that I don't think he won't ever come debate. He said, "Oh, why ain't you going to debate Alex Jones? Because he said the same thing." He didn't say the same thing. He said that AI can have predictive algorithmic technology that gives you a percentile prediction of what is likely to happen in the future. Okay, that's real. That's not the same thing as stolen Sumerian ancient technology that's a portal into the future. That's not real. Okay, that's the difference, but that's a big difference. One of them's real, the other one's not. So even the analogy to Alex doesn't even work because it's not even the same. But, when Alex starts talking about theology, I disagree with him. And Alex has never told me, "I don't want you to talk about that on the podcast." I've always been able to talk about on the fourth hour whatever I want to talk about and pretty much have any guest I want on. So, and none of that has anything to do with whether Miss Snow was reliable or whether the Foreign Legion was coming to kill her or whether, this episode is even crazier than I even could have imagined. So I'm actually glad that the Candace cult people were saying, "Oh, you need to go watch this because you didn't actually watch it." Because she was just speaking rhetorically. No, she's not. It's even worse than what you said, you idiot liars. It's 10 times worse than that. And we're gonna see it today.
Conscious of what they are doing somehow spells their doom, which is bringing me to wanting to discuss today, as I promised you, the CIA's Looking Glass project. Now, we briefly touched upon this at the end of last episode. Obviously, I'm a conspiracy girly, and I'm thrilled that we get to dive a little bit deeper on this topic for those of you that don't know. The first thing that I want to remind you guys is exactly what I said at the top of the show. It is an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought...
At this point, though, I don't know that I even believe or can trust her supposed text messages, or that she's even able to competently interpret a text message, because what you get in the conspiracy gematria level community or like the Jordan Maxwell level community, people don't understand basic ideas in literature. They don't understand hyperbole. They don't understand word concept fallacies. They don't understand that words can have different meanings. So, for example, think of the classic Jordan Maxwell, television. The television is tell-lie vision. It's lying to you. Okay, the origin of the word television has nothing to do with the word lie. Literally, nothing. So that's like TikTok level, BIPOC, my people's level conspiracy stuff. Atlanta is Atlantis because that's the name Atlanta. I'm being serious. There's videos of people in Atlanta talking about how Atlanta is Atlantis because it's the name Atlanta. I've given you guys the analogy many times. I had a person come up to me at one of our live events who had some issues, not trying to be mean, but he said he'd figured it all out because in the Garden of Eden, they ate an apple. And Apple technology uses an apple as its symbol. Therefore, Apple, the company, was in the Garden of Eden. And we are now in a simulation. That was his conclusion. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's schizo level nonsense. That is a non sequitur based on words being confused. And what schizophrenic people do, as we talked about in the last show, is that they will confuse the different meanings of words with the ontological reality. So if apple in one context can mean the apple in the garden, and Apple computers, they'll collapse these two into the same meaning. If you don't believe me, watch a lot of interviews and documentaries on people with schizophrenia, and that's exactly what they do. They will confuse words and ontological realities. And yes, it becomes solipsism. Of course, I've heard of solipsism. I've written articles and done podcasts critiquing it for years. And solipsism is similar to this delusion where everything is a manifestation of your mind and you are the center of all reality. So these are all red flags. These are all warning flags, not because I hate these people, but because I do actually care about what's true. And all these people calling me out and calling me names all day long, cussing me out, just shows that and every one of these people has no idea what my views actually are. You say the same thing. No, I don't. Let's take an example. The gateway process is a real document. You can actually go read the PDF of the gateway process. Now, the gateway process is a document studying the possibility of different esoteric and sort of fringe medical techniques, right? It talks about transcendental meditation, right? Like David Lynch. It talks about biohacking and biofeedback. It talks about remote viewing. It talks about meditation, okay? It doesn't even know or necessarily posit that all of these things actually tap into. It's a study of those things. Much like the Stanford Research Project and Stargate, which is real, was studying remote viewing. Now, if you just watch a mainline documentary on remote viewing and Project Stargate, they admit that, yeah, we studied this and it didn't really produce enough results to continue the funding, so we stopped funding it. That's just the mainline story. I can't believe you believe it, Dyer. Well, where is the evidence then that it continued on and that there really are X-Men children, there really are 11s and, Stranger Things kids running around? There's no evidence of that. That's also part of the bullshit New Age narrative. The Indigo children, like John talked about, which, by the way, Tom DeLonge started some Starfleet Academy for the X-Men kids. This is literal Gaia level stuff. You were on Gaia. I was on Gaia because what's his face? Blow the beans. What's his name? Because he was the video producer there and he wanted to do a show with me. Now, when you watch the episodes, do I ever say that aliens exist? Do I ever say that there's interdimensional portal technology? And I'm not joking. No, I don't ever say any of that. Because the gateway process, which is a real document, which we cover right here, as we actually walk through the document, we talk about these esoteric practices and these studies and what it led to. And guess what? It didn't really produce much, as far as we could tell. So the people saying, you talked about the exact same thing that Candace talked about. No, I didn't. I've never talked about Looking Glass as a time travel, time portal, future technology. Total bullcrap. Just people just making up nonsense, which shows they didn't actually watch the Gateway Process podcast. Now, Project Looking Glass, is that real? Guess what? There is a Project Looking Glass, but it has to do with tabletop exercises in terms of national defense. Here it is right here. This is the actual document of Project Looking Glass. And I know, she's talking about the other one. There is no other one. That one's bullshit. Let's take a look. This document is for an analyst or the voice of the intelligence community. Intelligence failures can result from inadequate collection of data, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Therefore, this is a priority of the new Director of National Intelligence. This is a 2016 memo. The Commission on the Capabilities of the U.S. in regard to WMDs and the possibility of future attacks. So this is a tabletop wargaming exercise that has to do with collecting intelligence on supposed terror threats, Looking Glass, disambiguation, military buildup, aircrafts, Boeing and the Navy. It's a bunch of boring military crap, buildup crap. Absolutely nothing to do with seeing into the future, nothing to do with Babylonian Sumerian relics, nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, nothing to do with any of that. Now, what is funny is that when looking across a bunch of websites for various PDFs or the possibility, and now feel free to correct me, if there is an actual Looking Glass document, which the CIA somehow researched the possibility of peering into the future, which I'm sure in the SRI projects, they consider that possibility, but there's no evidence that any of that was successful. They did anything. If there is, show me. Where is any PDF or documentation or and I'm at like the famous, this is the Black Vault site, which is all the FOIA documents. This came out and got popular at the time of Snowden and WikiLeaks stuff. And by the way, even still, they can declassify fake documents. Did you not even think about that? So even if there is some document, remember that document, the CIA declassified the Tartaria document. There's no Tartaria document. Well, it talks about pole shift. There's a publication that was, for whatever reason, classified for some time that had 60, 70 pages worth of articles. And there was an article that considered the possibility of pole shifts and that had some effect on the medieval world and agriculture. Okay, that doesn't mean that the CIA is hiding the coming Nibiru Planet X pole shift bullcrap. And if you don't have evidence of that, then what are you talking about? You're just spouting bullshit. Now, when looking for Project Looking Glass, I did find this interesting website, which is a full-on schizo website, full of gematria, rabbit trails of matrix nonsense, Area 51, and I wouldn't even be surprised if Candace didn't come across her team didn't come across this schizo website, this GeoCities website, with the reverse rabbit, white rabbit, and Project Aquarius and the Looking Glass facility that's at S4 within Area 51. Okay, so this is pure boomer tier GeoCities bullshit. Oh, and what do you know? It's got time travel technology within it. Interesting. And it's about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Okay. So if you really want to know what's going on, you got to watch Back to the Future, Inception, The Matrix, and you'll figure out the platonic solids and the swivel point, which is 42, and the source delta points of 01, 123, 123, 123. This is schizo stuff. I mean, have you ever watched documentaries on famous, say, internet schizophrenic people? I'm being serious. I'm not being mean. There's a channel, I think, called Chilling Scares. It's a popular kind of spooky channel, right? And most of his stuff, though, is not about ghosts. His stuff is about real stuff. And he did a great video on a... what was the name of that one? There was a guy who was like a physicist or something, I think, and he got schizophrenia. And he's like a famous case. It might be this one. Let's see if it's this one.
Didn't trip. On August.
Yeah, it might be this one. Yeah, that might be this guy here.
What's the deal with this video? Is it real or just an elaborate hoax?
Because that was a guy claiming that he was like stuck in an acid trip for like a week. Here it is. This is it right here. This is it. This guy.
The guy in it genuinely thought he was tripping for 2 months. Amos might have stumbled across the initial post before it disappeared and then decided to create a hoax based on it. Unfortunately, given the sparse amount of information I found, it's impossible to nail down the truth. In the off chance everything was real, I hope the person in the video found the help he...
It's this guy.
Poorly planned comics.
So the guy that did Poorly Planned Comics was a guy who developed schizophrenia, and his comics stayed up online. And there's multiple people in this, I think. I think there's another guy. This is different from the physicist guy. He might be at the end of it. I'm not sure. But so this guy, for example, was drawing kind of silly comics or whatnot. And as time progressed, as he drew more and more comics, he believed that he had kind of discovered like the secrets of reality. And it tied into TV shows that he was watching and cartoons. And so you'll notice here he's tying in this Disney cartoon. And it's just, if you think about this in the sense of symbolic analysis or, iconography, let's look at what I'm talking about with this point where people mix up symbol and referent, especially with schizophrenia. They collapse the references into the same metaphysical reality, right? So they start thinking, oh, all of these things are here for a purpose, and they all sort of mean the same thing, right? Watch this.
Before he ended his life, starting with the statement, "If you are reading this, I am dead." The rest of the comic listed his will for his various possessions, both physical and digital. Below the comic, there was also a personal reminder Jack had left for himself listing things he needed to do. However, the most mysterious part of the comic was this: a link that explained why Jack did this. Clicking on this link led to an archive of thousands of emails between Jack and various people, including friends and what seemed like an online therapist. These emails are in no particular order and have absolutely zero organization. So, as you might imagine, going through them is a long and arduous task. Unlike other internet mysteries where there's barely any information, here there's almost too much, more than any one person could easily go through. I went through as much as I could, and one thing became extremely clear. Jack was struggling with severe mental illness. That much was already clear from his comics, but going through these emails gave me a good idea of the exact illness Jack was dealing with. For starters, Jack had extreme schizophrenia, which led him to having extremely violent and disturbing thoughts. In one of his emails, he stated, "I'm full of seething, boiling hatred pain, and the only reason I'm not going out killing people right now is that I'm lucid enough not to want to deal with the consequences of such behavior." In addition to this, Jack also had dissociative identity disorder, or DID for short. This is evident from his constant mentions of a person named Susie, which he referred to as his best friend and better companion than no one. But
anyway, you get the idea. You can go watch the rest of Chilling Scares video. It's a pretty good video here if you're interested in that topic. But there's another guy who was a physicist. He just popped up, by the way, on my Twitter the other day. If anybody in the chat knows what I'm talking about, he's kind of an internet famous person who was, like a mathematician or physicist, and he kind of gradually went kind of crazy. But he created Temple OS, it's like a program, like a DOS program, something to do with Temple. This is it. Temple OS. Yeah, this is it right here. I can't believe it.
Most people who use a computer don't pay very much attention to the operating system.
Now, this is important because you're going to notice the similar sorts of, Terry Davis, that's it, the similar parallels with how they begin to collapse symbols and reference.
There it works. As long as it keeps going, that's just good enough. In fact, you probably wouldn't be all that we know about today. Davis, to the surprise of nobody, and growing up during the 70s, he was one of the lucky people who got to experience the true explosion of the home computer market as it happened, rather than having to view it retrospectively through vintage computer channels on YouTube like most of us have to now. Now, the thing is, Davis was not simply prepared to let the world of computing go wherever it wanted, just dragging him along behind it. He wanted to shape the future. In spite of being born 7th of 8 children, an environment that doesn't usually lend itself to an abundance of spare cash, he was able to get his for gifted students at his school in Wisconsin. By the time he was 13, he had not only moved on to the Commodore 64, but also taught himself assembly codes and
so he becomes a famous, computer coder guy. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to where it's a little more relevant to what we're talking about.
In order to be safe, he just knew that this was the voice of God. The start of Davis's direct communications with God were, shall we say, equal parts confusing and tumultuous? Upon arriving in Texas, he himself claimed to have dismantled his car in search of tracking devices before disposing of the keys and wandering off into the desert, if it were not for the fact that he was spotted by an officer of the law and transported back towards civilization.
So in the case of Terry Davis, he's coding, he thinks he's figuring out the secrets of the universe, probably through analogies to how computers work. Oh, we live in a matrix or whatever, it's a code. And he begins to believe that because he's discovered something so powerful and so, important that it's the greatest discovery in history, and the government's after him, right? The agents are coming for him because of the importance of this amazing world-changing discovery, right? But that's feeding into the delusion and the delusion of grandeur, right? So it's, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in some way a victim, it could be, but I'm trying to say that even if you're a victim, you can still be a sinner. You can still give in to pride, right? It's not all either or. You can have a degree of volition and guilt, even in situations where you're not primarily guilty, but you can still concede to or acquiesce to the temptation to pride and delusion, which is what a lot of this is built on. Now, in the case of Candace or in the case of these other people, they buy into conspiracy theories, which then begin to dominate the entire worldview. Not saying that there's no conspiracy theories, but I'm saying that this becomes a worldview. It becomes a all-pervading grand narrative. And because you've gotten so much opposition from people and you're in this position of having 5-10 million followers, you begin to believe I'm a special anointed person who's figured it all out. Therefore, they've got to be after me. I've got to be being tracked. And I'm not joking. Okay. Now, she could be a grifter. It could be fake. She could really believe it. I don't know the motives. I'm just going to go by as far as I can determine. And you'll notice when she gets to the part where she plays the Daily Wire Ben Shapiro video that was poking fun at her, she actually starts reading into it that the red letters are secret Mossad codes that they're going to kill her. Okay. That's where it's getting into like the Terry Davis level stuff here.
His story might have ended right there. Still, God works in mysterious ways, and after telling Davis that the officer was in fact trying to abduct him and he should jump out of the moving car, our programming genius ended up in hospital with a broken clavicle and a psychiatric observation order. Initially, the doctors believed Davis to be bipolar, but he was eventually diagnosed with schizophrenia, something that would not only cause Davis problems going forward, but would eventually lead to his demise. He invented his own programming language, built his own compiler, and developed the kernel from the ground up. Now, we know this is a tech tutorial video, but it's probably worth explaining just a few things as we go along. I'm not going to go into huge detail. You probably don't want that, but compiling your own compiler, a specialized program that takes human-written code in a high-level programming language like C or Rust and translates it into a lower-level machine code or assembly language that a computer's processor can actually execute, is usually the job of dozens of people. We were unable to find any other examples of a single individual creating something of such complexity. Of course, there really wasn't any other choice. Had he chosen to use a pre-existing compiler such as GCC or LLVM, then he probably would have had to limit himself to pre-existing programming language. Davis had worked tirelessly to not only make it clear that the project was a work of God, but also to ensure that nobody forgot it. Technically speaking, it was pretty good for its time, or at least pretty good for what it was. Temple OS was a 64-bit operating system capable of taking advantage of multi-core CPUs, working with 3D graphics, gaming, and even on a moderately powerful system, booting in just a couple of seconds.
Now notice, is everything that Terry Davis is doing insane? No, he's actually building a thing that works. It plays some games, it does some stuff, right? So it's not like the progression is totally debilitating. But obviously there's something wrong, there's something off. Yeah, and other people are saying in the chat, John Nash is another classic example of this. If you've seen the movie, Beautiful Mind, it's the same situation. Although I actually think in John Nash's case, he might have actually, there might have been, because probably the NSA, he did work with the NSA, so like who knows what could have really been going on with him. They might have been concerned, for example, that if he knew national secrets and he was beginning to be mentally unstable, that might be why he would be a security risk, right? Because then he could be, approached by Soviets or something like that. So that's also a possibility, yeah. But you can watch the rest of the Terry Davis story if you want. I'll put it in the chat here. And the only reason I'm referencing that is that you'll see the parallel to the idea of I'm the anointed prophet who's here to sort of change the world. I've discovered the great mystery, and it turns out it was hidden within Lewis Carroll's 2 Alice novels, and it ties into CERN, and here's all my GeoCities schizo websites that you can follow to figure it all out. It's just becomes nonsense, right? It's pure nonsense, and unfortunately that's the direction that it's going in. But again, what did Richard Doty say openly in the Mirageman documentary? We find people like this to disseminate disinformation. And those people can be manipulated, they could be abused, they could be mind controlled. All those things are possibilities. So, again, what exactly is going on, I don't know. But I can tell you that it's getting worse and worse, and that should be obvious to any of you that have discernment. So let's move on to more what she says here.
Thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think.
That's what, Jim Bob made a good point too, which I think we said the same thing on our last stream, is that this is beginning to move towards Gnosticism, right? She keeps referencing the Matrix and how important the Matrix is to figuring out how the world really works. And the Matrix is 100% Gnostic, right? I mean, we've talked about the Matrix from a conspiracy perspective probably for 15 years. And I think the last time we covered the Matrix with maybe the guys at PsyOps Cinema, who are Orthodox guys, we pointed out how the Matrix really has blatant neo-Gnostic themes. The idea being that this world absolutely makes no sense. This world is, ultimately kind of a prison planet, perhaps created then by an evil god. And if it's a galactic ghetto and all that, then we're really just moving in the direction of Gnosticism. And I would not be surprised if Candace doesn't actually move towards believing, again, something like Gnosticism, or Yakub is even on the table here.
Humanity is ghetto. They don't want to be around us. They don't like us. They know it's ghetto. It is ghetto here, right? Well, another bizarre fact is that back when Charlie and I were running around, we met in 2017, top of 2018. So I would say, obviously, Turning Point was an organization, but it wasn't the organization. It wasn't this behemoth of an organization that it became. No, he had.
Okay, let me stress again, because of the idiots who come in saying this incessantly. I have critiqued evangelical black ops, CIA, fake churches for 10, 15 years. We've done podcasts on this, going back to Afternoon Commute, going back to Hoaxbusters Call 10 years ago. I did anti-TPUSA, anti-New Apostolic Reformation live streams a month ago. So do not come in here saying that I'm covering up for TPUSA. Are you serious? Oh, you must believe Kash Patel. No, I don't. I'm a skeptic on all of these things. Sure.
No real degree of fame. I think that's fair. But he was required to have security on him at all times. That was orchestrated. His security, Schaefer Security, was orchestrated by Bill Montgomery. He has since passed, the late Bill Montgomery, and he was from the military. He founded Turning Point USA with Charlie. Charlie wanted to go to West Point, and then instead started Turning Point USA when he was 18 years old. Thinking about that, the security, him texting saying, I'm not allowed to go anywhere, I feel so important, I think was the exact message. That, to me, is objectively weird in retrospect. Wasn't weird at the time, it's weird now. And it makes me think that Charlie may have been marked since he was a child. We've discussed these GATE programs that they have in school. And I just think on the basis of what he told me, that when he was really young, they wanted to drug him, but his mother said no, and he was really grateful for that. And instead, they decided that they could send him to this X-Men school. That's the best way I can describe it. I would certainly...
Okay, again, I was in the GATE program in California and San Diego in the 1980s. I know all about the GATE program firsthand. There's no X-Men program where you're taking like, L in Stranger Things. This is Stranger Things stuff, okay? Now, they do groom people to be future roles, future leaders type stuff. For example, Klaus Schwab had the young, World Economic Forum leaders thing. That's real. Trying to remember whose book it was. I want to say Servando Gonzalez's, intelligence analysis book. He talks about how people are spotted and recruited into the CFR, into the Rhodes Scholarship programs very early. And that could be middle school. I mean, maybe it could be younger than that. Who knows? Maybe if you come from an elite family, it could be. But for the most part, that recruiting happens in high school, and then you're recruited in college, right? Something akin to what you see in, Good Shepherd, right? Where you have Matt Damon being recruited into the early OSS by British intelligence, right? That kind of a thing, yeah. But this idea that you're chosen when you're a kid, and then you're through the GATE program, and then you're sent to, some X-Men, Professor X's school. It's just total bullshit, dude. This is nonsense. And they try to drug all kids. Okay, there's nothing special about, they had to drug Charlie because he was just some future quasi-savior. Why are they making Charlie Kirk into this quasi-savior? This is another weird thing, too. Now, I don't have any disdain or dislike for Charlie Kirk. I didn't really follow him or keep up with his stuff. I think it was a tragedy that, he was taken out. But I think what makes a lot more sense is that the motivations would be to take him out by the left. But there could be other nations that have motivations to take him out because of beginning to move away from, that level of support for foreign nations. That's a possibility, too. But again, another sign of problem here is every week the narrative changes like an X-Files episode. Okay, I mean, 2 months ago it was the planes, and then it was the tunnels, and then it was before that it was the tunnels, and then the planes, the Foreign Legion, the Mossad, the narrative just keeps getting shifted so that you don't remember the bullshit from last week. And I'm so disappointed in all the people who claim to be truthers out here who can't notice that. It's just sad, really.
By the way, for you internet sleuths, I'd like to find out which school Charlie had to attend. So he was pulled out of the regular school he was attending, and he had to go to some special school for the gifted, like he was an X-Man. And I am of the opinion, it's an opinion, I'm allowed to have it, it's obviously not a fact, but I am of the opinion, based on the discussions I had with him, that he's been monitored since. That his test scores, whatever the school, every test they probably did on him, he was off the charts. And
yeah, so in other words, Charlie is L from Stranger Things, and like that guy said on Twitter, you can literally tell what fiction shows she's been watching. So if she was pregnant for the last several weeks, she was laying around watching Netflix, and then basically she was watching these shows and was like, okay, yeah, this is what's happening. Charlie is L from Stranger Things, and his powers were too great, so they had to monitor him and drug him. I mean, why not just take him out? Like, it's not like the NWO has any problem. I mean, they killed how many children in Iraq, in the war in Iraq, right? Oh, but no, Charlie was special. He was guarded by God and protected, and they couldn't take him out because they had to wait until the time-space continuum allowed it when, the Spring Hill clock tower struck 11, right? That's when they had to do it. No, I mean, this is just so preposterous.
I wanted to make sure that he was being watched. That's my theory in general on all kids that are in extraordinary and GATE type programs. Maybe we should be training our kids to get like an 85%.
Why don't you ask people that are in the GATE program, or like talk about the actual, like what it is, right? So all this was, and I can tell you the bad part of it, I made a video on this. So when I was in San Diego in the 1980s, California was pioneering a lot of this stuff. Gifted and talented education program. and it basically is a sort of a experimental way to test new education models to see if these would be better ways for children to learn. That's at least the public story of this, right? And it would single out very high IQ children. That's why I was put into this program. I tested as having a really high IQ, and they put me into this from fourth to sixth grade. And really all it was you had a separate room where you would read books instead of doing a lot of rote memorization type stuff. I remember having to take a test where you would listen for sounds, but that was part of the IQ test. That had nothing to do with like, oh, they put things on my ears to make me listen to tones to mind control. No, it was just part of the IQ test. That's all it was. And I do believe that, yes, you could have people in the GATE program spotted and recruited into things and perhaps, abused by the government. That's all possible. But none of this immediately speaks to or is in any way it's a non sequitur to say, oh, well, because Charlie Kirk was in the GATE program, therefore he had to have been monitored from birth because he was a threat to the, time continuum by the archons, right? I mean, this is like David Icke level shit, right? This is indigo children stuff.
On the test. At most, before the government agents are going to swoop in and go, who is this genius child, And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this, after sundown. And when he was running, streetlights would go out.
Okay, so let's see what the evidences are that stack up here that weird events happened to Charlie, which make it possible that he was L from Stranger Things. Okay. When he would run, the streetlights would go. Guess what? That happens to everybody. Okay. I go on walks, I run, and streetlights go out. It doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely nothing. I don't have an extra, emanating vibe essence that shuts off the streetlights. Okay, but this is what she's rolled out as her first piece of evidence that Charlie had weird things happen to him. Okay, this is chills level stuff, guys. And I like chills. It's entertaining, but this is not journalism. This is not proof of anything. This is like entertainment level stuff. You guys know who Chills is, right? Number 4, Burger King foot lettuce, right? Chills
Number 15.
Videos.
This clip shows a normal psychedelic filter, the electric color surrounding the girl in frame. She then turns her camera to span the room. The filter follows for a moment before becoming absent from the shot.
I'm starting to think Candace has been watching too many slapped ham videos or too many Chills videos because it's going full Chills.
It was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. So to slow this down for you, there are just in general all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life, and they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Like just even being philosophical.
No, nobody thinks it's weird to discuss that because everybody talks about weird experiences that they have. There's gigantic YouTube channels with millions of views and millions of followers every day talking about weird experiences. Gigantic TikTok followers. Nobody thinks that's weird. What's weird is to leap to conclusions that are the most outlandish or the most irrational. Now, I do think that weird things happen, right? But what a mature adult does is that you typically look for the most rational explanation first, because that's more likely. Let me give you another example of this that happened to me a couple years ago with a fellow YouTuber streamer person who got mad at me because we had a debate, an argument over something that was so stupid. I could not believe that he was doubling and tripling down on this. Do you remember a few years ago, there were these mysterious rings appearing in the sky? See these? Remember this? And if you follow the spooky video sphere, as I like to do for fun, this was a popular thing on TikTok and YouTube and whatnot. And people were saying, is this an alien manifestation? Okay. And you guys remember KJ, who, I was friendly with. We were nice too. I was always treated him cool. He had me on his channel a couple times. And KJ kept making videos about how the smoke rings or the smoke monsters were demonic alien manifestations. And I sent him this video and I said, no, KJ, these are obviously, you can rent these for parties. Okay, you can rent a smoke machine that creates a giant ring in the sky. There it is, right there. It is not an alien manifestation. It is not otherworldly. And KJ tripled down and then made a video exposing orthodoxy as theosophy over me telling him this. And I was like, well, just what an idiot, dude. Like, you want to be that much of it. And his channel at the time was huge. So people would rather believe that orthodoxy is theosophy and smoke ring machines that you could rent for parties are demonic manifestations. This is how silly this stuff is. And that's unfortunately the level that we're at over here, unfortunately.
And thinking about these things for a long time, they don't want that. Deja vu is probably chief among them. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, that we already did that, but it didn't actually happen. You're like, but I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was.
So notice there's another thing that we see, that happens often in this domain. It goes all over the place, right? For example, Father Deacon Ananias was recently debating on Kotel's channel a mushroom bro, a shroom dude, right? A DMT bro. And it's a fascinating debate because there's no point at which there's a single thought or idea that is followed through with any like thoroughness. It's this to 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 this, all of these things that have absolutely no necessary connection. So she started with, we all have weird things happen to us. Yeah, sure. Okay. Charlie would walk and streetlights would shut off. That happens to everybody. And we have deja vu. What does that have to do with what happened to Charlie? Nothing. No connection there. And they don't want us to talk about this. Who? There's no government agents that give a shit whether you're talking about deja vu. Like what? And now she's moved on to, what was the last thing she said here?
They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu, the story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times, how I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it, except maybe Charlie Kirk, because he was there for it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way.
Okay, so are you noticing a pattern that with her, there is this mystical intuition that she just goes by? And so she met George and married him within 18 days because she just knew him. There was this mystical twin flames idea that she just knew him. And the problem with this is that now millions of people, especially as she's vibing, as she said at the beginning, with all the soccer moms and the Karens, they now think that they are figuring all this out because they feel it. This is female logic, which is not logical. And I'm not being mean to the women, but this is why women are not really made for this type of stuff. Now, there are some exceptions. Some women do have very rational, very logical minds, and they're capable to do certain activities that most women aren't. But that's very rare. Very rare. For example, Nina Kuprianovna, right? She is a very, very rational historian. And she's a woman, and I've never met a woman that's that sort of masculine in her rational process. And I'm just saying that just as somebody who's, she's an acquaintance, right? But that's not most women. Most women are not built that way, okay? Women are built for being nurturing, being, defending and protecting the group, being feeling oriented for a reason. It's not actually a bad thing, right? The feminists have demonized female characteristics, which are actually beautiful, good characteristics that God made women to have. They're not bad things, but they're made for women things, just like men's characteristics are made for men things. And so when you get men or women in this domain, which is more properly a domain that men should be involved in, it becomes a thing based on feeling and intuition and mystical vibes. And it's not that those things are totally impossible. But for example, in the Orthodox Church, as we talked about on Jake's channel yesterday, if you have mystical experiences of a dream, a vision, the first thing you do in the Orthodox Church is you doubt it and you take it to your spiritual father. And what did I say about the Roman Catholic world? The first thing you do is believe it and do a podcast on it. Taylor Marshall with his visions of Mary's milkers. That's not me, that's him. If you think that's blasphemous, well then stop following a blasphemer like Taylor Marshall, who's in delusion. Candace thinks that when she has a feeling on the Immaculate Conception feast day, that's Mary telling her that she's on the right track. Okay, this is a feminine approach to a domain that is not based on feminine feelings. This domain of geopolitics and conspiracy absolutely requires the most rigid masculine analysis and discipline. There's no other way to navigate the minefield that is geopolitics and media. It's just the truth, whether you like it or not. And that's why I've already seen at least 3 red flags so far. I feel this, the vibes tell me this, the dreams tell me this. This is absolutely perfectly in synthesis with Roman Catholic histrionic mysticism. It's Roman Catholic charismaticism. That's the delusion here.
Looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. And there's other explicable events and things like Charlie telling me that he was going to die young. Anyway, today we are going to be showing you clips from a YouTube channel called Be Inspired. We're going to link it in the comments as well because they did such a fantastic job of diving into these phenomena and how they likely relate to another shady government CIA program, which came to be known as Project Looking Glass. This actually happened. These are whistleblowers that came out.
Now, this channel that she's talking about is playing the Carrie Cassidy video.
Would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks,
credit cards, and ATMs may cease to function.
Power grids, airlines,
airplanes, and trains may come to a halt.
Governments and corporations spent over $300 billion updating systems. It was one of the largest coordinated tech efforts in history. People stocked food, withdrew cash, and prepared for the...
Oh, I didn't even know we went full Y2K. Jim Bob skipped the Y2K part. So wait a minute. So she's tying in Y2K now. Okay, wait. Let's go back because now I got to see what the heck Y2K has to do with Charlie Kirk. This is so schizo, dude. This is so crazy, you guys. I mean, I feel so sorry for you guys believing this nonsense. Rachel, did you want to say something before we go full schizo? You want to unmute?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had earbuds in and they were trying to connect or something. I was just wanting to chime in a little because I was also in one of these programs in the 80s and early 90s. In Michigan, it was called the PEP program. Mm-hmm. So I was doing like long division and sentence diagrams and stuff in first grade and, some pretty advanced stuff. When I got to high school, I got a perfect score on the MEP test, which is like Michigan's educational assessment program. I was one of like 11 kids who did that in the whole state. And they made all of us sit down and retake the test with someone standing over our shoulder to make sure we couldn't cheat. And I did it again. So I got a full ride scholarship to school, which I never used because I just wanted to have a family and stuff instead. All that just to say it's kind of gay. Like, who cares, right?
You mean you weren't put into hold on, Rachel, you're saying you weren't put into a pod and linked up to the Matrix and given LSD doses and ketamine to create the altars that would control you?
No.
Okay.
No, but I do think that part of the point of those, because like they sent me to do like, I won like a statewide trivia contest. I did debate stuff in high school and things like that. And I think part of it was to see like of the gifted kids, which ones could be ideologically, placed into different things, because they wanted me to go into like biology, earth sciences, and like, probably climate change type of stuff.
Exactly. When I was in the
I had teachers that were pushing really hard to get me to go in that direction.
Yeah.
So I think it was because like the trivia competition I won had nothing to do with this. And I won a whole statewide trivia thing in 8th grade. I was like, oh, what am I going to get? Like a car, like an exciting trip somewhere? Because it was on the news. It was this big deal. Guess what I got? I got an Earth squishy ball, like a stress ball that was like the planet Earth, and like a little pencil for Earth Day. And they just turned it into like this Earth Day propaganda thing.
So when I was in the gay program, they were pushing a lot of UNESCO stuff. So the real conspiracy of the gay program was to brainwash future potential leader people into believing UNESCO New Agey type stuff. I wasn't strapped down. Nobody touched my butt. Nothing like that happened. But there was a lot of promotion of the idea of multiculturalism, earth worship type stuff. That was absolutely part of the California gay program.
Yeah, that's kind of what my experience was too. And I think I have the same Candace people freaking out on me. So does Andrew, where it's like, I used to love you guys and I used to watch everything that you did, but the fact that you just can't see that Candace is speaking the truth, and they just go schizo. It shows you kind of, some people are, it's not that they're not intelligent, but it's like they lack this specific skill of being able to connect things. And when there's no connection, recognizing when there's no connection between the things, but still trying to tie them together. And the way you can tell this, you can spot it in the language, is they'll just say stuff like, this is weird. Well, don't you think this is weird? Are you saying that's not weird? And it's like, yeah, life's full of weird things, but it doesn't mean that everything weird is connected.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur, right? So you need to figure out when something could or could not, or not necessarily logically follow.
Right. And that seems to be the defining characteristic of the people who are hardcore Candace fans, is that they do believe it's about intuition. It's like this, I just feel like something's off. Something in my gut is telling me. And don't you think this is weird? And how do you explain that? And it's like, going through a normal day, any number of things will happen that are not instantly explainable or super obvious. And it's like, those things, it doesn't mean they're all necessarily connected, like you said. And they think that if you point out anomalies in a situation, this means there's something nefarious, and that doesn't follow. And I keep telling these people, the minute that we get to the trial for Tyler Robinson, you're going to see a ton of evidence come out that's not out there right now. This case is going to be locked down tight until they get to trial. And if it's televised and everything comes out, Candace, Ian Carroll, all these people are going to have to retract a whole bunch of dumb shit that they've said.
No, they won't. They'll double down.
A bunch of claims that they've made.
They're not going to retract anything. They'll double down and say that the trial was fixed and the trial's fake. That's what they're going to say.
Right. True. They'll say this evidence. But it's like, okay, then no one has any way of knowing anything ever. And
exactly.
The truth about how these things work, and this is the difference between goofy people who just started paying attention yesterday. And these are the same people telling me, Rachel, you're running a Fed narrative slop. How much are they paying you to reinforce the Fed narrative? It's like, if you knew anything about me, like I have a piece on my Substack where I talk about MK Ultra and transgender, programming stuff in pornography. Like, I have some stuff that's kind of out there, but I don't put it out unless I feel like I can confidently demonstrate the links and and make a really, really good case. I think of it like being a lawyer. If I don't have a really good case that I have a really high shot of winning, I'm going to keep my mouth shut about it. And I kept telling these people, just wait, because the kind of stuff you want to spot and the things you want to connect, there will be enough stuff that will come out in the trial, because you could never fix a trial to that degree. It's kind of like with election fraud. You can do a lot, and there's a lot of fuckery that you can manage to do in these things, and they do. Jay's not saying, I'm not saying, Andrew, Jim Bob, none of us are saying that the government doesn't lie or that things aren't, total psyops. We know there's psyops. We're the people who are always talking about these things. It's just that if you've been paying attention for a long time, you start to notice patterns in what they do, how they do it, why they do it, who is doing it, these sort of things. It's not just like, oh, every weird thing means that there's like interdimensional Jewish aliens underneath the ground in tunnels shooting up from the ground, and come up with all these crazy things. And she was just throwing so much crazy stuff at the wall that to me, it feels really heavily, it feels like my intuition, like I just have this gut feeling, right? My spidey sense is telling me, no, it just seems like a very clear pattern of throw a bunch of shit at the wall, drum up a ton of interest, get the low IQ people who really can't discern or understand what it is that they're seeing, and whip them up into a frenzy. And then when real fuckery comes out in the trial, like let's say the trial starts and we do see some stuff that is concerning and is problematic or does implicate certain organizations or government people or who knows what, or, that this kid's getting radicalized in a Discord or that there's people pushing him to do it. If any of that comes out, the mainstream normies are going to discount it. They're going to look the other way, and they're going to say, oh, you're just like the crazy people that believed in the Candace stuff. So it concerns me. They're like, why do you hate Candace? You're just jealous of her.
No, that's what they're doing in the chat right now. The people in the chat are like literally just, Jay Dyer is just an awful piece of shit person. And that's all they have is to say that, okay, fine. I'm a piece of shit person. So how does that make Candace's arguments correct?
Right. That's exactly what I've been saying. Like, even if you think I'm terrible, the concern I have is not, oh, she's getting more views than me. She's getting more attention than me. I'm no threat to Candace Owens. I'm like nobody. I don't compare myself to her. I'm not like, that should be me up there. It's just that if there is stuff going on with this, if there was any type of conspiracy, if there was any sort of, crazy stuff going on with the Kirk assassination, it's just like what happened with 9/11. It's just like what happened with JFK. Whenever you have these big high profile events, they love pushing the crazy people to the front and getting the disinfo stuff out there so that if there is a plausible conspiracy theory of something that actually happened,
then people have already been,
people will just reject it and say, no, you're like the crazy Candace people.
Yeah, that's what PR people and fixers do, is that they will preemptively put out a bunch of crap. There's actually a movie that covers this. There's a movie with Jessica Chastain that's worth watching about this, because she works at a PR firm and she basically steers scandal stories for politicians. Yeah. So when there's a scandal coming out, what you can do is, if you know it's going to come out, you preemptively put out a bunch of crazy crap so that when the scandal comes out, it gets grouped in with the crazy stuff, right? So that's also a possibility that can be, that Rachel's highlighting here. But I'm really eager to see though what Y2K has to do with it. But Father Deacon, did you want to have any comment? I know you're in the chat too, and Rachel, if you want to keep talking, feel free. But FDI, I wanted to get your take if you had anything on the notion of pre-lest here, because you usually have good insights on that, and we have a pretty large audience tonight. We've got almost 2,000 live. So could you speak a little bit, if you're available, to kind of what pre-lest is and why it's a danger, especially in sort of pro-charismatic groups? Are you able to, or maybe you're not able? We'll see if he's able to. But Rachel, did you have any other comments or points you want to make?
No, I think that was mostly it. I was just saying, I was in all these gifted and talented programs too, but I never got the idea that everything revolves around that. That is the one thing. I was leaning more towards she's either dumb or she is being pushed to the front and put at the top of the podcast and everything to disseminate a bunch of disinfo to cover up whatever might have happened. But there is a case to be made, as you've been pointing out today, that the fact that she thinks everything is it's almost like a weird, and this is why it's so popular, because women listen to this stuff and they just gobble it up. Charlie and I had such a special relationship.
Yes.
And she won't say it was romantic, but
Right.
she implies like it could have been like we were special.
Yep.
We had this special bond
Twin
and
flame.
this special connection. From childhood, we were both different and exceptional. And I feel like, you know, there's something out to get us and like all this kind of stuff. And it's like, no, like I was in smart kid class, so I went to cosmetology school. Like, I have a cosmetology license. I'm not special. The government isn't following me. No one's concerned that Rachel's gonna like. I have moved the needle somewhat with some of my work on feminism, which is cool. But I don't think that means government agents are coming after me to like monitor me or check on what I'm doing and make sure that I don't, you know, ruin their plans or something.
So you're saying you're Jane Grey. You're basically saying no. So you just expose yourself because you're saying basically that you're Jane Grey from X-Men. That's what you're saying, literally.
Yeah, basically. My psychic mind meld powers. Andrew and I actually that's what the crucible really means. If you look at the symbolism really closely, the fact that the logo is red and the shape of the letter C and the crucible and the TikTok invasions, you know what I mean? Invasions, like we're invading your mind. We're using our psychic mind meld powers. That's why there's all this controversy as to you know, there's all these theories like Rachel and Andrew aren't really married or they pretend to be married. There's like all these crazy conspiracy theories about us. It's because we're using our psychic mind meld powers through the crucible to control people.
So you're Dark Phoenix. And well, let's see, does that make Andrew, is he Professor X? Is he the mastermind? Or is Andrew, well, Andrew's not in a wheelchair. So Andrew would have to be,
That's why he's smoking all the time.
Okay, I'm trying to think of who smokes. Yeah.
So hard. It's because there's special plutonium-based stuff in the cigarettes that makes his mind powers stronger. It's the secret to how he's so convincing. He could hypnotizes everybody with the cigarette smoke.
Okay, does Andrew play cards?
Yes.
Yes, he's Cyclops. No, wait. Who throws the cards? There's one of the X-Men that throws the playing cards. I'm trying to figure out which one that one is. Gambit?
I don't know. I don't watch any of the Marvel movies, so I don't know very well. But there is another conspiracy out there that I'm CIA and I'm actually the person who runs everything behind the scenes. I wear the pants.
Oh, you're Ghislaine. You're Ghislaine.
I'm his handler.
You're Ghislaine, and he is Jeff Stein McEffrey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
You're running it. Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm just making like a burrito casserole in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's Gambit that is he throws the playing cards. So that's who Andrew is for sure. FDA, would you want to comment on pre-list for today's large audience?
I don't know. I didn't get asked. I didn't get asked to Gate School. I was told I was retarded, so I don't know about how much I can add to this conversation.
No, I asked you to talk about the pre-list stuff. We know you weren't in the gay program.
I thought you wanted me to talk about retardedness.
No, we
that
know.
I do know. I know to be retarded.
Like Jake said, you were in the gay program.
I was in the gifted retarded program growing up. Well, remember the last time we spoke, we were talking a bit about two of my friends who had schizoid affective disorder.
Right.
And the one thing that you notice is that the similar things that are going on with Candace. So she's special. She has cracked the code, the secret information. And then also, one thing that's really interesting, too, that I brought up with you previously is that somebody with a schizoid affective disorder or some sort of mental illness, they often go to the farthest out conclusions.
Yes,
so
immediately.
A normal mind, if we were going through and let's say we're doing a process of elimination, okay, that's not it. I investigated that. I investigated this. That can't be it. And you finally get to that it actually is lizard people and there's an ice wall. You might adopt that. But what's interesting about their mind is that's the first thing they go to.
Right.
Farthest out conclusion is the first thing that comes. And I'm not really sure. I've never kind of figured out why that's the case. Other than it makes it interesting. Probably the obvious conclusion is not very interesting, but if it's like, well, look, it's a Stargate portal with a quantum seafoam machine that is actually digitally replicating Charlie Kirk in every possible universe. You see, doesn't that kind of make it interesting? And then you're the one that's cracked it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing that with Candace.
Yeah, well, there's not humility, and there's no checks and balances on the mystical experiences. Like, could you? I know you've done it many times, but we have a lot of new people today, and there's a pretty large audience. Could you explain what pre-lust is and why it's a problem?
So pre-lust is, just generally speaking, self-delusion, but typically we use that term in terms of religion, in which I was just talking with the catechesis class that nobody's ever going to fall for something that is just patently false. If I told you this is poison, if you drink it, you're going to die an excruciating death, nobody's going to fall for that. So you've got to sell it, right? You got to pitch. You got to make the false seem true, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So demons do this. They masquerade as angels of light, and they're the most brilliant con artist, and they're sending messages.
Yeah, and if you read Screwtape letters, I mean, that's kind of what Screwtape's involved in. He's trying to deceive, right, yes, his person, his assigned person, with all of these different forms of con artistry.
Yes, and so, I mean, if you can masquerade as an angel of light and make somebody get a qualitative experience of, oh, you're having a religious experience,
right,
from God, that's extremely deceiving. And that's always been my critique of psychedelics, is that in psychedelics, there's not a logic. It's not like you work through an epistemic or logical problem and conclude to, what does it present? It presents a qualitativeness, right? Is you're being revealed something, and it feels more real than what your reality was. And I think demons are really good at that. And feelings are really powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually a drug. So demons can drug you and give you a dopamine hit of a qualitative experience in which they give a message. And once you see that, you go, well, obviously this must be the truth because it feels that way to me. And that's prelist in many different aspects and many different degrees. It will present itself as a genuine religious experience of various degrees in which you are getting the truth. But there's no logic behind it.
There's no checks and balances. It's just sort of
checks and balances. And this is why in orthodoxy, contra other systems and religions, we doubt all of our thoughts. That's our starting point, is that if I'm having a thought, it's probably demonic. So our checks and balances is to take it to our mentors, which are our spiritual fathers. It's engaged in the life of the church and checks and balances with the fathers and the theology and the ethos of the church, all speaking in one accord. And when you check it like that, you can basically figure out, like, this doesn't match. Let's take a perfect example of near-death experiences.
By the way, I've got a perfect example pulled up, which is the old David Icke interview where he talks about when he did ayahuasca or something, and he came to realize that he was the Messiah, I think is what he says in this clip.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a common, actually, occurrence in psychedelics, is
right.
Develop a God complex, which is a narcissism. I mean, so, and anybody outside of that experience should see that, like, that's totally diluted, and the person thinks they're God. Like, I mean, how much?
And remember, even if they say something true, like that doesn't legitimate the outlandish claims. You can be deluded and say something correct, right?
And I think that's part of the power of Candace too. I'm thinking all the Candace apologists.
Uh-huh.
As soon as you call out the tiny hats everybody's critical thinking, like, just shuts off. They're
Yeah,
like,
well, we saw this with Nathaniel with Nathaniel Kapner, right? He could say the craziest stuff, but he's right because he calls out Zionism.
I'm like, this is not your guy.
Yeah,
but he's calling out the tribe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, he's not your guy. I'm like, no discernment. So I remember actually learning this in the first like apologetics group that I was actually in when I was like 18, and they were talking about Greg and Gretchen Bob Passantino were talking about we're most vulnerable and gullible about the things that we worry about the most. So if you're overweight, what's the easiest thing to get fooled with? A con about a pill that will make you lose weight real fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're obsessed about the tiny hats, like, you're vulnerable. You better watch it. You'll fall for anything. Anybody that comes out and be like, oh, yeah, I'm... And I think that's what's going on with this madness. It's just like people are just absolutely insane defending this. What she's saying is because of that exact thing that I'm talking about.
Fear into us. Anyway, let's jump right into this clip.
Let's start with Y2K. In the final months of 1999, there was a global concern that computer systems would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks,
Credit cards and ATMs may cease to function.
power grids, airlines,
Airplanes and trains may come to a halt.
governments and corporations spent over $300 billion.
By the way, speaking of fake conspiracies, I believed Y2K. I bought into that because I was first getting into conspiracy stuff in Y2K. I read a bunch of Tex Mars books, and I was like, "Oh man, that everything's going to collapse and crash, and the computer's not going to work, and oh no!" And of course, nothing happened. But yeah, I fell for Y2K at the time, but I was like 18. So what do you expect?
Updating systems. It was one of the largest coordinated tech efforts in history. People stocked food, withdrew cash, and prepared for the worst. But when midnight came, almost nothing happened. The systems held.
I was
the world
20.
moved on. Still, that global moment left an imprint. Some view it as a psychological turning point, the end of the analog age and the quiet beginning of a fully digital world. From that point on, life accelerated. Culture, communication, and consciousness shifted onto screens, fast, constant, and increasingly disconnected from physical time. Some researchers believe Y2K wasn't about a bug at all, but a kind of global psychological reset, a ritual of fear, distraction, and silence. The code may not have
It was literally just nothing. It was nothing at all.
crashed, but something else may have been triggered, our perception of time and reality. After something strange started happening online, people began noticing memories that didn't match reality. The most famous? The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as
So
Berenstain.
she went full Mandela effect. Okay. Number one, best retard conspiracy, and that's immediately where she went. So I cannot believe that people were telling me that, oh, you should have watched the full episode because you took the clips out of context. You dummies, this is 10 times worse than the clips I played.
An E, but every book says Berenstain with an A, and that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation and you go back and you change some variables and you rerun the simulation, lots of little things could be different along the way, right? There are many different possible.
I'm at a zero bullshit tolerance level today.
So I was with Candace in the very beginning. I thought she brought up some really good points about Israel. It really seemed like they had a hand in it, and definitely felt like Charlie was betrayed by people, probably in his inner circle, as these things kind of go. But obviously, when she brought on Mitch Snow, I was like, "This is a mirage, man."
Yep, total nonsense. Yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate your comments. Thank you, Agent. If you want to call in, feel free, hit request to speak. So then she goes from the Matrix and time portals to the Macron stuff again, and then it's AI and and then the technocrats are coming for us, which is true. So she's mixing in the true stuff here. And then next, CERN. So now it's CERN as part of it. So let's go through the whole litany of coast to coast topics. Now we're on CERN and the God particle and all this nonsense, blah, blah, blah. And of course, we got to go to the CERN ritual. Now, the problem with the CERN ritual, so she's rehashing all the pop conspiracies of 2015, 16, right? These were the popular conspiracies at the time. I was right in the midst of it, in the heat of it at the time. I remember when this was going around, and even at this time, I was very skeptical of this. And it is not real. It is a prank. They're not actually videotaping and recording, because the guy who's videotaping it is also wearing a cloak. And the person here, as you can see in front of the Shiva, now that there is a giant Shiva statue at CERN, that's true. And that's because Oppenheimer said, I am Shiva, destroyer of worlds, after he invented supposedly the atomic bomb technology, the hydrogen bomb technology. So they erected the Shiva in honor of all of that. That's why it's there. But you'll notice, this person is wearing Chuck Taylors, as Jim Bob pointed out. Yes, so you see there the ritual magic person, right? This is an elite Illuminati ceremony that's real, according to Candace. And they're there in their sockies, their high top socks, and their Chuck Taylors. And they're just walking around filming on a camera. The person you can see in the shadow from the reflection in the window is also wearing the same hood. And then a girl lays down in a white gown, and Candace says, no, it's real. It's not a prank, even though it immediately came out that CERN apologized that people took their prank seriously. And why was there a prank? They did this because at the time, so many people were coming up with CERN conspiracies, and it was all getting ridiculous. And they did the same thing with the Denver airport. The Denver airport then put out a thing playing upon the conspiracy stuff. And then all the conspiracy theorists, oh yeah, see, it's real because they're covering it up. Now, there is weird stuff at the Denver airport. There are Masonic images there. There is underground facilities there. But that's not what most of the retards in the conspiracy world were saying. And that's usually what's going on, right? There is something going on, but it's not what these people say. And just like with the Denver airport, the CERN people played a prank. And it's obviously a prank. They're wearing their freaking tennis shoes, and the guy filming it is wearing the cloak too. As even other spooky YouTuber people can figure out.
Happened a while ago, yet I still find it pretty captivating, so I thought I would talk about it. Chances are you've heard of CERN before, also known as the European Organization for Nuclear Research. It's a physics laboratory that has a Large Hadron Collider, which is the world's largest particle accelerator. Of satanic ritual at CERN. The video appears to be taken secretly from some guy looking through a window in one of the buildings. During the ritual, several people in cloaks walk up to the statue,
and in Chuck Taylors, by the way,
of the Hindu god Shiva. After this, a woman takes off her cloak and lies on the ground. This is followed by her being stabbed by one of the people wearing a cloak, and the guy recording flips out. I'll show you that part of the video right now, so you can judge how authentic you think it is. A video by Stranger Than Fiction News provided some more insight into the video very shortly after the video first surfaced. They were able to confirm that this video took place within the restricted boundaries of the CERN facility, so it's very unlikely the people in this video were not CERN employees. It is also believed that the guy who recorded this was in on the sacrifice ritual, because if you look in the reflection of the glass, you can see he's wearing a cloak as well.
Yes, so they were so stupid that their own cult members recorded the video in the cloaks, which they weren't concerned then with committing a murder right there in the middle of CERN with it on video, right? Oh, well, you see they're Illuminati, so they know that they could cover it up. And this is the level of where Candace is.
Saying it was a hoax perpetrated by some of the employees there. They also say they do not condone actions like these, which violate their professional guidelines, which state, any behavior which can have a detrimental impact on how our organization is perceived by our neighbors, our member states, and the wider international community, and hence could impact eventually on CERN's reputation and fate, shall not be tolerated. They even reference this video on the guidelines page, saying they were continuing an investigation that could lead to disciplinary measures for the people involved. In all likelihood, this is only a hoax, like CERN says.
So, even the spooky YouTubers that believe in ghosts and all the other nonsense on their ghost channels. I'm not saying there's not dead people and spirits, but I'm saying like I don't believe in all these ghost videos, a bunch of nonsense. But that's where Candace is at now. So we're at total chills level stuff. And then the next part was even more ridiculous, where Daily Wire made a joke video making fun of her about the Egyptian planes, and she thinks it's a coded message that they're going to assassinate her because the letters are red. You can't make this up.
It's not just the destination, but the experience of getting there. When you travel with us, you'll feel warm, you'll feel welcome, and you'll feel watched, because every seat comes with the peace of mind of knowing someone is following you with 2 planes. This is what you can expect when you fly with At Egyptian Air, we definitely never mix up our time zones, flight numbers, or flight times. We know every journey is your personal business. After all, your personal business is our business, is our motto. Egyptian Air, wherever you travel.
And so they've colored the letters there on the text for watched, followed, we will follow.
See, that's schizo level stuff. The satire video was a coded message to her because it said watch and follow. She's being watched and followed. You can't make this up. This is what you idiots are defending. This is schizo level stuff.
Your personal business. After all, your personal business is our business, is our motto. Egyptian Air, wherever you travel.
That was a coded message to Candace, she's saying.
And so they've colored the letters there on the text for watched, followed, we will follow. I don't even know what to say to that. Like I told you, they're unhinged. It's been going on, by the way. It's like gang stalking. It's just been going on for 2 years consistently behind.
There we go. Now we're targeted individual gang stalking land. Full schizo, like we talked about yesterday. I said yesterday on the stream, or the day before, this is targeted individual stuff. She literally just said it. Now, if you're still on board with this, unfollow my channel. Go away. I don't want slow boys here. You're not welcome here. Bye-bye. Go. You're too dumb for here. I don't want dumb people around. And you bring my IQ down being here. So please leave. Yeah, thank you. Well, there's nobody else in line. None of the Candace haters or debaters or defenders actually came, which is not surprising. So there was about 5 or 6 people literally cussing me out today, and none of them came. So I just wanted to be clear that none of them would actually come and argue and defend the position. To me, that says that they're literally just idiots. So once again, we've shown and demonstrated that these people have no discernment, and they're actually just morons and dupes. And even know there was other crazier things that Sweet Candy had said. And I'm going to play it because it gets even dumber. I saw a couple people referencing this, and I had no idea what they were talking about. But apparently there's some other conspiratorial things that she has mentioned that are worth repeating. Let's take a look. We're not going to play the whole thing, but check this out. You're going to get a kick out of this.
Send him to this X-Men school. That's the best way I can describe it. A lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown. And when he was running, street lights would go out. Like it was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something.
All right, so it looks like Candace Owens has the deep state panicking again because she's finally exposed the truth about Charlie Kirk being a time traveler, energy ball X-Men character, which might seem crazy to somebody who trusts the Fed slop narrative. But
well, and again, we know this part, but there's going to be some new nuggets in this that are going to be pretty funny.
If you've been paying attention to the Candace slop narrative, you know this all makes sense, and people just think it's crazy because they know Candace is getting close to the truth. I mean, she's right on the money with this, just like with the Egyptian planes, the beekeeper cult, the maroon t-shirts in Fort Huachuca. Now it's all finally coming together.
I didn't realize there's another theory of the beekeepers. I saw people making jokes about this, and I'm like, what is the beekeeper thing? Well, apparently she found a picture of somebody, I guess, in the Charlie Kirk miasma wearing a purple beekeeper. So there's a secret society of beekeepers involved in it as well. This one's new to me.
And the feds know that. That's why they're so worried. Like, once Charlie visits Candace in another dream, it's over. That's the only reason why people are making fun of her, because obviously the only reason you'd mock somebody who thinks they can speak to the dead in their dreams is because you know it's true. So hopefully Candace continues to pursue.
No, he's right on the money, right? Because all of these Candace cult people who've been after me for the last month, calling me out, cussing me out, literally just anything you could, just acting absolutely batshit crazy. The only reason you would go against her is because she's onto it, right? So that further proves that she's correct, right? You opposing her proves that it's right, because that means that she's right. I mean, it's an unfalsifiable cult mindset, right? And we've talked about this from a logical perspective. Anything that's unfalsifiable, and meaning it's not actually unfalsifiable, but what people do is they construct systems that have all of these firewalls that make the system unfalsifiable. It's not actually, but in terms of wordplay and playing games, it's unfalsifiable. And that signifies a really weak worldview, weak system. If your system was true, if your belief system is true, then it can hold up to scrutiny. It can hold up to investigation, challenges, and questioning. But if your system is weak, your worldview is a weak ass situation, then a weak ass paradigm, then you have to construct these firewalls that immediately go off to protect the system from any criticism. And the attitude and the actions of the people in this situation are so absurd, so lazy, so ridiculous. And we've already had, what I'd say in the last few weeks, we have maybe 5 Candace defenders call in, and none of them are rational. None of them can make a coherent, consistent case. They literally just go on and on and on, like this woman. Here we got one right here. Oh, look at this guy, blah, 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 blah. So it's the wine moms. It's a gigantic wine mom, box wine, Virginia Slim, gossip, sewing circle cult that are just fundamentally, absolutely have no use of reasoning. They do not have the faculty of reasoning working. And so let's hear about the beekeeping cult, and pay attention, because we're going to notice more fallacies here as well.
This, because she's definitely onto something here, and you tell people are worried about her dreams.
Was Operation LOL, Candace has dreams. Why did she talk about her dreams? How dare she discuss her dreams? Only weird people have dreams and then tell others about them.
Now, this is more of the Roman Catholic charismatic stuff. And I'm not joking, because she's going to point out that Charlie came to her from purgatory in her dreams. That's what she believes. I didn't even realize that it was explicitly tied to the Roman Catholic charismatic gibberish. It actually is. Okay, so this is the problem with Roman Catholicism in general. One of the key components that sets it off against Orthodox Christianity is that Orthodox Christianity typically is skeptical and does not listen to dreams and visions, because we know that we are susceptible to being deluded and going into prelust. Roman Catholicism, because of its last 500 plus years of histrionic women saints, is the exact opposite. They are the proto-charismatics who have actually adopted charismaticism and now rely on mystical visions and senses and intuitions and dreams, which are notoriously not reliable. But in Candace's mind, dreams of Charlie Kirk coming to her from purgatory are actually evidences and proofs.
Dreams are ridiculous. They shouldn't be listened to. So the question...
No, that's exactly right. They are ridiculous and should not be listened to. That is the Orthodox patristic perspective on dreams. That is what any spiritual father will tell you.
Becomes, who exactly is making these terrible PR decisions? Like, who thinks, yeah, what we need to do today is we have to attack the dream. Just go at it and do not let up on the dream. I think I know the answer. I think it's someone who feels personally victimized by the dream. Show of hands, who feels personally victimized by Candace Owens' dreams?
I mean, absolutely absurd non sequitur. What does that even mean? That we want to shut her down from listening to her dreams because I feel victimized by her dream? I don't even know what that means. The sentence doesn't even make sense.
And to be honest, it's sort of hilarious that I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I was having incredibly vivid dreams. I began dreaming like I had it.
I mean, weren't you in the midst of multiple, babies popping out? So I'm assuming the body probably has all kinds of chemical reactions going on. Is that not also probably a likely explanation for vivid dreams? Or maybe it's because you fell asleep watching Stranger Things on Netflix and then woke up thinking that Stranger Things is the key to understanding Charlie's murder and assassination, because clearly he's L. Right? Maybe that's what's going on.
Dreamed since I was a child because it was every night. Stressed me out. I expressed that to my husband through many tears. He told me that I should consult a priest, which I did. And we spoke about souls in purgatory.
So, allegedly, she spoke to her traditional Catholic priest about these dreams and visions. And does the Roman Catholic priest, Father Bruce, what does Father Bruce tell Candace? Well, it's just definitely got to be about purgatory. Honey child, it is purgatory, and that's where Charlie is. He didn't go directly to heaven because he was a Protestant, but he went into purgatory probably, so that's where he's talking to you from. He's got that line from the created fires of purgatory just calling you on the nightly, honey. But maybe she watched Black Phone. I'm starting to think, what movies did we recently see? What movies recently came out where people is calling from purgatory? Somebody had dialed me. Somebody butt dialed me from purgatory. No, stop playing. Quit playing. Man, Candace, why you playing? Man, Candace, you play too much. Y'all see Black Phone? I'm starting to think that was a code about Candace. You know what I'm saying? Black Phone. Black person getting phoned from the beyond. Okay. Track with me. Y'all tracking with me right now? I don't want all these Dumbos reviews. I want the trailer, dog. And by the way, I thought for sure this kid was freaking Ethan Hawke's son. He looked just like him. That's purgatory right there. Charlie Kirk had done crawled out. By the way, purgatory is ice cold. Y'all thought it was hot. It's ice cold, dude. Go watch Black Phone. Charlie Kirk done crawled out. He got on that phone right there, and because he remembered he had Candace's number still in his flip phone, right? He got on that flip phone right there, and he phoned home, and he said, "Girl, listen to me now. You better get some indulgences stacked up because you don't want to be in this cold ass purgatory that I'm in. Purgatory ain't hot. It turns out it's turned out it's cold. And I'm over here I'm trying to turn the heat up. Get that heat turned up." That's Charlie right there in purgatories. And he had done called on the Black Phone. And the Black Phone is Candace's flip phone from beyond the grave.
Anyway, today I feel that it is time to tell you the entirety of the repeat dream that I was having in those early weeks. Charlie said to me,
I didn't realize she stacked up so much on this dream. This part's new to me, so this is funny to me.
I don't have much time. He followed that up explaining to me that I needed to see what happened on his left. And he told me explicitly.
But now I understand this is why people en masse are attracted to Roman Catholicism. It's why her audience is a bunch of women that believe irrational nonsense that can't come to logical conclusions. It's because this is effeminate. The whole thing is effeminate. It's why the only remaining Roman Catholic guys that are out there, except for Tim Gordon, are also a bunch of weird, effeminate Skittles people. And even if they're not Skittles, the Roman Catholic apologists that are left are effeminate because they rely on an act in an emotional, effeminate way when it comes to the topics. They cannot read the books. They cannot do the material. They cannot do the logic. They can only react emotionally, even if they're high IQ. You can be high IQ and be a damn beta spurg. And that is the entirety of the Roman Catholic apologetic world. The absolute just recesses of beta male spurgery is who's left defending Roman Catholicism. And it's nonsense. It's people that listen to this kind of stuff. So I'm overlooking a lot of when I go into a lot of these analyses of what the heck's going on, I'm actually overlooking a lot of the obvious. This is like basically still feminist bullshit. It's feminized beta male shit. And that's why they listen to this nonsense. No rational man with the power of logos operating in his, thought process is going to listen to a bunch of this bullshit. And likewise, you wouldn't fall for histrionic women Roman Catholic charismatic saints and their ridiculous visions. Think about this. Let's compare this. And I think, if she's not a total just, bad actor who absolutely just hates her audience and thinks that they're so stupid, then it's this, right? Outside of the whole, disinformation thesis. Compare what she's saying to the video that we did here about the histrionic Roman Catholic women saints, which you absolutely have to accept. You can't believe this. You can't reject this and be a Roman Catholic. But there's a lot of factors going on here, right? Like we have a generation of young dudes raised by single moms that makes them beta male and effeminate. And so they don't have a strong masculine archetype that they can model themselves after. And so they're modeled after their moms and they act effeminate. And they cannot reason through things. They're lazy. They rely on AI now. And the AI lies all the time. So that's where we are. That's why things are getting so bad. I mean, wouldn't you want, it seems logical to me that if we're going to look for conservative thought leaders, we would make sure that they were heterosexual. But apparently, no, that doesn't even matter. No, it doesn't matter. Would we look to conservative thought leaders who are perhaps just not women? No, that doesn't matter either. No. Women are now running everything, including the right wing. Why? It's really the fault of all of you guys, really. I'm not talking about my audience. I'm talking about the people in general. It's the fault of all you dummies that listen to these people. And when I'm constantly right about this stuff, do you admit that you're wrong and change your position to match up to reality? No. Everyone acts like children and triples down and acts more retarded.
They betrayed me, multiple people. And I said, I know, but who? It wasn't until the third week after his death that finally one face came through in this dream. It came through as clear as day from around the corner of the restaurant. And it was Andrew Colvetz.
So she's actually arguing that her dreams are telling her who's really at fault here and who's really the problem amongst these. This is so stupid. I cannot believe how many people are falling for this. And what did I tell you several weeks back? I tried to warn you that you can only be retarded for so long before reality crashes in on you. When you defy reality, think of all the people, for example, that think that men can become women. Well, when you defy reality, eventually that catches up to you and reality hits you pretty hard because delusions, you can't make reality from your delusions. You can't cause reality to be the case from your delusions. What do you mean? She needs a priest. She has a priest. She has an insane Roman Catholic priest feeding into her delusions. In the same way, you can double down and triple down on your delusions and your nonsense, and it doesn't become real because you triple down. You don't make reality. You have to learn in this world that reality and truth are objective, and you either submit to it or you get crushed by it. You will be crushed by delusion. It will come home to crush you. Or you change your way of acting and thinking to conform to reality. It's that simple. Childish people, narcissistic, self-worshiping people do not care about what's true, and they will not submit to what's true. They conform reality to themselves. Remember what we just saw with the psychological study that we did with Jim Bob of the character Amy in Gone Girl? If you've not watched it, you should watch it because it's a great portrayal of a psycho female narcissist.
That it's all just...
Go watch our podcast that we did on Gone Girl, and you'll understand this mindset right here. All right, let's finish this up and let's get to the debate. But I remember what I was going to say. Like, when you constantly put out bullcrap, I told you guys weeks ago, I said, if you don't have actual proof of the things that you're saying or really good, indications, and you don't say allegedly, you're putting yourself in a position to be sued, right? And that's exactly where it's gotten to now. So some of these grifters that are out here constantly putting out nonsense, and I am not defending TPUSA. I don't have a problem criticizing TPUSA. But when you make accusations and say things like they are a, corrupt, scamming organization, and then you don't have proof, you're liable to possibly being sued. And I said this was coming. I said, you can't just say this stuff. People are so dumb, they think that free speech means that you can accuse anyone of anything. That's not free speech, right? Free speech means that you have the freedom to say what your opinions are, but you cannot accuse people of stuff without any kind of evidence or any proof. Otherwise, you're putting yourself in a position where you're liable to be sued or to sue other people. It's exactly what I said would happen. And now that is happening. This guy who obviously puts up just total bullshit, forget what his name is, something Wolverines of Wall Street or something like that. They're beginning to send out the lawsuit threats, which is exactly what I said would happen. Again, I'm not pro TPUSA. I think that they are a heterodox organization that pushes heterodox ideas, and they push heterodox Calvary Chapel fake pastors. But that's different from saying that I have evidence of this and that, of them committing fraud or whatever. You better have that if you're going to say these kinds of things.
Can only go on so long. Candace Owens getting roasted because she got a bunch of clips coming out where she's talking about time travelers and Sentinel Americans. That's right, robot hybrid. This is not an exaggeration. Okay, I want to slow down a little bit because a lot of people...
I forgot she said this one too. Remember that clip from like a year ago where she said that she thinks Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are not humans. They're synthoids. So we're going full G.I. Joe level, right? And I remember that I love this. The synthoid thing cracks me up because this was when I was a kid. I think the G.I. Joe synthoid episode, it creeped me out when I was a little kid. So maybe did Candace fall asleep with YouTube playing on autoplay, and she just she started watching the synthoid episode. Yo, Joe. And if you don't know, in this episode, Cobra kidnaps like the Pentagon staff, the generals, and creates mind-controlled human synthoid versions of them. And then he's going to control the government through. So Candace is over here exposing Cobra, right? She thinks Tapusa is Cobra because Cobra's created these synthoids, right? That's where we're at right here. We're at G.I. Joe level bullshit, and all of y'all dummies believe this stuff.
I think this is a joke. There are several clips of Candace Owens saying things like she thinks Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are machines, that we're currently fighting the AI, that they were hybrids, and quote, if she, or I shouldn't quote her because I'm going to say it from her in the second person, if she were to cut them, they would not bleed. Or is that third person? And yeah, they're nuts. She has a clip where she says, why did Charlie text me that he was a time traveler? Is that something people say? And his agents want to stop an outcome. It really was hammered on pretty thick, but she loves doing this mental trick where she doesn't say it explicitly, but she says it, right? Charlie says, I'm a time traveler. That's so weird. Why would he say that? These agents wanted to prevent an outcome, so they stopped him. We get it. She's trying to get you to think that Charlie...
Hail, Cobra. We must watch for Candace.
came from the future, and these agents were trying to stop him from saving the future, or whatever it is he was doing. Well, TPUSA has sent out a cease and desist to a YouTuber who said a whole bunch of wackaloon nonsense, and I'm actually named in the cease and desist because I called him out for the obvious lies. He got mad and responded, and now here we are with the news. Candace Owens, of course, responding, offering, asking for a job at Turning Point.
I told you that you can be in legal trouble by doing this, and the Candace cult is so stupid and so arrogant and just insane and grifty that they're actually experiencing what exactly I said would happen. I said, you could watch. They're going to start sending out lawsuit letters to people who make up nonsense.
What is even going on anymore? Here's the reality, my friends. Candace Owens is a soap opera drama nonsense show. It's not news or real information. She latched onto something people deeply cared about, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But what her show does is it gives you these cliffhangers. Tune in next week to see what happens. Well, I think it's daily.
That's accurate, and that's exactly what I said. So that was my assessment as well. So then we'll get over here to this guy. Well, I forget his name, but this YouTuber guy, Wolverine, Wall Street Wolverine or something.
Earlier on January 18th, Gregorio, who runs the YouTube channel Wolves in Finance, revealed he got a cease and desist letter demanding that he withdraw statements he made about TPUSA's finances and security at Utah Valley University. Now, the interesting thing is they sent it on a weekend, or he published it on a weekend, which means they don't want a lot of attention to this. Well, Candace Owens chimed in saying, difficult to put into words how terrible of an idea it was for Turning Point USA to send out this cease and desist letter. I'm at the point where I think someone internally absolutely detests Erica and permanently feeds her terrible ideas. It's the only thing that makes sense at this point. I again offer my consulting services to TPUSA. For a monthly retainer, we can end this corporate-ish show.
She's offering her consulting. She's like Miss Cleo now. She's going to be a psychic consultant because of her dreams and visions, right? She's offering her psychic consulting services. I mean, Charlie's talking to her from beyond the grave, so why wouldn't you want her psychic consulting services? Right. I mean, we're at Miss Cleo level, y'all. It's straight up Miss Cleo. All right. Here Candace is right here. This Candace right here.
Don't you really want to know?
Okay, I was wondering who the father of my baby was.
All right, let's take a look.
The father of your baby, Charlie Kirk. That's who. That's Charlie Kirk.
The Miss Cleo DNA test. I'm solely searching for the father of your baby. Oh, it's the one that's very unpleasant.
Oh,
okay?
my gosh. How does she
and
know
he's
that?
also the one that...
How does she know that? She got a call from the black phone. She got a call from Charlie Kirk and Ethan Hawke on the black phone.
Sure.
I don't know how. The baby looks just like him.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, so you were in denial. But he has a funny little...
Girl, how did she know that? If she couldn't tell the future, how'd she know that? See, originally, Miss Cleo had the Sumerian technology, okay? And then what had happened was the CIA had come to her, the Men in Black, okay? And they said, give us that or we're going to ruin you. And then what happened? Everybody started coming after. If you remember back in the 1990s, they have to come after Miss Cleo. She got destroyed in the media, and that was the CIA had organized that. And then they took that Sumerian tech from her. Why? Tell me this. Tell me that's not the only conclusion that you could come to from this right here.
You've never had a reading from a real psychic. Try us right now for free. Your father had a stroke at a young age, did he not?
Right.
Did you get...
That's Candace right there, y'all. How the hell did she not know that?
strep throat a great deal in your late teen years?
Yes, I did.
Okay. His eyes are almost spooky. They're so pretty.
That would be my ex-boyfriend.
The Five of Swords is next to him.
I like how she says in both cases, she said, it's that one that got that weird chin. It's that one with them eyes that's spooky. They so pretty. That's who the dad is. The one. Look at his eyes. Tell me you don't feel that that's the dad when you look in the eyes, by the way. By the way, this,
hey, everyone.
This dude is still, we're 2 years later, he's still butthurt over this. Do you remember his prophecy? Remember in our debate this is a little side note because this video popped up. Remember Derek Myth Vision? He said, I will be at 500,000 and then 1 million subscribers in the coming months. He said that 2 years ago. Oh, it turns out he's still at 300. He didn't even barely pass 300. When he prophesies, you want me to prophesy? I'm going to be at 500,000 subscribers in no time, and then I'll be at 1 million. This is what happens when you don't submit to truth. When you think you're smarter than you are, and 2 years later, he's still butthurt. Derek Myth Vision. Still making videos about 2 years ago. Now, what happens is the clips channels will revive these, and it makes these people mad when it starts going around again. Which is, I think, is pretty funny, ultimately. Shout out to the clips channels, by the way. Y'all keep clipping. And you don't have to create a whole clips channel. If you want to clip my stuff and put it on your normal Twitter profile, go for it, dude. Oh, I misspelled that shit. How you spell that stuff? So we're at 80,000 views on the original one 2 years ago, and he's still upset about
Pilate
this.
asking Jesus what truth is? Are we saying I'm thinking what the most factual thing is based on observations? And
if all worldviews are... The problem is that he performs so poorly in this and looks so ridiculous, and the comments are like, there's 1,400 comments, and 99% of them are against Derek, that he's still butthurt over this 2 years later. Well, maybe, Derek, you're just wrong. Did you consider the possibility that maybe your position is actually just wrong? All right, let's finish this up because we got to get to this debate.
Turning Point thought they got away with this, but it turns out Charlie's in purgatory and he's giving Candace the answers to everything in her dreams. So they
I couldn't believe that she actually, I did not know that she actually said this. This is making my day right here.
Must be freaking out over this. Like, Candace even texted Andrew Colvett to tell him that she's speaking to Charlie in her dreams and that he told her he was betrayed, and Andrew didn't respond, which obviously means he's guilty.
Yeah, the only reason he wouldn't respond to this schizo level text is because he's guilty. And the only reason that we would criticize this is because of BB bucks. That's the only logical conclusion, is $7,000 BB bucks. That's why, right? Yeah.
Because everyone knows Candace's dreams are the best way to figure out what happened to Charlie. So I think the jig is up for Andrew. He better pray that Charlie doesn't visit Candace again, because if he does, it's over.
I had to text him and tell him what I saw. And this is the text, just sharing with you so you guys know if this all really happened. I said I rarely have vivid dreams, but I had one clear as day this weekend. Charlie came to me and he sat down and he told me that he did not have much time, that I needed to know that he was in fact betrayed and that they are hiding what happened.
Again, you wonder why things never change in the media sphere, conservatism, the right wing. It's because it's all this bullshit, dude. It just turns into just nonsense. And people love this stuff. They eat it up. And we're basically ruled by everybody's retarded now, everywhere. Everything and everybody's retarded. That's where we're at. And people don't read books. They don't care. They would rather hear this bullshit, which, you know, Coast to Coast kind of used to be understood as entertainment. You understood it was like not serious, right? There's no guy calling in being triangulated by the aliens talking to George Norrie. It's entertainment. But now that this conspiracy bullcrap has gone mainstream, it's just pure. It's not even Jerry Springer. It's like, it's Miss Cleo, dude. I don't even know how to describe it. It's surreal. It's surreal.
To my left, I believe his soul is in purgatory, and I believe that you know much more than you've said publicly or privately. And Andrew Colvett never answered. Last time Andrew Colvett and I spoke.
So very suspicious stuff going on there. I wonder why he wouldn't respond to such a normal message. You'd think he'd want to know what Charlie's doing in purgatory, but I guess not. He's not.
Does any of this at all wake up the Roman Catholics? No, of course not. They double down. They triple down. You know, I was laying in bed thinking about this. Like, why is it so crazy? Why is everybody so stupid? What is going on? And I think Koof played a big part in this. I think two big psyops played a huge role in this. The first big psyop recently was the 2016 Bruce Jenner. That was the first big psyop, because people were basically forced into a situation, and you could argue Skittles' marriage was that was even before that, right? Bruce Jenner being called Man of the Year, or Woman of the Year, excuse me. Now, this was back when, people cared more about, like, vanity magazine. What do you even call those stupid women magazines? Like Glamour, or like whatever these magazines are called. Remember, this is, 10 years ago, people had more interest in this kind of stuff, which thank God that's kind of dying out. But does it really even matter that it's dying out? Because, like, it did its job, right? This giant psyop, like, mind graped people on a mass level. And I think people just saw this and it just kind of like fried their brains to a degree, right? How could these mainstream media outlets, which we were bred to trust, and it's not just Glamour magazine, it's all the mainstream together, right? Because they're promoting it on TV too, right? How could they say something so obviously patently false, right?
Jenner dazzles as she accepts the Woman of the Year award from Glamour magazine. The magazine honored Jenner for being a transgender champion.
Maybe this is why God put me on this earth, to tell my story, to be authentic to myself about.
So immediately we see that everybody's being presented with something that is patently just absolutely on its face false. But also everybody is caught in this tug of war between, well, I don't want to be against the group and what everybody says. And if everyone says and the authorities are saying that this is a woman, I guess I have to say that it is. Or else I'm no longer part of the in-group. I'm an outcast, right? And so you had the media en masse in 2016 telling everyone a man is actually a woman now, and they can be whatever they want. This fried a lot of normies' brains, and it caused them to admit the delusion. And here's the thing that I'm noticing. It's not just sunken cost fallacy. It's also when people admit to delusions and they admit to and believe lies, there's also something demonic happening where they have to prop it up, not just because they don't want to be wrong, but because they are committed to it. They believe it. They want it. They want the lie. They want this type of a world where they are their own gods, where they can determine reality. They can determine truth. And to admit even that this is wrong would implicitly, logically imply, deep down they know this, it would imply that, wait, that means I'm not actually God. That means I have to actually submit to things that are true outside of myself. And that's contrary to fallen man. So the sad part about this is that fallen man can be engineered to go against his own nature to the point of self-destruction. That's the sad part. Man would rather, in these extreme states, destroy himself than admit what is true and conform to the true and to reality. Now, that's not everybody. I'm speaking in generalities here, but the normie NPC mass mind submitted to this. And then, of course, we got the Koof, right? No need to rehearse all of that. We all lived through the biggest psyop of the last 50 years. We lived through it recently. We all remember it. And we saw a break in people. The normie mind just completely was fried. They snapped. They went insane. And it's not just the normies out there. Half of the church were unbelieving, insane normies, and they went crazy. And I kind of feel like a lot of these people haven't recovered. They're gone. And I don't know exactly the causes of all of that. We could speculate, but I'm not going to speculate because I don't know. But some sort of spiritual delusion, and I don't mean, oh, it's the end times, it's the end times. I don't know if it's the end times. I'm saying something happened with people in the last few years that they're gone. And people are different now. They don't. I was watching some videos of people saying that far fewer people celebrate holidays. Far fewer people celebrate birthdays, just kind of normal things, right? So that's where we are. And the sad part then is, in the wake of that, this allows cult leaders to step in and prey on people. They know that masses of people will believe anything, especially in these broken catatonic states, right? This reminds me of the way that Teal Swan acts. Okay, let's take a look at a New Age insane cult leader grifter who, when you go to her live talks, this is very perceptive. If you watch the documentary on, I think, Hulu, they did a documentary on her. And they actually did a pretty good job going into her audience. Okay, let's look at this audience. How many dudes do you see? 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 over there. This is a gigantic woman audience, first of all. And she's got some weird beta males up there. Okay. By the way, this is old too. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. And she's got some sensitive New Age brother up there. But look at this audience. It's almost all women. So she's connected with these women. I want to find there's better examples in the bigger bigger venues that she does, where it's all women, dude. It's like insane. Like it's all like broken, chunky women. If we can find it's hard to find audience views of this stuff. But when you survey the audience, you can imagine it's all the same stuff. Let's see if we can see here.
I'm going.
Okay, no audience views in that one. All right, here's some audience views. Let's see this audience view. 1 dude, 2 dudes, 3 dudes, all women. All women heads, okay? Now, let me show you what I'm getting at here with this. She does trauma baptisms. She does her own sort of weird version of a baptism. Let's see if we can find any videos of her doing it. It's in the documentary on her from Hulu, if you watch that. There might not be any clips on here doing it where she's doing it. Oh, here it is. This is it. This says Teal Swan. I don't know if that's her getting a trauma baptism or who this is. What is this nonsense? So basically what she does is she finds all of these stupid, broken women, and I'm saying they're actually dumb people, and then she grifts for thousands of dollars to come to her retreats, and she does a trauma baptism to heal you from your baby trauma and renounce your father and the patriarchy or whatever nonsense she tells you to renounce. And she literally baptizes you, right? And that's supposed to heal you. It's like a new birth out of the water of birth, right? So she basically just rips off Christian baptism, but makes it the Teal Swan trauma healing baptism. And when you watch the documentary or you watch the live events, it's almost all broken, chunky women. The whole thing, right? So she totally figured out her niche, her market, right? And this is no different than what is happening with these other people like Candace. They're doing the same types of strategies and techniques. So the documentary, by the way, is called The Deep End. And I recommend watching the documentary, not because it's that great, just because it actually shows you a lot of insights into gurus, how they manipulate people, their techniques. It's obviously demonic and deception. It's so stupid. Like you watch this and you're like, how are these people believing this? The funniest part of the documentary is that there's one thug dude there who's like trying to sleep with her. It's like a wigger. I'm serious. There's a wigger who goes to her retreat and he's like, you know what I'm saying? I thought, maybe you and I could just go talk or something. And she's like, I feel like right now you really just need to leave my presence. I feel a very negative friend zone vibe. I'm gonna friend zone you right now. That's the funniest part of the documentary is the wigger dude. And he's where he shows up to her event wearing like a Kobe jersey. he's like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Till? You know what I'm saying? I've been following you for a while. You know what I'm saying? I like what you say. You know what I'm saying? Look, listen. I'm just ready to like leave the patriarch, you know what I'm saying? So like maybe you and I could just maybe head on over to that pool together, you know what I'm saying? We could do a little bit of relaxing in the pool or whatever. And she's like, I feel like right now you're like, you've got a bad energy around you right now. And I feel like you just really need to leave. That might be him right there. I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't think he's in the trailer. He's in the documentary though. He's the funniest part of it.
I got tattooed.
That might be him. I'm not sure. That's a cholo dude. I remember a dude being more of a wigger, but now there's a cholo. It's like, hey, deal, baby. I totally got like a tattoo of you or whatever. Like, do you think it's cool? Would you wanna like give me like an autograph on it or something, or like maybe let me autograph your titties or whatever? Like I don't know how this works or whatever. Like maybe I could just autograph you or something. Like or maybe we could go back to the hot tub and you could like baptize me or whatever. Like we could just do it like a tit for tat or something. Let's see. I wish the wigger was in it. Let's see.
We hired a private investigator.
My job is to try to figure out if this is a cult or not.
We've had members leave.
What do you think about this list?
I don't want it to ding the copyright. So here's the baptism parts, right?
If you
where she's
want to come
baptizing
within 50 miles of me, you better be ready for the deepest end of the pool.
It's like, what are you willing to do for this cause? I was so washed. I'd be willing to kill someone and bury them in the backyard.
So there you go. That's how deep people get into this nonsense.
How many of you feel like you're not doing okay?
There we go. Let's see. Here's the Teal Swan audience. Whoa, what do you know? 95% broken, weird, insane women going by their feelies. Exact same psychology of the audience of these people over here.
true friend and doesn't really care about him. I think they're just using him for his supernatural abilities, which Candace is starting to figure out. That's why Charlie went to an X-Men type of school and thought he was a time traveler and could turn off lights with his mind. She also started getting a bunch of messages after this from her fans about how they also have supernatural abilities. So investigating Charlie Kirk's death led to Candace discovering that her audience has superpowers, and the feds must be losing it over this. They didn't realize they're up against the Avengers.
The weird phenomena is real. Lights break above my head when I flipped a switch. Cabinets slam when I get mad enough. And I can, I guess, connect with what I can only describe as stars that respond to my request. So many comments of people reflecting this, that yes, when I...
So she got a bunch of drunk wine moms on SSRIs in her comments. Honey, that happens to me too, honey. I can talk to the stars, honey, and they reply. When I say, hey, star, what's up, Pleiades? It blinks back. I'm telling y'all, it blinks back to me.
I was in the GATE program. Lights go out. I told you that was something that Charlie said. We're going to talk about this stuff. We're going to talk about the GATE program. We're going to talk about telepathy. We're going to talk about kids running with street lights that are going off. And yeah, it's opening up a lot. And I think that it has...
This is the stupidest, most insane bullshit. And I cannot believe y'all people believe this stuff. You might as well... Why don't you go follow Teal Swan? Go follow Teal Swan. It's literally like... Is it any more irrational than this bullshit? Remember, Teal Swan had all these stories about how she was raised by an SRA cult and she was sewn up inside dead bodies. Oh, and then it came out, turns out Teal Swan claimed that she was a Playboy model and that she won the Olympics for skiing. I'm not kidding. Now, in a normal, sane world, claiming that you were an ex-Playboy model and that you won the Olympics, and none of which is true, you would think that would discredit you. No longer do insane grifter con people stories discredit you. In fact, it makes your audience bigger. Something has happened, and I know I harp on discernment all the time, to where people have not only lost discernment, they actually triple down. The more insanity that comes out about a person, people want to accept it. Yes, perhaps she didn't. No, actually, maybe she did win the Olympics for skiing. Maybe she actually did pose for Playboy. And I think it was even something crazy like she posed for Playboy and they took away her skiing Olympics medal because she was in, I mean, just total nonsense, just total made up bullcrap, dude. J-Man says for $5, all the wine moms on Twitter were saying Candace's dreams are legitimate because dreams are in the Bible. That's the level of people that we're dealing with here. Just absolute, total inability to logically think through anything. I mean, we're at Teal Swan. The whole population is becoming Teal Swan's audience. Teal Swan has 2 million broken, low IQ women following her. And like 5% weird, creepy beta males and like 0.01% wiggers that want to sleep with her. So what does this tell you? That you can be an obvious con woman. And she probably believes this too. Like you can be crazy and believe you're bullshit and be a con woman, right? But then over here, what do we get? We get treated like absolute trash. I have to beg to go on podcasts when I have obviously the best material out here, clear as day. Nobody else lectures through and covers the books that I cover. But if I covered absolute bullshit, maybe I could have 2 million followers or 5 million like Candace or 10 million or whatever. I mean, what does this tell you about society and people in mass in general? It's just sad, man. It's insane. I don't know what to say. Oh, you're only saying that because you're jealous. You're just jealous. You're jealous. Well, if I was a bad-willed, envious, wicked person, why wouldn't I just do the grift? You don't think I could act like Teal Swan and create some kind of weird, dumb New Age cult? Yeah, we're going to get to the CIA debate. Relax. But there's too many gems in this that I had to get to. And again, I think this is a good point to parallel this to the Teal Swan stuff. How is the irrationality of Teal Swan's worldview? Like, how is Candace's worldview any different? Explain to me the difference between Candace and her broken wine mom audience and Teal Swan's broken wine mom audience.
I'm quite nervous.
So I'm sure Candace will get a lot of answers to Charlie Kirk's assassination if she investigates the streetlight phenomenon. There's definitely something there. Like maybe Mossad was spying on Charlie using the streetlights, and he used his time traveler energy powers to destroy them, and that's why he was taken out. Or maybe the streetlights were part of the stolen ancient Sumerian technology that the CIA was using to harness Charlie's time traveler powers to see into the future.
This Project Looking Glass in the CIA, I wonder what they saw. Looking into the future, stealing not Egyptian but Sumerian technology, which is what they did. These are culture vultures. They're thieves. They're glorified thieves is what these people are. And they've always been this since the beginning of history. And they stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes. And that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow. I find it to be fascinating. I wonder if they saw Charlie Kirk.
So I'm surprised Candace didn't tie this.
No, I don't think there's any need to continue after this point to cover this kind of stuff. And if you talk shit to me like that in the chat, I'm gonna ban you. So you can go to heck. And I won't even read. So he says, when are you going to talk about this and stop yapping about women? Goodbye. Fly Guy, $2. Truth hurts people. Yeah, that's why. Fear the Sirens, $20. Jay, I'm glad you did this. I was one of the people talking shit. As much as I want to justify my reasoning, I'm going to give you $20 as an apology. Hey, it's okay, man. Appreciate you. Fear the Sirens. It takes a lot of humility and a lot of balls to admit you're wrong. And I think that's honorable. I appreciate that. You don't have to pay me money for being wrong. I'm just glad that people can have some discernment. So God bless you, man. Appreciate you coming to your senses. We're almost done with this. Then we're going to go to the debate.
Into the Egyptian plains. I think that's why they're following him around. It's all starting to add up here. Of course, Charlie was a time traveler that had supernatural powers. And the maroon t-shirt beekeeper cult that was following him around in Egyptian plains tried to kill him because they couldn't control his superpowers anymore. And I think that's what the top secret meeting at Fort Huachuca was about. The one that Candace's source, Mitch Snow, happened to stumble into. Also, another development came from that story. Mitch Snow, it turns out, he announced he's actually the son of the Zodiac Killer.
And this dumb audience doubles down on that. Maybe he is. Can you prove that he isn't?
So there are a lot of discoveries being made during this investigation. It seems like we're figuring out the truth about everything except for who killed Charlie Kirk. But we now know he was a time traveler. That's pretty big news. And they're using ancient Sumerian technology that can predict the future. And he was using telekinesis to destroy lights. We also discovered the son of the Zodiac Killer. And now Candace believes she might be an alien sent from another planet that I think was sent here to expose Bridget McCrone for having it.
So we're only a week or two away, I'm telling you, from full Yakub and full Gnosticism. That's where it's going next.
Dick. I think that's what Candace's superpower is. She can spot trans people. So this has turned into like a parody of an X-Men movie.
Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense.
This little sass queen is too good for this damn planet. This is a ghetto planet. I'm about to take my ass to a damn treat yourself planet. Hello? Where the treat yourself planet at? Can somebody get me on the black phone? I'm trying to call the black phone and take me to the damn treat yourself planet.
I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that.
Okay. After that, I'm starting to think she just fucking with people. She just fucking with y'all. You heard that right. Let's hear that again. This is a ghetto ass planet, and that's why I'm starting to relate to cats, because I think I'm not from this planet. Hold on, let's hear that again. This was gold, dude. She a sass ass alien right now.
I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think humanity is ghetto. They don't want to be around us. They don't like us. They know it's ghetto.
The shit. Take me to that bougie planet. This planet ghetto as hell. This a ratchet ass planet right here. I deserve to be on a bougie planet. I deserve an Escalade. I deserve my own cat army. I deserve 25 cats, but they got to be them pretty Persian kinds. And this planet is ghetto, by the way. Get me off of this damn planet right here.
It is ghetto here, right?
Candace also talked about inexplicable occurrences that happen, like deja vu, sleep paralysis, and her getting engaged to her husband in 18 days. Apparently that's an unexplained phenomenon, according to Candace, because it's just so unbelievable that a grifter
We're gonna go to the debate. Shut up.
Would want to marry a rich British lord only a couple weeks after meeting them.
And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown. And when he was running, street lights would go out. Like it was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something. So there are just.
This is too funny. How are y'all not having a blast with this? Eartha Trap House. This is too much fun. How are y'all getting mad at this? Shut up. We're going to go to the debate.
General, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life, and they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Deja vu is probably chief among them. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, that we already did that. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar.
I know, I told you, it's even crazier. Now, the only reason we're going to the rest of this clip is the beekeeper part. I didn't even know about the beekeeper part. This gets even another level of it. It's like, what in the hell is happening?
Also,
the Earth ash. Hey! This Earth too damn ashy. Somebody get some lotion. Get some Jergens. Earth ashy.
Another example.
Earth ashy. Get some Jergens, Jamie. Earth is too ashy. Earth, you play too much. Damn, Earth, you play too much.
Of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu. The story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times. How I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it. But I already do George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense.
Y'all got me crying again. Earth ass you. Earth, you play too much. Okay, that one sent me over the line, y'all. Who said Earth too ashy? Oh my gosh. Who said that? That was the funniest joke of the day. Earth too ashy. All right, you win a free book, man. Whoever said that one wins a free book. We got to go back and see who said Earth is too ashy. Oh, I got to catch my breath. Y'all let me know who said that because I want to send them a free book. That was too funny, man. Earth, you play too much. I gotta catch my breath. I can't stop laughing. Okay, yeah, I can breathe. Oh, I lost my breath. I can't breathe. I can't catch my breath. Okay. Oh my gosh. Who said that? That was too funny, dude. That was the joke of the day, dude. Earth Section 8. Y'all gotta stop. I'm gonna pass out. Y'all gotta stop. We have the funniest chat on the whole internet. I'm crying. Y'all gotta stop. Oh my gosh. I can't breathe, y'all. I can't breathe. Earth need cocoa butter. Earth need cocoa butter. It's Ghetto Planet. Earth Section 8. Oh my gosh. It was really funny, dude. Who said Earth ashy? That was the funniest joke I've heard in a week. Earth on EBT. Whew. Anyway, whoever said it, if you want a free book, put it in the chat and y'all let me know. That's too funny. All right, I want to hear about the beekeepers part because this is the best part right here.
What had happened that way? I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief.
So hopefully Candace...
Man, your audience, y'all play too much. Man, y'all play too much.
Keeps pushing all her theories. She's definitely onto something. This investigation has given us a lot of answers, and I really just want to see how far she could take this. You know, it's been 4 months of investigating Charlie Kirk's death nonstop, and somehow she...
Earth don't want no smoke with Candace. Man, y'all hear that? Y'all heard about that beef between Candace and Earth? Candace talking shit, mad shit about Earth. Earth don't want that smoke, though. That's what I heard. Woo! You already got my book? Well, shit. Earth don't want no smoke. Y'all hear about Earth talking shit? Earth and Candace got beef right now. They beefing.
Up with new theories every day, and people think they're getting crazier, but maybe that's just because they know she's telling the truth and they're worried. You know, that's definitely what's going on here, so hopefully she keeps pursuing the truth. Like Alex Jones, he's been going nuts over this. I think it's making him physically sick. He said he's trying not to pay attention anymore because it's just driving him insane.
I kind of swore it off about a week and a half ago because, I mean, I got a lot of serious stuff to cover and research. And I'm spending hours a day researching her lies and feeling crazy while I'm doing it. Like getting mad and depressed for the first time ever. And like starting to really hate her face and like, oh God, I don't notice how evil she is and just how she looks like a demon, like a big gremlin. And then I started noticing all the other lies she was telling. And I was like, oh my God. I asked friends and family. I actually prayed about it. I said, should I disengage? And most people are like, yeah, just the people will figure it out. So I'm like, and then today I'm like, he's like, yeah, the time traveling and the looking glass. And I'm like, you're joking, right? And then I go look it up. It's all true.
I'm the one that I sent that to Alex at 3 a.m. and he didn't believe what I sent him. He's like, is this real? He thought that I sent him satire. He was like, you're sending me your satire. What is this? No, Alex, this is real.
It's like, well, so after today, unless there's just something I've got to do, because Nietzsche said, don't look at the abyss too long, you turn into the abyss, or don't fight monsters too long, you turn into them. I'm swearing her off.
You look at her show and hear what she's saying and the amount of people that believe everything she says, and it's like, holy shit, she's definitely onto the truth. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, I think she's a total nut job, but I do want to see how far she's willing to go and how many people still buy into this lunacy. So I encourage her to keep pushing.
Okay, what was the beekeeper thing? I know this guy mentions it.
I think she's almost there. She almost has the answers, but let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments. And make sure you check out my Patreon. I just posted a big video on there about how Joe Rogan's friend Kurt Metzger accidentally called out Joe on his own podcast for being a Luciferian. And also...
here's Gerald talking about it. I just want to see what it is.
Polish underground
I just want to see what it
symbol.
is. We're going to go to the debate. Shout out to Gerald, by the way, for having me on. We had a great conversation with Gerald about apologetics. Oh, man, I'm still laughing.
A Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. Strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages. I came
Here come
across
the receipts.
what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees.
Okay.
Do you think that all these people are really actually, quote unquote, bee farmers or saying
It's called
that
a
they
beekeeper.
farm
Yeah.
bees?
There's a movie
what is
about
this
it.
lingo that I'm not understanding?
Dude, what the hell is this bullshit? I mean, is it basically just every episode is a new X-File and like I've just missed, this is from 2025? I didn't even know about the beekeeper thing. What the hell is this?
There is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming. And for some reason, I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools and it's like related to bees.
Let's talk about bees.
An underground at schools that relates to bees? Oh my gosh. All right, we'll watch this later because that's just enough of this. This is just like, what the fuck is going on, dude? This is so crazy.